Hey, good morning, everybody. How y'all doing? What's up, Leah? Who else we got? We got a lot of people in here. Good morning, good morning, good morning. What's up? I'm that girl. Anne Marie, Carissa. What's up? Can y'all hear me? Hey, can y'all hear me out there? Making sure everything's working. That's good. Thanks for the update. Um, hey, Beatrice. So I take it y'all can hear me. But good morning, everybody. Hey, day 20. We going back into this thing, and I guess I'm waiting on the wife. She'll be here, shortly. But we basically got day 20. The judge, the defense, and the prosecution team supposed to be meeting up about that mistrial motion, which I'm seriously, it's not going to happen like that. But I guess they do it to set up for the appeal or whatnot. But and we definitely here for the cross today. And I understand what people saying about this witnesses. Like, when these witnesses come on, people say, they got the RICO in the bag. They already proved these things. And it's not that I don't see some of your points when you guys talk about that, like her maybe with the pharmaceuticals in her luggage, they showing a pattern of, you know, drugs and 304 and going over state lines and stuff like that. But it seems to all be coming from Diddy. I don't really see an enterprise actually doing this, but and I get it. And some of you guys will say, well, it don't have to be Perry. You know, that's trafficking. That's this. I wouldn't look at it that way because I look at it. A RICO is not for the normal day person. You know, you got DV things happening to people. You have pharmaceuticals in and out of regular people households. So when these things be happening, I don't really look at it as trafficking or kidnapping. I seriously just don't. Right? What's up, Renee, Victoria, Kimberly, Christina? Hey, I don't know. It's a weird thing. I get what you guys saying, and I think what I'm saying is I feel that Diddy should pay for the crimes he committed if he's charged on them. But if these things were so guaranteed, like this RICO was in the bag, I feel like the prosecution is struggling. They could have thought they had some things, but people, it just don't seem like it. It seems like they just trying to make a narrative stick, take people anger, how people look at Diddy, and say, "Hey, you know what? That man don't did so many bad things. We don't care what the charges is. We just gonna um, charge him with these things." So we'll see how it goes. Like anytime you go to court, we have seen innocent people go to prison. We have seen guilty people get off. So it's always a flip of a coin when you're dealing with a jury. So I don't know what the outcome gonna be, but mostly when we talk about this, I'm just telling you my opinion of it. It's not to discourage you for hoping that he get this time. I would have hoped that um, he would have got time for the things he did. I would have hoped that these women that says they went through all this stuff with him because they was groomed. A lot of people, I see all the Main Street. So I see what you guys see. These attorneys, yes, he groomed her. He did this. I'm from a different world where I know grooming do exist, but I know it's a whole bunch of people that you don't have to groom, that they're there for it. Gang members. If a person join a gang and get into all this stuff, then later on, I was groomed into it. Pretty much, I guess you can use that same analogy. They was peer pressured, groomed into a gang, right? It could be a lot of stuff like that. for me. And I'm just giving you my honest opinion because you'll get a lot of people and people say, "Hey, Perry, uh, all the other people on YouTube is saying, it's a done deal. Diddy gone." Well, I'll be quite honest with y'all, right? I feel people say that because that's the story they don't lived off of for the last year and a half. You get more clicks and views if I was to come on here and tell you what everybody want. Like, oh yeah, he going down. Diddy going down. You know, I got some insiders that told me this. I can go through this whole um what is it, scam? Well, or mistruths, right? Now, anything can happen. It's not that I really know an insider that's gonna tell me all this. I'm just saying I think a lot of people into it so deep that to come out and say, he ain't gonna go down for this. When you don't tell them you had insiders that already told you this shit was gonna happen and you made a lot of money off of it. A lot of people make money off this Diddy thing. We make money too, just talking about it. I'm just saying, just keep it a bean. But a lot of people come and say, I'm a victim. I was on a dinner table right next to the dressing. They was eating cherries off my stomach. All these crazy things. I was in a room. I seen this happen. If you guys think about it, we haven't got none of those kind of facts yet. And I doubt if we will. Seriously. You know, they'll say all this stuff happening. I'm wondering if KK will show up to testify, or will she come on and testify if the defense need her? I don't know. And D-Rock, will he show up? I just know they basically saying that they might. Hey, Slade, thanks for becoming a member. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But you know, I wonder if they gonna show up. They were saying the prosecution should be wrapping up by the end of this week. Now, if that's the case, they can't have but so many more witnesses. In my opinion, I don't think the defense had to take a long time. Once they go on. So I sort of feel like it's wrapping up. I feel like this is my opinion because it's different from a lot of people. The prosecution has ran out of gas. They got these people to, they'll say they showing a pattern. They showing a pattern of his behavior. Yes, I get that. And that could sell, I mean, maybe that could be enough for a jury to say, oh yeah, this man got a pattern with pharmaceuticals, giving it to the girls, you know, taking advantage of them. But if you got a ring and, you got a, I ain't gonna say a pimp, but these women, in my opinion, and, I'm just keeping it real, didn't just go out and be groomed by a broke ninja. They had their motives too. It's just like a sugar daddy and a sugar baby. It's like a mutual contract thing. I'm gonna give and you gonna do. Am I saying it's right or wrong? No, it's up to you. I mean, it's a free country. Do what the hell you want to do, whatever career you decide to take. But I'm just simply saying that I don't look at these women as being groomed. Not even Cassie. I just don't. I don't look at them as being groomed. And it's funny how sometimes we can look at Diddy and know. And I'm right there with you. He's a freaky guy, controlling, and do a whole bunch of crazy stuff. But I'm wondering, why isn't it that people can't see these women for what they are or for what Perry think they are? Because obviously, y'all, a lot of people feel like they went to Catholic school and they got their little, bachelor's degree. They did all these things. A lot of these girls use their looks to get to where they want and thought that that was good enough. The guy, Diddy, these people with money use that. They use their money. Okay, the guys with money use their money and their fame to get them what they want. These girls use their bodies I mean, to each his own. But when we come to this kind of case, I really don't see no RICO in it for me. I just don't see the RICO like that. Now, do I see a whole bunch of criminals together? Yes. A whole bunch of addicts together? Yes. A whole bunch of give and take. I give if you give? Yes. And if you want to take down an enterprise, then I would feel like, hey, Diddy could have been charged with a lot of things, and so could have these women. And I think another personal opinion. Okay, Renee, I ain't on it yet. Let me try to pull this up for my wife. Come on, I'm supposed to be checking for updates. I'm too busy talking. And Renee, don't when she come on here, don't go telling her I'm late because I know what you do, Renee. Let me see. Because I'm sure they still talking about this thing. Let me see. Oh, hey, Beatrice, let me see. But after she told him that she didn't want to do it anymore, she was ready to get out and just be his girlfriend. She should have left, but she was the girlfriend and the side chick. She stayed. Yeah, I mean, see, that's debatable too. You know, I feel like if anybody was basically forced to stay around more, it would have been Cassie. It seemed like Jane had plenty of chances with no fear to just cut off the contract. That's her business if she didn't have, if she's saying, well, I need to stick around longer because I got to pay my bills, which she should have had the money to pay the bills anyway because she was getting child support from another rich man. And that's the part I think, because I think I heard this attorney talking about it yesterday. Beatrice, everyone that's gotten on that stand is a criminal. Yes, I would agree. All of them. It's almost like going into a crack house and just uh, pointing one of them out and saying, "Hey, I'm taking you down." All of them, and they're doing the same thing. I'm looking for this update. Hold on, give me a few. Let's see. I got one 9 minutes ago. Okay, so I'm gonna start 9 minutes ago. The judge, couldn't we just say that the government screwed up, giving Miss Westmoreland given a rare Perry Mason moment in the federal court that the defense back and its war zone could say, "Great job." Colin Shapiro says, "She did do a great job, but they had Miss Ventura say she saw it." So I guess they still arguing about this. She said she saw it, and which really is very concerning. If you wasn't there, how did you see it? It shows me that y'all don't got together and formed these stories and probably did it with the prosecution. That's just my opinion. I don't have no facts on it. I'm just simply saying. Then Shapiro come back. This is the only this is only our second motion for a mistrial. I'm I'm not sure why the government says it's the third. The government says perjury is only one prong for one prong of a four-part test. Judge, this happened years ago. Miss Bungola Golan was taking a lot of drugs. Thank God she's sober. So it sounds like maybe the judge is giving her out saying she took a lot of drugs. I don't know. I mean, that's still noise. I mean, well, whether she took drugs or not, if that gonna change her thinking in court, maybe taking the drugs got her saying all these other things in the first place. I don't know. I don't know how you can discount one thing but believe the rest because the person is taking a lot of drugs. It sounds like they're just going back and forth about this mistrial. don't think I missed nothing else. So, I don't know. Like, I get it. People look at this whole thing and say, damn, this guy always doing it. And yes, I mean, it is crazy. He doing these women the same way over and over again. So it's having a pattern of Rico. I guess people say, yeah, Perry, it was a pattern of certain things. Well, it sounded like to me, he had a pattern of freaking these girls out, giving them pharmaceuticals, um, having a lot of anger issues, putting hands on them. But it's a pattern too that these girls kept taking the hands on them, kept taking the drugs. That's a pattern, and kept going back. That's a pattern. So if a pattern is RICO, I think they all should be charged with one. It was a pattern on both sides. And to me, going back to this whole case again, I think it's a lot of word testimony. And I get it. That's evidence. But then you got to decide yourself, do you believe what these witnesses are telling you? I believe the pattern, the things they said, but I believe they're leaving out some, like why they truly stayed, why they kept going back. If I'm wrong, people just let me know. I mean, and a lot of people who went through DV situations will have the tendency to want to just believe them. These aren't your normal DV victims. Now, the results might come out to look like it's just straight up DV and stuff like that. And it could be. I mean, because like I said, it's never right to put your hands on nobody, especially a man putting his hand on a woman. But I think you would say equally that it's not right for a woman to put her body out there just for self gain, for financial gain, stability, stardom. I think you would say that too. It's not cool for a woman to do that. It's like a dysfunctional group that was together, having these freak offs, doing all this. That's how I see it. I'm not gonna be over dramatic like some of these people. Oh, the way he did those women. I can be over dramatic, but oh, the way they took his money. Oh, the lifestyle they was getting. I can say all this and be over dramatic, but let's keep it real. I'm just saying it's life's on both sides of this. Diddy's and theirs. And do I think they got a lot like they'll cry this PTSD? Maybe. What if Diddy got on the stand and said he got PTSD for being used and being groomed? What if Diddy got on the stand and said he was groomed? That these women made him believe that they loved him. That these the things they wanted me to watch. They groomed me to watch them have X with these people. Would you believe it?
Oh, hell no.
And I wouldn't. So sometimes I feel like we're giving too many people credit for being a real victim. And not to get into that debate. You got real victims and you got gold diggers. You got people who would cry victim when things no longer going their way. That's how I see it. Oh, somebody said I got an update. Let me see. 11 minutes, 6 minutes. Oh, any updates? Oh, I don't see none right now. I'm sorry. I thought you said it was another update. So basically, they just in there discussing um, this mistrial motion, and
Hi.
they. Oh, hey, honey.
Have you talked about him denying? Are you doing updates?
Well, yeah, it was only like two.
Right. And did
Yeah,
you
I mean,
get the judge to deny prosecutor's motion to recall expert Don Hughes?
oh,
Do you remember that lady? that came before to explain the DV. They wanted to bring her back to the stand. For some reason, they were denied this. It says earlier this trial, Hughes, a clinical and forensic psychologist, testified in general terms about the behavior of people who are victims of DV and SA and traumatic stress. Why was that denied? So,
Oh, because they're probably gonna say. I mean, she was just giving a general
it's very
background.
important to understand a person's actions because a lot of these people are not looking so good, especially yesterday with Jane. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
No, no,
He
I'm
he
go ahead.
gives every other sidebar and anything else anybody asks for. I mean, well, not the mistrial, but and we don't know what's going on with that. It's a lot going on here, people. A
Mhm.
lot. Oh
Yeah,
my
I mean,
gosh.
that's what I was just talking about. You know, while you was just getting ready, just in general, just how a lot of people view this, and I do understand how they can view certain things uh, in their mind.
Drop
That
my
moving
mirror.
some pharmaceuticals from here, from New York to LA in your luggage. A lot of people do it. I'm not saying it's legal,
To
but if that person,
drugs.
yeah, I'm saying yeah, that the person, you know, pack their bag and they might take some marijuana or whatever from in their bag from from New York to LA. And I'm not saying it's legal. A lot of people do it. And if they got stopped, they would not be trying to build a RICO on that. A lot of people go through DV. I'm not condoning it. I'm saying it's fair, but they ain't trying to take that and build a RICO.
We have an update.
Right.
Judge says, bring in Jane, then the jury. All rise. We got Tenny Garagos on doing the questioning for the defense. She says, you may proceed with the cross-examination. That's what the judge said. Tenny says, Jane, we met before. Then you stopped meeting with the defense. What was your choice? That was your choice, right? She says, correct. I just don't understand if they want to call in an expert witness to explain all of this crazy behavior, especially from Jane, they should have been allowed to do that. I don't get it. It's not like they're asking for something unreasonable.
Yeah.
We have another person that did pretty much the same thing as Cassie, and you brought it in for Cassie. You don't let them bring him in for Jane. Jane is a very important witness.
Hmm.
Yeah, this not starting out good, but okay. I guess we'll have to hope that the jury is not smart enough, but like understands DV enough to uh come to a guilty verdict.
So I mean, Truthology said it's probably because it's redundant. I
Well,
guess they shouldn't. Well, I guess if you want to believe, like,
I
hear the
got to
lady.
update.
Go ahead.
I got to update. Garrigo says, you're testifying against Mr. Combs. She says, I'm testifying against him, question mark. Garrigo says, how many times did you prep? How many times did they prep you on how to be cross-examined at this trial? She said 3 or 4 times. Pardon me, 2 or 3 times. Garrigo said, did you bring in other prosecutors to cross you? She said yes. So she was prepped yesterday. I think she just fell apart. I think she's got a lot going on. I think that this man is still paying her rent intentionally. Let's not be
Mm-hmm.
fooled. He kept paying that rent on purpose
Right.
because he wanted to make sure that she gave him a favorable cross-examination. I don't know if her I don't know if her testimony on him was favorable. It really made her look bad. She was all over the place. Uh, I don't know.
And
I'm
we gonna
hearing
find
they're wrapping it up and there's no more defendants. Did you hear that? No more witnesses.
after her.
Yeah.
Well, I think I heard they may have. For sure, I heard that they was going to try to wrap it up by the end of this week.
Yeah.
Prosecution. So I don't know who else they're going to bring in.
Well, how about KK?
I know, but what if? See, maybe it's things we don't know about that neither. What if the defense had her have her? What if they know KK is not going to help their case? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, because not everybody's a snitch.
A snitch? Okay, Perry, we're not starting today with that. I just
No,
it
no. I'm
just
just saying. I'm saying not everybody is looking to write this book or to take him to civil court afterwards, because that's what I believe a lot of this stuff is to me. And I still go back to her testimony yesterday, but I'll let the cross examiner take care of it.
well, yesterday was a sheer disaster. Everyone pretty much said it. She kept contradicting herself, and that's was bad. And if you go back and compare her testimony
Hmm.
to the text messages, she was all over the place. I think she, I don't know. I don't know if it was intentional because he's still paying her rent, still giving her money. She didn't add that in. I don't know. It was all over the place. SDNY didn't trust the victims to tell the truth. Still don't want the shrink to the psychologist to speak in general. I mean, the judge denied it, and so it is what it is. But I'm just Truthology said maybe it was redundant. Maybe she wasn't going to say anything different than what she said from the last time. So maybe that was right.
Right.
So here we go. We got to update. Garrigo says, and they granted you immunity at the grand jury, right? She said, yes. Attorney, you said you had regret about some of the choices you made with Mr. Combs. She says, if you have it, I'd love to look at it with you. Again, attorney says, you said you had regret about some of the choices you made with Mr. Combs. Jane says, if you have it, I'd love to look at it with you. Jane, don't give us another shitty day. Do
Well,
not. I
well,
can't trust her.
no, Jane can try it, and it can work for the prosecution.
Mhm.
They ain't just gonna let her bullshit them. They just warming up.
Yeah, I know. It's going to be a bad day for Team Cassie. It's going to be a really bad day. I'm expecting it. It is what it is. A lot of
Because
people
go ahead.
uh oh, I missed. Yes, today is the cross. Uh
It's going on right now as we speak. The cross.
I just think today's going to be a bad day because if she did, here we go, we got to update. Garrico says, your choice to participate in that lifestyle for many years and you did not want to break up with him, right? She says, I did not want to. Garrigos, you had sex with other men for years. She said, I resent the emotional control. I was hooked from the start.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is going to be a bad day, you guys. We just got to get through it. The team, Cassie, it was a bad. It was bad since she's been on the stand since Friday, Monday. They've got to bring on KK, maybe Frank Santella, people like that. I don't understand why they're not on the stand. People are saying that they are going to bring them on probably later, but nobody knows for sure. Because we're about done with Jane. There's nothing else she can say. Contradictions all over the place. And yesterday, I even screenshotted this. I guess other bloggers are saying that this is a shoe-in and that um, he's guilty. He's guilty. You know, they're going to be giving him lots of sentences. But then when I went in DJ Academics chat, I screenshot of it. They were saying that other channels will read the transcript and leave things out. Will repeat what happened for the day and leave things out. And I guess one of the things that they left out yesterday is that she started the fight and she banged his head against some
Marble countertop.
I'm like, yeah, here we go. We got an update. Jane says, there was pressure to perform these facts. It was pressure to perform these acts. My lover desired. Gary goes, you used the word partner again and again on direct. He was your partner, question mark. She said, yes. You said you've having trouble answering for yourself. Why you had sex with these men? She says, yes.
Okay.
I'm just gonna, if there's any kind of typos or left out words, I'm gonna read it as it is, and then I'll go back later and try to fix it and see what they meant, because yeah, I think that's an easier read. Y'all buckle up. Here it comes. I mean, she was all over the place. Wait till do you think they're gonna hear the stories about Drake? And
Maybe not. Well, I'm not sure if they even go back to Drake. I don't know. They may not mention the name, but I'm sure they're gonna go and show a pattern. And I think when she said over over the time you slept with a lot of men, not meaning all just with Diddy, they probably gonna go back to show that you was loose as a goose and just a money grubber. Just my thing. B and BJ says choices. Jane was willing, paid participant. Now,
exactly.
that's what I believe. Now, that's what I think the question is now. Because you got to take off, was she his ex worker or was you his partner? She just said, I'm his partner.
Oh my God, I didn't even catch that. She did.
She set him up because now
I'm gonna screenshot that.
that's the part you got to define at the end of the day. Because they're gonna say, oh, she was the worker. He had these ex workers. That was trafficking when he took her from this state to that state.
We got to update.
Okay.
Garrigle says, you're in therapy now. She says, yes. You love Mr. Combs? Question mark. She says, I love to spend time with my partner. Gary goes, you wanted to be cuddled with him? Question mark. To give him foot rubs? You said, cuts off, objection to counsel making herself a witness. So it's been objected. And they better object all day long, because when I hear objection, it just takes me out of the story for a little bit. I can't stand it. And that's what the defense has been doing. So they've got to return the favor.
I
Now,
think the defense got to knock down the notion that she was an ex worker. They got to knock down the notion that she was coerced, because people use coerced, groomed to try to form this RICO. And the one law professor said that in order to do that, if she had other means, it knocks out off of that she was coerced because she had other means. It's like you take somebody that's
yeah, I heard that.
Yeah.
Explain that again.
So
Other means isn't, go ahead.
other means is other financial, like say if you got a broke person who couldn't survive, you can use your money for leverage. And then they would call that being coerced. Now, if you got money coming from your baby daddy, that's a millionaire, then if they can just pull all this stuff out, it would show that she had other means, that it takes that coercion off the table. Something to that effect. And it makes sense, like you ain't destitute, you had a choice. And, I hope I sort of explained it from what I heard, but that's basically what she's saying. That basically you had a choice. You had money. Now, maybe you had to move out that $10,000 a month house or whatever, but you had a choice.
Yeah, they're not gonna be good today. I'm just hoping that they bring Frank Santella and KK. And did you guys notice that Christina Coram has virtually erased herself from the internet? Good thing I took pictures before and all the other stuff. All of her stuff is down. I could usually did a background. Here we go. Attorney, pardon me, Jane. She says, I love to bathe with him, and we watched his favorite show. Attorney, what show was that? She says, Dateline. Attorney, did you believe he was not doing this with anyone else? She says, during this period, Gara goes, you looked at his messages. She said, yes. She's going to make her look like a fool because she's calling him her partner. She's saying she's in love with him. But day one, he told you this is an open relationship and I'm going to see other women. I don't know. Do you think she's doing this on purpose?
Oh, who? The liar?
Daphne. Let's just get real. Daphne.
Yeah, the liar. Yes. I mean, now she's trying to be real careful, like, and just try to act like she ain't the 304 that she is. But it's the cross is gonna bring out, I think, what she is and what her motives were.
You think they're gonna say she was an escort?
She gonna have to say it. Or I mean, she was his partner, so that's you much rather her just be his partner if you looking out for Diddy's defense. It's gonna show that she wasn't, well, they're gonna try to make it come across that she wasn't forced to do these things, that she did it by choice.
I'm thinking the prosecution would have been better off because everyone's waiting for this grand ending. I'm waiting for a grand ending because this can't be all that you have.
Yes, it could be.
I hope it's not, but it can be.
Yeah, it could be.
But I'm hoping that I think that they just did this wrong. They should have not called all these people to the stand. They probably should have just started out with KK and Frank. Because these people are under the influence. Let me keep going. Jane says, he was vulnerable in those hotel rooms, and I shared that with him. It was conflicting. I was breaking all my boundaries so that he would feel loved. Attorney, this brought you two together? She said, yes. The love making afterwards, that's what I enjoyed.
Okay.
Let me tell you, she shouldn't say that because they're going to bring up all these other rappers that you've been with. They are. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. If we know it on the internet, then they know it.
Yeah, when you say they shouldn't be bringing these people up, I think they do it because they don't have much of a case. Just me thinking. I know people can break down the RICO and all that. Any other normal man wouldn't get charged with a RICO with this. Even if all these facts was correct, they would not get charged with a RICO. That's my stance on that. But I'm saying they bring these people on because they don't have as much as you think. Go back to this. We should be talking about some experts on the stands talking about the evidence they found in Mansion 1, 2, and 3. They spent all this money kicking down doors. And then they only had to go to, look, the investigation should have been at the hotel because that's where these chicks coming from. That's where all the action went down. I don't think they had that much from the beginning. They was building something, whatever happened. And then now people change the narrative. Now people want to say, oh, well, yeah, it's a little less because all the other people that they was planning on using was paid off. That's an allegation.
They were.
Well, no, that's allegations, Sharrell. We're not sure. And then, okay, unless you had a deposition from these people, why did they move forward with a belief that we might have this person? See, I don't want y'all to make no excuses on why they can't put on a better show. You, you see, they was paid off because you got to have an excuse why they ain't got better witnesses. Now, one did run away accordingly, or apparently, but I
Gina.
don't.
They're saying it was Gina. I don't know. I just know,
You
you
know,
know,
and as much as I can say this, and I can't prove this neither. Let's go with the theory that some witnesses was paid off. I feel like some witnesses for the prosecutor was probably paid or coached. They got together in a group and formed this pattern, this stories. That's why some of them, not everybody's as bright as the last witness. Get the stories mixed up. Because did Cassie see her dangling? That one girl dangling, I ain't talking about Jane, dangling
you
from the
talk about
balcony.
Banna.
Yeah. Did she see it or not? And if you didn't see it, why even lie about it? Just saying. The one girl saying she seen Diddy hit her in the head with a skillet with eggs in it. Then she heard something hit the wall. So I'm just saying, like, those things you would remember. You would simply remember if you seen that shit or not. Them meeting with each other, having group meetings, talking about their future civil lawsuits that they can get.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And I ain't saying Diddy innocent, but I go back to say, I ain't saying these women are innocent neither. Diddy had his motives. They got their motives.
Yeah, it's a crazy lifestyle. The whole thing is crazy. Unbelievable. Something's wrong with Diddy. All of these freak offs and hotel nights. How the hell did he run multi-million-dollar businesses? And then last night, I was just watching a few clips of the interview, the guy that dated Capricorn. That's just a mess. He's
Mhm.
shady too. The whole thing is just insane. Like, I don't know. Why was everybody around Diddy weirdos, drug addicts, liars,
Mhm.
uh,
Well, or
money hungry? I wouldn't have paid for that
yeah.
damn interview.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So I mean, we can say that about Diddy, but then I can say, why were these girls so loose? Who was taking care of the family? It's issues on both sides. Like Diddy's a freak. We know this. Let's see the whole picture. Let's not look at half a screen. Let's look at all of it. Diddy's a monster, a freak, control, a woman beater. Then you got
Mhm.
these users, gold diggers, rather go and make $1 spreading their legs than home taking care of their babies. And
What
let's
is
let's
this right here? Crackheads, the RICO conspiracy criminals as follow: SDNY, Cassie, Jane, and the immunity crackheads. Like, that's how they're coming across. Here, I got an update. Garrigle says, you tried to be very sexy to him in those rooms, question mark. She says, I think I was sexy in those rooms, attorney, because you are a beautiful woman. Did you choose the wardrobe? She says, initially he did. Attorney, he liked baby oil. It turned him on. She said, yes. If I hear about baby oil one more damn time, X drugs and rock and roll. He was living the craziest life ever. Like, if you would have just read me this novel, I would say that they embellished for, you know, people to read the book, but these Hollywood people are freaks, weirdos.
Mhm.
These crazy lifestyles. Mm-mm. It's crazy. All of it.
And then another thing, I mean, as freaky as Diddy is, he probably couldn't have had these freak offs if he didn't have a girl willing to do it. Just a word for thought.
Someone said they're more like meth. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. Diddy included any of those people that's taken the stand if they weren't on crack. They named every drug there was. But
Okay.
crack, you think we think that they stayed away from crack? No. Somebody on crack. And it might be Diddy ass. Something wrong with him.
They had a different drug for different hours of the day.
We heard of hallucinogenics, that's the mushrooms, and then the MD, whatever those initials are, ketamine, all of it. Except for their white powder is pink. It's crazy. It's crazy. Oh my God, they make me feel like I need a damn psychologist.
I mean, but shouldn't they just be in divorce court instead of this federal criminal trial?
Well, I don't know. You know, I go back and forth. I should stay out of other people's chat, but I was listening to DJ Academics yesterday, and everybody's saying, so you get different feels on different channels. You get different feels.
Mhm.
And they were like, we don't even know why this was brought to court. Here we go. I got an update. Gergel says, how old were you when you started your relationship with Mr. Combs? She says 35. Attorney, what examples of your fantasy talk in those rooms? She said, he would have me and the entertainer be in a role play, cheating role play that Sean left town. I can't. I'm so done.
So now
Pretend like I left town and you guys are hooking up, and then I walk in the room. What? Diddy is a weirdo. A weird.
caught on tape. I'm gonna act like I'm gone, okay? Now you going in there, put those hooker heels on, and I need you to spread them wide, lube up with baby oil, and then I'm gonna bust in. Daddy's home. Look, what kind of freak? See, now she's just asking an important question. How old were you? How old were you? 35 when she met him. So now we could take the grooming part off of it from the 19-year-old girly love kind of thing. Like people want to spin it on that. She's 35 and she don't know how to keep her panties up. I'm just keeping it real, Sharrell. Don't sound good. Don't sound good what Diddy doing. If you was in the courtroom, you would see a whole lot worse. But we got to stop sugarcoating it.
What is that? Well, like, what do people get out of that role play? Do you remember Four was walking down the street with the thing around his neck and on his hands and knees? Do you remember that?
Who?
Four. Let me see if I can bring it. Watch the screen. I'm going to go. I don't get this. Like, maybe it's not meant for me. Role play. I would think you were out of your mind if you told me to put a green wig on and pretend like you're the tooth fairy. What? Weird.
Yeah, you going to stand by that dumpster and act like you homeless, and I'm going to pick you up in 5 minutes. Come on, that's some freaky shit. But anyway.
What is it called? SM.
With a dog collar?
Yeah, no, the category that it's in.
Oh hell, shit, I don't know.
Oh, wait, I gotta find y'all this. It was Four. Anyway, I don't understand that kind of stuff. I just don't get it. Maybe I'm a prude, whatever. First of all, you're not hitting me with no damn whip because I'm gonna slap the shit out of you. Like, no. Paddle, none of that. None of that.
Somebody just told you it's called BDSM.
I got it wrong. Hold on. BDSM. It's so weird to me. But you know, I can't judge anybody. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Thank you, whoever said that. Do you remember these pictures of four? Hold
What's
on.
cool? What are you talking about?
From Black Ink. You don't watch reality TV besides the
Yeah,
ones I make you watch.
but shit, is that the cousin? Your cousin? Well, I'm thinking, who are you talking about? I mean, you act like I knew the person.
Okay, wait, hold on. Just hold on, Perry. Hold on. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time. Oh, let me just put it up here like this. Let me do this. Okay, so here's a picture of four from Black Ink. I'm gonna try to make it bigger. He's walking down the street. He has like a collar around his neck and like a chain. Do you see it?
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, he won't do. He could just tuck his ass to South Carolina and pick cotton.
It was that, and then it was this, like he's in a cage.
Oh yeah, something wrong with him. I mean,
I wouldn't be shocked if Diddy did that. Like these people are cray. Okay. How embarrassing is this? He's on his hands and knees.
and
You're
next,
on television. You're easily recognizable.
next he's gonna have an apple in his
Hands
mouth.
and knees. And this one, he's in a cage. What if they don't open the cage? What if they decide to rob you? Like, I don't get none of this. Like, what? It's crazy, all of it. Oh my gosh, crazy. I would be thinking they're gonna rob me. You're not locking me in here. No, none of that. None of it. Here we go. Girl says, how high were you on your heels? She says 6 to 7 inches. Usually I wear the 3 to 4 inch heels. Attorney, you wanted your child to be closer to your child's father, but did the father see the child? Question mark. Jane says, what does that have to do with this? She's trying to introduce who your child father is. So the jury will get curious and do the unthinkable that Perry admitted that he would break the law and go on the blogs after court.
Mm-hmm.
Perry, why did you admit that? Do you think you really would have did that?
Yeah. I mean, so I don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't making up nothing. I was just telling you the truth.
Why would you do that?
I mean, look. If he wasn't paying child support, would she be in the blog saying he a deadbeat?
What does that have to do with anything? I asked you a question.
Because call her out for her thing, because she want the public to think he's so bad, but she can't even stay at home with the child. She got a babysitter on standby.
That might be relevant. I don't know. Let's see what the judge says. I think they really want to bring in 50 Cent. If you bring in 50 Cent, she really looks crazy. You're getting money from 50 Cent. You're getting money from Diddy. You've got your OnlyFans page. You've got your IG page. She looks crazy if they bring in 50 Cent. If they bring in 50 Cent, then they're going to bring in Drake. They're going to bring in Rick Ross. They're going to bring in Future. This girl been everywhere. I mean, who in the chat? I should do a poll. Who in the chat would be attracted to Rick Ross? No, girl, you with him for one reason and one reason only.
Okay. Well, it's not an update, but I got to go make me some more coffee because this shit about ready to get good in a minute. When they start asking you about your child that you wasn't taking care of while you spreading it.
All right, I got you.
Okay.
This is a mess. We got an update from CNN. It says Jane testified that she didn't want Diddy to feel judged during the hotel nights because it was a vulnerable moment. She says, I felt that my partner was trusting me in a very vulnerable moment. And well, so he made me believe that this was something really special. This was something only he and I did. And I really took that on very strongly. Jane said she believed that while they were together, she was the only woman Combs was having hotel nights with. She said she would go through the messages on his phones to make sure. Jane testified that she left loved at the time because we experienced these things together, and because we were really special. It was really special to him. As time went on, it was very conflicting for me internally because I'm breaking all my own boundaries just to make him feel extremely loved. Do you see why we needed the psychologist today? She's all over the place again. My partner, my partner. That is not your partner. And she's saying that because because she thinks she's getting to Diddy because she needs him to keep paying her bills. Once I heard that, I was done. But girl, he's not going to pay your bills. He's paying your bills for one reason and one reason only, at least now, is because you're getting ready. You were subpoenaed. That's why he paid for your attorney. He did the same thing to Shine. He paid for Shine's defense until he didn't need him anymore. And then Shine was on his own. Shine said he was $1 million in debt with his attorneys. Did he stop paying him? He called. Did he stop answering the phone? Like, this girl, she's not as stupid as she's putting on. She thinks, here we go, we got to update. Jericho says, who you fly weekly to Miami to see Mr. Combs? I don't know what that meant. She says, sometimes, attorney, we listed a 5 voice notes in which Mr. Combs sounded angry, but he sent you thousands, right? She says, yes. Attorney, why did you feel he was larger than life? She says, bright light. I know. I told myself, don't, just get through it. Just get through it today. Because I was pissed yesterday, but okay. Just, I don't know. Child, this is a mess. This is a mess. So on the outside, we know she's had relationships with Drake. We know she's been with Rick Ross. We know she's been with Future. It was someone else. We know she's been with Jason Derulo. I hope that stays out of court. Listen, I have no shame in my game. Perry is up front in his beliefs. I'm up front in my beliefs. I think Diddy needs to be in jail for whatever they can get him on. Whatever. I don't care. Just get him on something. It's ridiculous. I mean, all the people she slept with in the industry, this is the last person you need on the damn stand. I mean, if you ask me, that's true. But she's saying that these were relationships, but they all paid her handsomely. So I don't know. Girl's crazy. And what kind of lifestyle is that anyway? And 50 is right. He could take this transcript straight from the Diddy trial and put it in front of a judge who can determine custody. I hope 50 doesn't go for full custody. I think 50 has no time for a child. She's not I like 50 Cent, so don't get this wrong, but he's not a good father. I think that having her here brings some kind of balance. I mean, he works a lot. He probably doesn't have time for the child. That's what I mean by not a good father. I think he's putting more intention and love into Sire than he did Marquise. And at some point, I would hope that 50 Cent would please make it right with your oldest son and let these boys be brothers. This is crazy. I wonder if Sire even knows about Marquise because he's too little to go to the internet on his own. Yvette said, Sharrell, in that music industry, she is perfect for their image.
Right.
Yeah, but how many people are you going to be perfect for?
Well, and that's the trade-off. Like she's perfect for the image, and they're perfect for her needs, and that's where she went. But when I walked in, you said that 50 is not a good father because he wasn't there. But I guess my question would be to you in the chat: do you think that she could be a good mother by doing these hotel nights? Now, that's a serious question. Like when they would be gone for 9 days sometime, and her on her back for 12 to 18 hours.
Do a
I mean,
poll right now. Is she a good mother? I think that a child should be removed from their mother for the worst circumstances because we're not perfect. We all make mistakes. But if you love that child and you do the best you can with that child, you should be able to keep your child. Foster care is horrible. Foster care is horrible. And a lot of us have parents that no parent is perfect. I don't know. That's what I think. I couldn't imagine. I'm not perfect. I wasn't an escort, but I've made mistakes. And then it should just be a very, very, very specific reason that you lose custody of your child. Maybe you're physically, maybe something like that. I don't think she should lose custody of her child. Now, is she a shitty mom by going days doing this and then not just 50, not just with Diddy, she was doing it with all kinds of men. I love the fact how they left out who the rapper was and that she seen the other escort there. Girl, that was a setup.
mhm.
He told you to get down there because it's going on. It's just weird. I don't know. Did you do the poll?
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. I'm waiting. I'm gonna give him a couple minutes.
Shared custody. Yeah, I don't think she should lose custody.
Well,
I know what you're saying, MJ.
I'm just saying, like, you might not have that big of an interest in it, but what if your baby's father was out there slinging pharmaceuticals so heavy that it could put your kid's life in danger, or was never at home? He had your son or daughter, but then he was always gone.
Let me say this, Perry, after this update. Jane said, he introduced me to the gospel. He had a favorite pastor he'd watch on TV. Gara goes, has that stayed with you? She said, yes. Attorney, do you watch that pastor today? Objection sustained. Gara goes, how much did he invest in your dress line? She said 20K. This is about to go nowhere. What I'm saying, you guys, is that the parent I was at 20 is not the parent I am at 50. I think that parents make mistakes as long as it's not extreme,
Mhm.
not extreme negligence.
Uh-huh.
Because me and my mom I just love my mother. My mother's my best friend. But her and my father, they had a lot of turmoil going on in their early life because of the situations they were born into. But now, and my mom just grew into the perfect mom. I don't want no other mother but the one I got.
Yeah, but let me say this too before I forget. I understand the fact being 18, you'll be different at 18 or 50. But this young lady came in at 35. So shouldn't she have been? No, I'm just being serious because we talk about deadbeat dads all the time, right? And is she really raising the kid if she's always gone? And now a nanny or whoever is raising a kid?
I'm not going to change my stance, Perry. She deserves to be a mother. She's messing up
Right,
big
and
time.
he deserved to be a father. So nobody's taking that away. She can get visitation rights just like uh, 50 got. But to me, to keeping it real right now, she's worried about more her career and being famous than raising a child. That's just my outside opinion. Because if you sitting there with some 7-inch heels and you can't tell me what size shoe your baby wear, we got a problem. Now
Okay.
I'm not sure if she can or not, but I'm just saying.
Our son's ex-girlfriend, mother
Mhm.
was a prostitute, took her out the home. All she longed for was her mother, prostitute or not.
Well, I get it. And then maybe some kids yearn for their father. I'm just simply saying this. Whatever the hell they yearning for, it's her child, it's his child. Now it's up to him. It's not up to me whether he want to go and get his child or not. And what's the difference if he ain't got time? If the kid is at a babysitter, at least he's financial stable to take care of the baby without
I've
lifting
got
his
a
head.
CNN update. It says defense attorney Tenny Garagos returned to some of the times Jane and Diddy would get in arguments and stop talking. We would get back because we missed each other, she said. Jane confirmed that she wanted to be with Combs. So you would get back together with him of your own volition? She said yes. Here it goes, y'all. This is gonna be a bad day. Nothing she does at this point in her life makes any sense, but she still deserves to be a mother.
So
She loves
Sharrell,
that child, and so does Diddy. I mean, so does 50.
80% says they would not call her a good mother. Just
Now, should she lose custody? Go for the juggler. The things we got to talk about that we don't like. Let's see what the crowd thinks. Tamiko says 50 needs to do better. He could have brought her a house for the kid. At least Diddy was giving her money. He'd taken care of her the nerve. Well, she was getting child support from Diddy. I mean, from 50. That's what they're probably going to bring to the stand. She was getting child support from 50. She was getting money from Diddy. She was getting money from OnlyFans. She was getting money from her IG. And she kept seeing other men like Rick Ross. Who are the men? Jason Derulo, Rick Ross, what's his name? Drake and Future. It was a mess. Perry, thank you for standing up for true victims. Someone said thank you, Perry.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. I mean, because look, at the end of the day, that's where it's at. I'm just gonna try to be honest with both sides all the way around the table.
Okay, 50 was giving her $30K a month. She took him to court to try to get more and was rewarded less. I believe she was making 30 grand a month from 50 Cent. 30 a month? Then you want to increase it? I believe they dropped it to 6K, which is still reasonable. You had access to money. Yesterday, they showed on the stand that he paid you for advertising something on some other business he was in. So, I get 50 Cent saying he doesn't want to take care of another man for what happened with Marquise. I do blame the mother, but you've got to make it right, 50. How long are you going to not speak to your son for something that the mother did?
Yeah. And I think he should work it out
Yes,
with his son. I
he
mean,
was
never let.
getting
Yeah.
30K a month. Thank you, Nicole, for the super chat. 30 a month, getting 10 plus from Diddy because he pays bills and he gives her extra money, as they're trying to show today, for certain things. She got extra money.
Because if we broke up tomorrow, I would never let a breakup keep me from my relationship with my kids. And now 50 got to work on that.
I think 50 Cent is good right now as a father, where she brings them in to see the dad, bring him in on the set and stuff like that. while she's taking them to school and all that, even if there's nannies, I got it. She used a lot of nannies, but 50 can't be a full-time father. He's doing what he's
Neither can
supposed to
she.
do, and that's making money, huh?
I said neither can she. But one thing about 50, and somebody said, "Well, 50 don't have time either." I get it. She don't seem like she could be a full-time mother. I mean, no offense, when you on a tour of hotel rooms on your back, heels up, no pun intended, just saying that, where's the child? At least with 50, is more financial stability there because she don't know if she can afford the babysitter or not. And what would happen right after this trial when Diddy stopped paying the mortgage or rent or whatever it is?
Now you're
And
right about that. I got to update. Garrigo says, "Why did you join OnlyFans?" She said, "If I could get off it, I would. Financial need, attorney. Mr. Combs gave you money throughout the relationship. In 3.5 years, does 150K sound right?" She said, "I would assume." She's actually a con artist, to be quite frank.
say she a
It's all
gold,
about money for her, huh?
I ain't gonna say she a gold digger because people get mad when I say it. But
She would have went after Kanye if she could, but he was with Kim and then that other nut job. I haven't seen Bianca lately, so maybe the rumors are true that Kanye and Bianca are getting a divorce. The difference between 50 Cent and Kanye pays up. He'll give you, if you want a divorce, he'll give you the money that you're asking for. It's just, you got to do
Sharrell,
it. So,
it's 50-50. Should she lose custody?
no, she shouldn't lose custody. Parents make mistakes. Everybody in this chat is over 18. Everybody either has children or has the ability to have children. And we make mistakes. And if you are young in this chat, who you are today in your 20s or 30s, you're the person you're going to be in your 40s and 50s and on up is not going to even resemble. People change so much. You live and learn. And you
Yeah,
take your child with you through those things. Like, I'm not the mother that I was at
she's taking her child through a
22.
thing where her child one day will look and say, "Damn, that's what my mama did for a living."
I have an update. Garrigo says, "You told the government you gravitated towards providers." She said, "Yes. As a woman, I like that." Garrigos, "You called the house our house." She said, "Later, I saw it as my house."
Okay, well,
Oh,
who house it is? 'Cause shit, I always wonder who house it was.
uh-oh. I have to go eat something before I start shaking again. I'll be
Okay,
back.
all right. Yeah. Well, anyway, so look, people. I'm not saying she should lose custody, but what I'm saying is, it's real fast when people call somebody a deadbeat father, and it's more acceptable. But it's deadbeat mothers too. Now, whether they got the kid, and most of them, in my opinion, keep the kid so they can keep the income. So she's getting paid child support to nurture, to raise that kid. You know, a lot of single parents don't get child support. She's getting it, but then still choose to do other things. So I'm just saying, like, and ain't nothing worse to me for real than a deadbeat mother. And I know it's a double standard, and maybe I just became accustomed to deadbeat fathers. And I think they should go to jail when they don't pay child support. You know, but a mother, maybe because how I was raised, I always had a nurturing mother. My father, here or there, but he was cool. But I'm just saying, but he he could never replace my mother. So I guess you get certain props on it, but a deadbeat mother, woo, is bad. And to be honest with you, we could say that she's doing all this. Keep up the fight, Perry. What's up, Yolanda? Look, the whole thing is this. Ain't nothing worse than a deadbeat mother.
I have
Nothing.
an update.
Okay.
Attorney says, you thought it was important that his staff not know about the entertainers, right? Objection overruled. She said, right. Attorney, and that's a reason you go to the house that and a yard for your son. She says, can you say my child? Oh boy. And that's a reason you go to the house and that a yard for your son. And that's the reason that you go to the house, because there's a yard for your son. Is she talking about Diddy's house?
No, it sounds like she's talking about the same house she's staying in. To me,
She's
I
trying to
don't
have
know if it's different, but we never got around to who house it was. Well, she said
It's
later.
Diddy's. It's Diddy's.
Is
I
Diddy's
have a
house?
CNN update. They say Jane confirmed that Diddy sent her money throughout their relationship, and most of the time she didn't ask for it. Defense attorney Tenny Garagos asked if the total amount wired to her was more than 150K. She said, I never really counted, but I would assume that, yeah, that would be close. Jane said that when she met Combs in 2020, she was making money from Instagram, influencing, and also received $4,700 per month in child support. Once she was with Combs, she said she couldn't devote time to influencing and felt she only met 10% of her earning potential during their relationship. That was her reason for him giving her money. But could the reason had also been that you were an escort and every time you were on call? Yes, this lady, I still think she should be a mom though. Here in
Oh,
Texas,
go ahead.
34K
No, go ahead.
can get you a 4,000 square foot house. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to move to Texas. I hear you get way more house for the money. I want to move to Dallas, but I can't because everybody else has a life here.
I had something on that thing. Oh, okay. Yvette had said, of course, Perry, but more fathers than mothers. So stop putting 50 on the pedestal. I'm not putting them on a pedestal. I'm here when a man take the hit. Like I said, 50 got to do a better job with his other kids. But if I can call a father a deadbeat, I damn so can call a mother a deadbeat. Because,
But she's not a deadbeat, Perry.
well, I mean, wait. Well, I
She's
mean,
she's making
3 or 4.
mistakes. She's
I mean,
not perfect.
okay, I get it, but 3 or 4 is not a good example for a mother. Just saying, for me. Then Reese says, because Reese always gonna say something. Y'all are some male worshipers.
Mhm.
I guess. Why would you say that? Boy. But anyway, it's just what it is. Let's end it on, yeah, right, Perry. So I got to end that on a positive note. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, she could be in bad shape
Well,
if
Perry,
all this.
do you think he's really going to get asked for custody for the
Well, you
kid?
know what though? I mean, he might not, because he had threatened her one time before when she had alleged that he had raped her. And then she backtracked off that story too. So it's like anything for sympathy, anything for a money grab. But maybe he know he ain't got time, and that it's just easier just to pay her the money and the child is taken care of. I don't know. You
Plus,
know,
that kid, he's about 10 or 11, maybe 8 through 12. 8 through 10. He already loves his mother. You just gonna put him with the dad?
no, look, I didn't say I was gonna go and file a custody case. So I ain't putting them nowhere. I just said we talking about possibilities.
No, not you. Yeah.
Oh. Mm-mm. I ain't taking the hit. Mama Two said Sharrell, she started with Puff at a grown 35. I know. And basically why they saying that when you keep saying, oh yeah, people change from over the years. Most people at 35 really don't really change that. Well, that's just in my opinion. I ain't getting no serious research on it. But don't really change their personality after that point.
I mean, I get that. That's true. But I don't know.
And I wonder if the kid going on a trip Thursday, because maybe she had to be done with court, going
You are
overseas.
messy.
No, I
It's
wonder if the kid
messy,
going.
messy.
Huh?
Where's she supposed to be going on Thursday? Do we know?
Oh
She's
no,
not at
no.
liberty to tell.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, yeah. I'd be strictly speculating. She might be doing a photo shoot.
You are messy.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
We haven't had an update in 6 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But Diddy gave her an extra 150K. Like, there's no way she's going to come off as Diddy's victim. All that money that he was giving her
Mm-hmm.
is not going to come off as a victim. It's going to come off as you're money hungry. It's a lot of money.
And she a little snappy too and combative.
She kind of is.
Can you say my child? Okay. Now, see, if I was a cross, I say I'd take the hit for that. But when I get down to you being a 304, it would be that same tone. It'd be the same tone for me.
I think she's just upset. She had a hell of a last 3 days.
And then Yolanda got a point, right? She said IRS. Because I bet you she didn't pay tax on it.
Oh, it's a gift. It's a gift, I think. It's a gift.
Well, I think it's still, well.
Do you have to pay taxes on a gift? You should know. You do all that tax stuff.
Well, if I got a gift, I wouldn't do it. No, I can't remember, legally you have to do it or not. Let's see. Change the mess. I don't know. It's all taxable, G-Man said. But I ain't looking for her to pay taxes. I don't know. Like, she said that she was his partner. And I wonder how because they got to get him off if they going to help out Diddy, they got to show, well, I guess they started in a few minutes, get on her income that she had enough money to take care of herself so she wasn't coerced.
Have you followed the Beldani and Blake Lively case?
No, is that the one Taylor Swift got to testify in coming up next year? Coming up?
No.
Okay, no.
Anyway, it just got dismissed for anybody that's following that case. I really didn't have time for that case, but that was a mess too. So much. We had a very long day yesterday, so I hope it goes quicker today. Doesn't seem like it. The prosecution finally cut off. There's a objection. There's been like at least 3 objections.
It's like sitting in the library with no water.
It's court. At least we get to talk. What if you're just sitting there?
Oh no, today I'm fine with it because at least it gives me a chance just to use my imagination, not when they just coaching you to say something and just dragging on. May 5th, did you say to Diddy that you cared for him? I ain't got time for all that. But the cross, I do. Because everybody want to say how damning she was. I guess so, if you want to believe a liar.
There's a lot of stuff going on. Right now, they said that the leader sent the Marine Corps. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's getting crazy too.
We got so much going on today.
Mm-hmm. 2,000 of National Guard and 700 Marine. But
Okay. No, I got that. Yeah, we're just waiting.
they ain't had no sidebar, or nothing, did they?
No, it was an objection.
Uh, yeah. See, when you get in the tweets, you get just the basic bare
I got
minimum.
an update from CNN. They said Jane testified that when she moved into her new home in April 2023, she thought that if we got a home that was Diddy's taste level, then we could start at least doing hotel nights here in the privacy of our own home. Jane confirmed that she and Diddy did not want anything about the hotel nights to leak. She confirmed that it was important that the public didn't know anything about hotel nights and that Combs employees didn't know anything about the entertainers. Defense attorney Kenny Garagos asked if they had done any hotel nights at the previous apartments. She confirmed they had. Now, I'm here to tell you the employees knew about the hotel nights. If they
Um,
weren't there, their damn selves.
yeah, maybe some that clean up or whatnot, but
Those security guards.
he didn't want them to know about it. And this coming from her mouth, he didn't want nobody to know about it. So it sounded like one of those things. He wasn't sharing it with the enterprise.
Oh,
Well,
oh
he's saying like,
no.
of course things get out there, and whatnot. He gonna have his, and people will say, well, other people, it's the enterprise thing because they assisted him. They cleaned it up. They set it up. So if you had a maid, can you be charged with RICO? They'll clean up your bathroom. They might even cook your dinner. So that's what people that you hire do to assist with certain things. So just because they change the sheets, does that make you know that it's an enterprise thing or just him paying somebody to clean up his hotel room? I don't know.
Yeah,
And
it's
I'm
crazy.
I'm just so hell bent about it, right? Because I feel like everybody want to excuse it was a business deal with these people. I ain't saying neither side was right or wrong. That's what they chose to do. But when you go down like that, everybody go down together. Don't try to have an excuse for your behavior now.
I don't know. It's a mess. It's a mess. Thank goodness I'm not a juror. They have a very
Reese says,
complicated case to look through. Go ahead.
Lord Jesus, Perry, no hoes employees were forced to do illegal activities, harm people, kidnap, and silence drug people. It's Rico. Maybe. No, I mean, Reese, I get it. If you was on a jury, you would cast your vote for Rico. I would cast mine the other way. I cast my vote the other way. I feel like Rico is an overcharge for all these little things. And you would say kidnap. I don't look at it as a kidnap. Somebody said they was taken somewhere that they was kidnapped. It was mentioned, but then you got to ask the question: do I believe the person? And I don't. I believe if a person got kidnapped and was set free, you wouldn't take your dumb ass back over there. That what I would think. Illegal activities on both halves. Did he get prostitutes? Yes. These women, did they order prostitute? Yes. It sounds like a group activity, don't it? It sounds almost like an orgy. They all got together and just did it. Diddy did it for the freakness. They did it for the pay. Um, Forced labor. I haven't seen a picture yet of somebody with a GUN on their head saying they better do something. Now, I granted that's how they want to structure it. I was fearful to leave because then you'd have to pay your own bills if you was to leave. So I'm just saying, I don't know. It's just different ways how you look at it. But so in Perry eyes, if someone was taken by force with GUN, It's not kidnapping. Well, I mean, Mitchie, if you want to believe the person was, yes, there would be kidnapping if you was taken by force and taken to a place. But Mitchie, would you go back if you was released? If a person did that to you? And I'll wait for your response in the chat. Because
something
y'all
is
was
wrong. Something is wrong with you. I'm trying to tell you. You might have been at the freak off. Something is wrong with you.
and Ashley said, force is done by different means. I get it. Your need for money. And I heard all these sad stories. But y'all want to get look, y'all want to just get down to the whole thing where you constantly want to make an excuse for something. I'm not making an excuse for Diddy. He used what was available to him, which was these girls that was greedy for fame, cash, and attention. They used each other. So, but when y'all want to say, oh, y'all got a love relationship with males. Yeah, okay. I guess you got one with lying females because I can respect your opinion, people, and you can say it all day, but I got my own opinion too. You know,
I'm
that would
steady
make
checking you guys. I don't know what's taking so long.
so
I
let,
do
let
not
me
know
read
what's
something.
taking.
I got to read something nice because they've been on me. Perry, you're 100% right on this one. And say the beginning. I
Crazy.
wasn't with you on that point, but after hearing the witness and payday, he is
Mm.
walking free. And see, now either way, and even if somebody do it, like people can be just like Reese and everybody else on the jury and say, no, just for my hatred and all the things that I think he should have paid for, I believe these women are victims because they're women, and it's no way they could be a liar and a gold digger. So we're gonna send them down the road. That's sort of how it goes. But thanks, Sammy. I'm glad somebody agreed because
Then you
these
want the
women.
nerve to want support. That is crazy. You are out of your mind. Something is wrong with you.
Somebody
Thanks,
says Perry and
Sammy.
Sharrell met at the Freaknik.
Remember those?
Yep, Freaknik was crazy.
Do you think they have something like that these days for the
Ah,
HBCUs?
they stopped. Well, I don't know. I think I don't know now. I don't know. Okay, Reese says I can see right now. Reese like the debate. Them being liars and gold diggers are irrelevant. Her
That is
testimony is true and corroborated. Is it really? I mean, Reese, can you tell me? Okay, now since you want to talk about somebody's testimony, who's lying between Bama or whatever the girl is that's supposed to have been dangling, legs swinging across the balcony? Did Cassie see it or not? And if you're talking about Jane, we'll find out if she's lying or not because you only heard it from the prosecution side. Corroborated by what? Another lying witness? Or oh, she got a text message, right, Reese? That's proof. Come on. Look, why y'all mad at me? What a love at. Well, here we go. I got a friend. Helena Logan. Perry is right. Thank you, Helena. Look, I just want all of us to be able to get along. That's it.
no, you don't.
I do.
No, you
Yeah.
don't. I'm calling
Reese,
you out, sir.
come on, Reese. We ain't gonna be arguing all day about this.
What's taking so long?
If you see the proof, then cast your vote. I don't see it, so ain't no vote coming from me. We're gonna leave Helene up there for a few minutes for y'all to understand. Perry is right.
It's like they went on a break. Maybe I don't know what's taking so long.
Yeah, I don't know neither.
Lots going on, ain't it?
Mm-hmm. I can't love Reese no more than what I do because she's on it.
Oh my
She
gosh.
said, I'm not on the jury. We just literally having a discussion. I know. I know. That's why I love you. Because
You're like a pimp.
you're going to voice your opinion, and I am too.
We've not heard a response, you guys, in 11 minutes. I don't know what's going on. 11 minutes. Is the whole day going to be like this? I've never seen the prosecution object. Here, I got an update from CNN. It says, defense attorney Tenny Garagos showed the jury text messages and auto messages between Jane and Diddy from March 2023, right after the Turks and Caicos trips. She previously testified that during that trip, Combs sprung an entertainer and a hotel night on her, prompting an argument that threw things off between them for days. The two traded loving text messages and voice messages about how much fun they had. In Combs' voice note, he said he loved her. Combs also mentioned that Jane's contract on the audio recording, which Jane testified was a reference to the love contract they just brokered, which led Combs renting a $10,000 a month home for her. The jury heard an upbeat recorded response Jane sent Combs telling him that she had so much fun on the trip and she loved him and felt closer to him. She said on the recording, everything just feels good and I'm so happy. Jane testified that she did have fun with Combs and was expressing that she loved the time with him, excluding the time they spent with the entertainers. Now, I don't know why they don't call these people escorts. All of a sudden, they're entertainers, gives you a wrong impression. These were
they're trying to be polite. They're trying to be polite. I mean, like,
okay.
they call Jane his partner. You
Very
know what
good.
I mean?
Something is wrong with you. I don't know. I don't know how I've lasted 33 years with sheer torture. This is ridiculous.
Well, you know what? At the end of the day, I mean, you got to put it all in perspective, right? And be respectful for all crafts. The escorts, yeah, calling them entertainers is a good thing because it's a career for a lot of people. Uh, being a 304, we've got to change that title and just call them, I don't know, entertainers too, or private or independent contractors. I mean, because it's a career. It's a career there. So, some people, I mean, they got all kind of careers. I mean, you got people who go to college just to be the person that greets you at the library. Is it a librarian? Then you got people, that do these other things. And it's a service that the community need.
Oh my God. Something.
Stephen Joy says this. Harry, I agree with you 100. She's a
Oh,
304 who went behind her friend to get smutted out for 10K per month. Yeah. And she did take her friend's man.
oh my God, y'all. We're dealing with a case that could get somebody locked up for life. We have to take things serious and remember that this is an important decision. It's very important.
That's why we talking about the character of the witness.
I can't.
Shit. We got to talk about it. And ain't no excuse she was young. 35 ain't that young. And Cassie wasn't really with Diddy at 19 like y'all tried to fool me earlier in the trial. She's with another another man that was 10 years older.
Something is so wrong with Perry. I don't know. Listen,
Who sung that song? Lil Boosie? Loose as a goose.
I don't know what you talk about, sir. Listen, you guys, I live in the same house with Perry. I wake up, standing next to him. We're either doing YouTube, real estate all day long together. At the end of the day, he wants to talk about what happened. Then, once we go to bed, he wants to talk about it in bed or watch something that gets him angry, that damn DJ Academics. I put up with this 7 days a week. 7 days a week. I might have a 5150 hold eventually because this is getting ridiculous. Perry is out of his mind.
No. Perry's educational. See, I be trying to push you further down the road because if you was a fast learner, we wouldn't be disagreeing today.
Look, somebody said, "Oh my God, I'm praying for you, Sharrell." Thank you. It's very hard, very hard. Oh, and don't forget, he got 2 boys that join in on him. He has my children nuttier than a fruitcake, both of them. What is taking so long?
I don't know neither. I'm just flipping this thing, trying to see what's happening.
Do we know anyone in the court today? In the inside?
B and BJ says she need that 1099 to pay those taxes because she was working. Yeah.
I mean, it could be a problem. It could be.
It,
But I don't
and,
think it will be.
and the prosecution should just hand it to her because they want her to say she was working, that he had these ex-workers that was crossing the lines with it, crossing the state lines.
Perry, we have a very important question here. Do we know each other? I hardly talk to him. I don't know who he is.
Oh no, maybe she was saying how did you fall in love with me or something? I think that what she meant. Like,
no, me and Perry been married 34 years. Perry was I was very young. He took advantage of me. No, I'm just kidding. That's a joke.
I groomed you.
That's a joke. Oh, jeez. They are fighting like hell, ain't they?
They got to be on some kind of break.
No.
They got
Somebody
to be.
would have said it. I don't know what's taking so long.
Maybe he had to go.
Fighting tooth and nail. This is possibly her last day on the stand. She's been doing really bad. They cannot. This is Friday. What's today's date?
Tuesday.
They're being good attorneys. Yeah, today is Tuesday. They want to undo the damage that was done and the damage that they know could be coming up. She could talk about the other rappers that she dated and got money from. That would be just a damaging thing on the stand.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. I got an update from CNN.
Yeah, we'll take that. We'll take any update we can get.
It says Jane confirmed that when she moved into her rented home in April 2023, Combs paid $40,000 upfront to cover the security deposit and the rent for the first and last month. It's a rented home. Okay. Defense attorney Kenny Garagos pointed out that the landlord already possessed several months of rent payments in case Combs ever decided to stop paying the rent. Garagos suggested Combs indicated that he was also open to paying 3 more months, of Jane's rent when they were about to break up. Garagos asked if she ever believed Combs would stop paying rent. She says, there were some times that I definitely felt that he would do that, Jane said, and he used it kind of as a little tool. The rent was always just like a little reminder. And then it says in parentheses, remember, Jane, who dated Combs from 2021 to 2024, testified last week that as a part of a love contract she entered into with him in 2023, Combs agreed to give her $10K monthly that she used on rent for a new home. She moved into the rented house in April 2023, and Combs still pays for the rent, she testified. That's damaging. That's damaging because it could easily be interpreted, especially if they bring in the other men, as escorting, because you said yourself every time you saw him he wanted a hotel night, even if he had, in your words, trick you into it. If they bring in these other men, she's done. She's done.
I mean, for real, you get to be a dumbass 35-year-old if you want Perry to think somebody tricked you into all this stuff. Like, let's keep it real. So sometimes we got to just be straightforward. And that's where we at. You had to be one dumbass 35-year-old for me to believe somebody tricked you into all this. You knew what you was doing. You had babysitters on standby.
I don't know why she said that. That was just
Because no, it's the truth. She was letting you know how organized she was. And she went from 4-inch heels to 6 to 7-inch heels. You know, well, just let you know she was upgrading. You know what I'm saying? She was upgrading.
So they've got a lot of stuff that they want to keep out because, you know, according to the rumors, Drake was very giving when it came to money.
Well, hell, so was Diddy.
So was Diddy. So was 50. He only got her her monthly reduced. I can't remember what the reason was. But he used to give her a lot of money. $30K a month. I can do a lot with $30K a month.
Yeah, we could. Yeah.
You know, you don't need to pay. I don't think. If you want a fancy house, you shouldn't pay more from 5 to 6 a month. You can get a really nice house for 5 to 6. And that other stuff, the 10 is over the top. And you might not be in Beverly Hills. You better be somewhere else. Studio City. You might be in Studio City, but you're not going to be in Beverly Hills. But who cares? It's still a nice home. And Studio City is still a nice area. So I don't know what goes through her head. She's just, you know, making herself look really bad.
I'm with you, Barry. I was just reading the super chat. See, I'm not the only one think like that. And this is coming from a female saying that this girl ain't nothing but a 304. And it's not like this. You don't have to groom a 304 to be a 304. That'd be time wasting practice. Why groom somebody like y'all and say, oh, he was groomed, when you can go out there and get the professional? Cassie was already a pro at it, and no, she didn't learn oil when she was with Diddy. She already was good at it. Just for y'all to know.
Please stop. You are giving me a heart attack. Just stop.
When she got, I mean, she was so good at it, she got the knee pads implanted in her knees. I'm just keeping it real. And then now you got this Jane. She done went to every rapper. Who next? Lil Boozy? Who next? She go from rapper to rapper. And if she was at a concert, she'd be leaving this rapper's bus, going to this bus. She's like a lot lizard.
Carrie, please.
She's like a lot lizard. Just cute. Now she's cute though. But that's what she is.
Well, one thing that really baffles me is these women going, it's clear that Rick Ross pays for your services. You know, he was with that girl that's suing Bravo. I can't think of her name. That girl did you know that girl is suing Bravo for 20 mil, Perry?
Mm-hmm.
The
Yeah,
girl
don't
that
get me.
got Kenya fired. What's her name?
Brit,
Yeah,
Brittany,
he was
and
definitely with Britt. Now he's with not Cassie. What's her name? Daphne. This
she's a
is a
career
mess.
woman. She's a
Hmm?
career woman too, I think. Brit, she's a career woman, if you know what I mean.
Most definitely. Kenya didn't do nothing to her that she didn't do to herself. Kenya didn't make them damn tapes. I'm pissed that Kenya's fired. And now she's suing them for $20 million.
What's up with these damn updates? They got to be on a break for real.
No, I haven't missed an update.
No, no, not you. I'm just saying I think they got to be on some kind of break.
But it's
I mean, just a
10 back there. I don't know what they're doing. They're fighting like hell. That's what they're
maybe they
doing.
be on a smoke break.
And let me tell you why they got to fight like hell. For some reason, if the jury gets wind that the other baby daddy is 50 Cent, and you know how much money he's worth, that would be worse than if her dad was somebody named Bill. This is 50 Cent.
Hey,
I
Sharrell,
think
hold it down. I'm gonna step on the balcony before it get too hot.
Yeah, hurry. Oh, yeah. You guys
Yeah.
got so hot yesterday in Vegas. It was like 107. Okay, it was hot. Now, I'm the type of person can't be in heat. Remember I told you guys after my surgery, I couldn't be in heat anymore. So in the summer, why would I move to Vegas? Because my son was here. But I go from air conditioner to air conditioner to air conditioner. I try to stay out of the heat. If I got to go shopping or something like that, I go at night when the sun is down. I'm tortured for 3 months in Vegas. I don't even go to the strip. And then yesterday, no, about 2 days ago on the strip, did y'all hear about this? I wonder if I should talk about it. They didn't tell me if it was a break or a sidebar. They just said objection, and then that was it. So I don't know what's going on. Let me double check. I haven't heard anything from CNN in 8 minutes. And longer than that on the main. So I don't know what's going on. Let me text my friend in the courtroom. Okay, let me text her really quick. I try not to bother her as much, but we need to find out what's going on. So let's see what she says. Okay. She said they're on a break. She said that the jury was dismissed. I don't know what's happening, but they're talking to the judge. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on. They're probably arguing over evidence. I don't know what they're doing. So the jury's on a break. This is longer than a break. I'm sorry, you guys. That's what's going on. I don't really know. I think they're arguing over evidence. Whatever they're arguing over, they've been shown the jury voice recordings and pictures today, but not the other people in the court. This is a long time. 18 minutes is a long time. Someone says, legal note, there is a motion to dismiss juror number 6 for misconduct. She's been doing unethical things. How do you know, Wayne? Because I'm told that they were sent out the courtroom and they're in a break. Oh my gosh. Wayne, I can't verify. Wayne says that there is a motion to dismiss juror number 6. Would that be a mistrial? Or would they replace him or her? Let me ask my friend. Hold on. Hold on. Let me ask my friend. Even she's taking a minute to get back to me. Perry, come back in. I know you're listening. Come back in. Perry, go text your friend and tell him what we heard. There's an issue involving one juror during a sealed off the record session with attorneys. What does that mean? There's an issue with one of the jurors doing a sealed off the record session with attorneys. What does that mean? Perry, come back in, babe. Come back in so I can talk to you. Something's going on. Let me go back to CNN. Hold on. Something's definitely going on, you guys. We don't know what. I don't know what my friend's talking about. I'll read it again. She said there is an issue involving one juror doing a sealed off the record session with attorneys. I'm just going to ask her what that means. Hold on. Babe. She said there was a private discussion between the judge and attorneys about a potential issue involving one of the jurors. It happened in a sealed session. What is a sealed session? The public and the press were not allowed to observe it. I don't know what she's talking about. Here, we got an update from CNN. No, that's old. So whatever's going on, the people inside the courtroom don't know. It's like a sidebar. Well, they're just gonna leave us sitting here? I guess we're just here. They haven't even said anything to the people inside. Everybody's just sitting here. But it has to be important, or we wouldn't be sitting here this long. They're in the judge's quarters. I don't know what they're talking about. They're just gonna leave us sitting here. Perry, come here. You didn't hear me calling you?
No, I was not listening to something.
They're saying that they're having a problem with one of the jurors.
Yeah,
And
I'm listening to Dennis.
okay, what is he saying?
He basically saying that.
Come on, you got to come up.
Okay,
No, go.
okay,
come on.
Okay.
Perry's talking about it on the phone to one of his friends. Tell us. Okay. Hurry up, because I want to know what's going on. You could have told us, Perry. Just left us sitting here. Okay. Okay. Okay, so Perry's on his way up. Something's going on. Something's going on with a juror. I don't think there's a problem if something is wrong with the juror and they have to be dismissed. That's what they have alternates for. This is crazy. Perry just went to the restroom. Perry, hurry up. Perry, just tell me then. Because we're just sitting here waiting. Okay, go ahead. Hurry up. So Perry knows what's going on. I guess he was on the phone when he said he had to take a break. So let's figure out what's going on. I can hear him walking up the stairs, so here he comes. So whatever happened, they dismissed the jurors. Everybody's just sitting there. They're having a sidebar with the attorney, and it's been a minute. And usually this judge is pretty good with, okay, what's going on? What we know.
Okay, so basically with the jury thing, that's what I was trying to find out. Dennis said he don't know exactly what's going on, but the prosecution want to get rid of juror 6. The defense want to keep him. So he was speculating. He said typically when that kind of happens, that either the jury could have been overheard talking about something or something like that. But the defense want to keep the juror. The prosecution want that juror out. And then he was telling me about that motion got denied. And it was a little argument back and forth because he said that basically when the prosecution and the defense was sitting there going at it, that, arguing about the mistrial thing, the judge sort of implied a reason why it shouldn't be instead of the prosecution. So, but he gonna allow the defense time to put some order in for instructions to give to the juror. Now we're not sure if how that's gonna come across yet. Whether he gonna let the jury know that this witness lied or not. So not sure how it's gonna be structured, but they got to inform the jury of something. right before deliberations.
I'm very confused as to what's going on. For some reason, they want to get rid. The prosecution wants to get rid of juror number 6,
Mm-hmm.
and nobody knows why, right? And
No.
the defense wants to keep that person in. What
Mm-hmm.
motion that you talked about that got denied? The motion for
Mistrial.
a
Remember this
mistrial?
morning when they was at the thing going back and forth,
Uh-huh.
debating, but the judge denied it. But he was just telling me that basically it sort of went down where they was going back and forth, but the judge came up with a reasoning why not to have a mistrial instead of the prosecution.
Oh,
You see what
can
I'm
he
saying? Like,
can
because
he
the
do that?
prosecution sometimes I don't know.
I, I,
Maybe. Hmm?
the judge is showing bias.
Well, yeah, and
Bias. I've been saying all along he's
I
biased.
think I think the judge gonna do anything not to have it on his shoulders. Why either he found guilty or innocent. I think he wanted to play out. But yeah, it
All
is.
right, people, there you have it. There's a problem with juror number 6. The prosecution is asking for juror number 6 to be dismissed, and the defense is arguing to keep them in. He's willing to listen to the defense if they write up some motion. So what happens to us in the meantime? We just sit here?
I guess so. I'm gonna try to find out some more though. But
Okay. All right, go back and find out some more, and
okay.
I'll let you do your thing. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right.
Oh, y'all. It's getting real. It's getting real when you start asking for dismissal of judges. Now, Wayne, you said, wait, hold on. Let me see. Here's Wayne again. He says, Shapiro said, we object to juror number 6 being stricken. It's under seal, but, and then the judge says, everyone will be heard in this matter. An alternative juror will be seated soon. So there's definitely a problem with juror number 6. Looks like they'll be able to listen to the judge appears to be willing to listen to both sides. In the meantime, they're going to substitute an alternate juror. Child, this is a mess. Now, Wayne, what did you say was the original reason? I done forgot. He said something. Can you put it in the chat again? So 6 is being dismissed. Basically 6 is being dismissed, but he's going to hear it probably on a separate day, probably still get to hear, but right now he's going to be replaced by an alternate. He said it's a black male and he's older. Child, they're going to fight like hell to keep the black men on there because black men live by a secret code. Let's be real, y'all. Black men live by a secret code. The trial does not start over. No, it's not going to start over. Jury number 6 is going to write a book now. I guarantee it. Guarantee it. This is shocking. Shocking. Oh, here goes Wayne, you guys. Thank you, Wayne. Juror number 6 has been making faces, mumbling, and showing unprofessional behavior in the jury. He's a black man. Listen, black men, whether they say it or not, live by a certain code. They protect each other. Let's just be real. They say women, take over men and make up deadbeats. Deborah says, probably juror 6 knows baby daddy is 50 Cent. Juror 6 is the one of the few black males. They're not going to the judge may get rid of them. What I meant was the defense is going to fight like hell. They're going to fight like hell to keep a black male in there. Now, will it work? I don't know. CNN update. Thank you, somebody. Thank you. It says, describing a time when Jane still was getting to know Diddy, she testified she was with him in Miami before he brought her a pair of shoes. it was something bag and a bracelet during the trip. He explained to her that he led a polyamorous dating lifestyle. Oh Lord. Jane said she didn't mind, of course, because they were getting to know each other, but it became difficult once she had deeper feelings for Combs. She says, I was feeling my man and wanted him to be mine. Jane also said she felt there was an imbalance in the treatment she got from Combs in comparison to how he treated his other girlfriends. Like, that's interesting, but I want to get back to this juror. Make sure. Hold on, make sure. Okay, I didn't miss anything. This is shocking. When you start replacing jurors, another CNN update. Okay. Oh, this is another update. Jane said it became difficult for her when Diddy started spending time with Young Miami about 6 months to a year after they began dating. Combs and Miami had a very public relationship that appeared to be monogamous and would post each other on social media. But Jane said her relationship with Combs was very private. It was definitely not something that I signed up for, she said. I didn't sign up to date a man that was in a public relationship. Girl, he told you from the beginning. She is getting on my nerve. She's getting on my nerve and enters Miss Miami. Now we can talk about her. Let's see what y'all talking about. Someone said this trial is over. You think it's over? It only takes one. Prosecution knows that. Yep. Hi, Goose. She says, of course, Young Miami took from Jane Doe's money and what he wanted. Yeah. This, the music industry has their hands. Perry, this is interesting.
Yeah.
I've never heard.
I mean, nobody know why yet, but maybe I'll find out later why they're trying to replace that juror. But
could this mean a mistrial? I know it probably doesn't, but I'm just asking.
No, because that's what they got the alternates for. So they'll just replace, do whatever they got to do. But it sets up for an appeal, probably. You know what I'm saying? It's an argument for an appeal, maybe. But I was just talking about some of the testimony. I was told that I guess the cross was getting into her finances, and I guess the baby daddy, 50, was only giving her 4,000. Diddy was giving her 10.
But he was giving her 30. He had it reduced.
Right. I mean, but we at the time, and so what I was told is that it's setting a pattern that she only date wealthy men. That she chose to be with Diddy because the more
okay, she's done, you guys. She's done. I told you when the minute they mentioned Drake, Rick Ross, Future, and Jason Derulo, it's going to make her look like a escort. It's not going to come across good, huh?
For her, it was a bidding system. She don't give a damn who you are.
Oh my God. Let's see what the crowd has to say because everybody's in shock. The judge probably will take the juror to his chambers and tell him if he continues to act appropriately, he will either be dismissed or levy sanctions against him. Child, she only wants to be a mom to a billionaire so she can inherit whatever her son gets. I don't like her, and it's not due to jealousy because I am fine with myself. I mean, I told you guys, if they introduced the other wealthy men that she was dating, uber wealthy, let's see, Drake, Rick Ross, and 50 alone, and Future, well, all. That Jason Derulo guy, I don't know him, but he still is worth 16 million. It's not as much as the other guys. But so that he's still a millionaire, huh? Am I missing an update?
No, I'm asking you, did we get any more?
No, I've been checking heavily.
Okay, well, you keep checking. I'm going to see if I can find out a little bit more.
Okay, I have another CNN update. It says, On their first trip to Turks and Caicos, Jane suggested Diddy go to a rehabilitation center in Thailand when she realized how the drugs he was taking affected him. On the flight to Turks and Caicos, she noticed his hands shaking, eyes, teeth, and coloring seemed off. She says, I could tell he wasn't taking very good care of himself. Uh, Defense attorney Garagos suggested that Jane knew he was a drug addict from early on. She said, in the beginning, I didn't really know how to label it. I encountered somebody that was overdoing the partying. Jane added, as a relationship continued, I noticed a very strong pattern, and I still didn't really even label it as a drug addict. Okay. I think now I would say that, but then I just would say that he was a really big partier. It
Yeah.
says testimony has paused as the court is taking what is expected to be a quick break. It's not a quick break, it's a long break.
Yeah.
And
And
how do you just replace a juror and you don't tell the people in the court why?
and then two, I was gonna say that whatever. Okay, now and then Jane basically said that she didn't start. Well, I mean, whether it's major or not, that she didn't start doing ecstasy till she was 35, meaning when she got with Diddy. So I guess she gonna blame the drug habit
Bobby,
on us.
you missed it. You
Yeah,
missed
good
it.
morning. Good morning.
They're trying to get rid of juror number 6 for whatever reason. And the prosecution wants juror number 6, a black male, gone, and the defense is going to fight like hell to keep him in. Now, what did the juror do? They said he made gestures or something like this, showed a favoritism towards Diddy. I don't think that, I don't think they're going to just, no, don't let me lie. I don't know.
Yeah, you got it. I'll be back. You got it.
Uh-huh. Trish said he didn't do anything wrong. I mean, yeah, think about it. He can make motions. Is it inappropriate? Yeah, but should he be dismissed for it? Someone said the government is trying. The people in court is definitely noticing something going on. How do they move on today with all this drama? I don't know. They didn't tell us anything. They just sat here. We were sitting here like, what's going on? My friend inside was like, think there's a problem. They sent the jury out. Mm-mm. No, it's his I hate saying it, eligibility, I believe, as it relates to his jury forum. Y'all got all kind of comments. It's all of the professionalism. CC's in the courtroom who are complaining about jurors and have been taught the prosecution to bring up to the judge. Prosecutors are nasty. The prosecution knows they are losing this case and they are desperate. Juror number 6 could have tainted the whole jury pool. Mistrial? I mean, I don't see the judge getting a mistrial, but they can ask. He should have kept a straight face. I know. Okay. Is it Perry? It's all the bloggers and they're talking too much. I'm not going to say anything bad about a blogger because I am one. So I don't know. It's a win for trafficking. If all else fails, Diddy will be looked at as a joke for life instead of a legacy of something great. No, he's never going to recover from this. I don't think. The judge is like, man, oh man, I know. I heard the jury been acting up for days. That's what you heard? You guys, let's be serious. Did he taint the juror? The jurors with an S? The jury? or juror without an S. So yeah, no mistrial. I don't think there's going to be a mistrial either. They're going to clear the courtroom. No one is going to be allowed in. So they sent the people out. Let me see. Y'all know Brian Steele is an attorney for the defense, and Brian Steele pulls all kinds of tricks. I know he's good friends with Toria. Where are you, Toria? Girl, where are you today? We mean it's all the bloggers who are inside the courtroom who are the ones complaining about the jurors. And some of them said they are going to notify the prosecution. Oh boy. I want to ride with the jurors. With the bloggers. I'm always going to be team bloggers. But some of the bloggers can be really messy. That's I asked you, Love, donate in New York. He's telling YT why you're here. You mean you flew way over? I don't know what she's talking about. From Australia? Oh, she's talking to somebody else. Listen, I'm a blogger. I'm always team blogger. The media treats us really like shit. Here we got a new update. It says Sean Diddy Combs' mother, sister, and 2 sons are in the courtroom today in the row behind him. Attorney Mark Geragos is also seated in one of the defense rows, watching his daughter Tenny question Jane on the stand this morning. Combs smiled when Jane testified that she liked to give him foot massages and began nodding when she said, "He was my baby." He also briefly spoke to the courtroom sketch artist. You guys, now listen, Diddy is either paying off somebody on the jury, he is cozying up to them on the jury. He's definitely cozying up to what's her name? Daphne, making herself look more ridiculous. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Diddy's running the courtroom. He's running the damn courtroom. Stop making rumors. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm reading from CNN. He's smiling at Jane. He got in trouble a couple days ago for nodding at the jury. Now he's nodding at her. You got other jurors we think nodding. I don't know what their inappropriate behavior was. This is unbelievable. Yeah, some bloggers are messy. I had Nancy Grace. Listen, everybody's saying that Gene Dill and Tisa Tales are liars. I don't know them. But they are saying that they're setting people up. They're setting up scenes. I hope it's not true. Don't know them, but can't act like it's not what's not going on behind the scenes. You guys all know that Donata's losing his mind over there, calling them out, and they've got something going back and forth. Yeah, this is unbelievable. I'll tell you what, I'm glad I'm not there. It says homegirl thought she was so fine, she would be the main woman. How does she think that, Carl, mom? Because he told her from the beginning this is an open relationship. She says, so Jane put a quarter in your bleep because you played yourself. Oh, God. Pure Joy says he's complaining about how the sketch artist is portraying him. He did. He probably asked her to make him look better in the drama. Listen, Diddy is running the courtroom, you guys. Diddy is running the courtroom. I don't know what to say. So I'm saying nothing. I'm just telling y'all what's going on. You got the bloggers being disrespected by the mainstream, but the bloggers are getting the tea. Some of them are being accused of making up the tea. You couldn't pay me to go to that trial. You can't pay me to go to that trial. What part is a lie, Soup Bone? What part is a lie? What's the false? No. What you're not going to do is accuse me of passing false information. What part is false information? That's what you're not going to do. What is the false information? You tell me the false information right now, or I'm going to kick your ass out. What's the false information? Now, what you're not going to do is drag me in that shit and call me a liar. What's the false information?
What's going on?
I don't play that shit. You bold enough to talk about it in the chat. Then when I ask your punk ass, tell me the false information, now you don't want to say shit.
What happened, honey?
I was telling them the rumors about Gene and Tisa being a liar, how they're fighting with Dana, all that stuff is going on, how the mainstream is fighting with the bloggers, and she talking about you spreading false information. What part is false? So what you not gonna do?
No, I mean, what's false about it?
And then you come in here talking shit, and then when I call you out, your coward ass leave. Don't get me in that shit. Sharrell ain't never been sued for lying, ain't been accused of lying. So if you bring your punk ass up in here again, I'm going to kick you out. I gave you a chance to answer. I'm going to give you 5 damn minutes to tell me what I said that was false information. It's not what you going to do. Don't play that shit with me. I don't play that.
Whoa, okay.
No, I don't play that. My integrity is everything. If I'm lying, say it. Don't come up here with that shit. And then I give you a chance to say something and your punk ass leave. That's what we're not going to do. But anyway, it's all kind of shit going on in this trial. This is what I was talking about. It feels like Diddy's running the courtroom. Come on, Perry. He winking at the juries. He's winking at her. Remember old times? We were so much together. Come on.
I'm not going to doubt that. I mean, they said he was nodding and doing some stuff. Look, the whole thing is, it's a lot of craziness going on in that courthouse, period. From the prosecution to the defense. That's how these things get. Now,
and that's my damn opinion. And I'm allowed to that, especially on my own channel. What you not gonna come up here and do is accuse me of being in that shit. I don't lie. I never lied. I ain't been accused of lying. I ain't been sued for lying. None of that shit. I think that people who do lie, bloggers that lie, is a damn shame. I don't give a damn if I got 5 people in my chat. I'm telling the truth. Period. Lying is a temporary solution to a big problem because when you lie, it always gets exposed. And you gonna bring your punk ass in here, accuse me of being in that mess. I never even claimed to know Diddy, let alone all the shit that's been going on out there. I'll say this is the rumors. This is what I heard. I've been doing this shit a long fucking time. I'm not a newbie. I'm not hard up for cash. I don't even have to work if I don't want to. Y'all know that. That's not bragging. That's just the plain truth. I'm not trying to hit the blogs for my rent money every damn month. Everybody in YouTube is getting less money because we are in a recession. They're not paying up. So I'm not forced to go on 3 and 4 times a day with lies so I can pay my rent. My homes with an S are all paid for. Don't play that. I'm not hard up for cash. I'm not forced to lie. I'm not throwing nobody under the bus. I said their names because that's the shit that's going on right now. Y'all been seeing them damn bloggers reporting on it. I can't. Here, let me take a break. You got it. I'll be back.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, look, I'm not exactly sure what happened, but look, my wife ain't up here lying about anything. If we voice our opinion about something, that's just what our opinion is. We're not out here saying we got evidence of anything that's happening. If the argument was about, hell, I don't even know what the argument was about. It was about my wife lying about something. We don't have to do that. We're an adults, so we can come and just give our damn opinions. Now, when I came in, she was talking about just shit that's happening on YouTube. There's a lot of shit happening. A lot of people saying people are out here changing stories just to fit their narrative. I guess that's what they're going to do. That's what they're going to do. But we just going to tell you how we feel. If we have evidence, we'll say we got evidence on it. And I'm real quick to tell you, no, I don't know, but this is my thought. Now, that's sort of where we at. But, for somebody to come in here and tell my wife, call her a liar. Now, she's not lying. My wife ain't a liar. Now, you may not agree with her opinion is, but she's not a liar.
I took some pictures. Let me show you. I took some pictures yesterday when I was in somebody else's chat and they started talking about other bloggers lying.
Mm-hmm.
I took these pictures for myself. Hold on.
Mama 2 says, I love you, Sharrell. Don't let them have you lose your cool.
I know. I ain't getting in that mess. I did for a minute because it's a mess. And I told y'all from day one, I ain't good friends with Denot, but I don't control what Denot does. And, he got proof. He said he ain't lying. And so that's what he showed on his.
Is that what all was about or something?
No, somebody came in my chat and told me I was spreading rumors about Gene and Tisa Tails.
How are we spreading rumors about him?
Hold on. I don't know. I gave them a chance to come up. Of course they didn't. Look.
Okay, Quentin says this. She said it feels like not stating it as fact. If you don't like her opinion, leave it. That simple.
Thank you. Thank you. Listen, there's definitely a war going on right now against Gene Deal and Tisa Tails. People are calling them liars. This is in DJ Academic's chat. They were talking about it on his channel, Tisa Tails and Gene. There are other security guards saying that Gene Deal is lying. Gene Deal had no intentions of testifying. He came up there. It was a plot for them to get attention. This is what they're saying. Now, do I know this to be true? No. But y'all seen what's going on. It is all over the place. I said, should I cover it? Should I not cover it? There was an article written by Vibe magazine calling Tisa Tails a liar. Let me pull it up. Let me pull it up, because what you're not going to do is call me a liar. And plus, I didn't even give you my opinion on it. I said, this is what's going on outside. Let me pull up this article. Now, I don't know, and I always said, I don't know if she's lying or not. I don't know. I don't know if Gene lying or not. He seems credible to me.
And we've said that.
I said that, but I don't. How the hell do I know? I don't even know that motherfucker. I don't even know him. So I'm gonna vouch for somebody I don't know like that. I know about him what y'all know about him. But shit, when you got mainstream media calling your ass a liar, maybe there's some truth to it. Hold on. Because what you not going to do is lie on my ass. And I didn't even bring Dana on. I could have brought Dana on my channel and them other people and asked them, what's going on? I stayed away from it. But what you not going to do is call me a liar. Let's get to this. Do y'all see right here? This ain't Vibe magazine. This is a legit source. This is a legit source. I'm going to read the whole article. Foxy Brown apparently reacted to her former mentor, Jay-Z, being accused of R in a refiled lawsuit. On Sunday, December 8th, shortly after Tony Busby's lawsuit hit the internet, Foxy Brown took to her Instagram stories with several cryptic postings seemingly responding to the news. Wait, the first post read with a shocking emoji before following up with a second posting greeting, wow. The Brooklynite then followed up with two more vague posting reading, hugging my stories with a laughing emoji. Wendy Williams would have never. However, the rapper did send a clear message to DJ Academics after insulting Foxy Brown has a secret to tell of Ho. Foxy Brown allegedly sent Academics a DM urging him to read a thread lightly in stating that she allegedly had an inappropriate relationship with Jay-Z in the 90s. Miss me with that effery, Academics claims. Let's keep going. So she's talking to Academics. In October, the Ain't No Blank previously told people to stop spreading rumors that Ho forced her to sign an NDA, preventing her from telling about all her alleged relationships with the mogul. In one post, the rapper directly responded to Tisa Tale about Brown and her connection with the businessman. Foxy called the YouTuber's post fake news. Y'all not gonna sit up here and call me a liar. Then posted the damn video. She says to Tisa Tales, what a picture, stop playing with my name. So what am I lying about? There's not a rumor going around that Tisa Tales and Gene Deal be lying? Y'all gonna get out my chat. I only want you here if, one, you are sane enough to accept the truth. It's a shit show outside the courtroom. I tried to avoid it. I said to you guys, listen, this is what's going on. Should we talk about it? We voted. We said no. So I left it alone.
Well, I mean,
Anybody come in my damn chat again and say that bullshit, I'm going to give you a chance to respond. And when you don't, I'm going to cuss your ass out because you brave enough to spread a rumor, but you're not brave enough to claim it. You lying.
Hey, thanks, Val, for the super sticker.
Some of y'all just a mess. Just a mess.
Look, yeah. I mean, look, the whole thing is this. No, we decided not to get into all the drama at the courthouse.
Because look, I could have been brought Denat on. I could have been brought Denat on. I could have been joining Denat. I told Denat, you do what you got to do. If you feel that that's real in your heart, follow your heart.
Right. We just said we was going to stay out of it.
Diddy is running the courtroom. That's her issue. That's her opinion. And this is my opinion. People act like I have to do whatever Perry says, or I got to follow what the popular thing is. I'm not like that. My thing was, I know there's a 90% chance that Diddy gonna get off because the charges are inappropriate. You don't bring a case to court where we have to figure out Well, who's telling the truth? Who's lying? That's not a clean case. You got to have evidence. They're saying this is a circumstantial case. When it's always a toss up with a circumstantial case.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Perry.
Yeah, I was just gonna touch on this. Look, we said we was gonna stay out of the rumor stuff that's going around and thing, but if we come on here and state that there's rumors out there that Tisa Tails and Gene is lying, that's a fact. Check social media. It's a fact that the rumor's there. We're not here to say whether they is or not because don't really give a damn. Right? But that's out there and we ain't gonna change it. And then some people go back to even say, well, why would they? Yeah, if you know, a lot of people, I'll just say this, a lot of people made a lot of money off this Diddy story, riding it to the left or riding it to the right. And at this point, they probably have to keep riding that same wagon just so they don't look like hypocrites. So at the end of the day, that's what's there. Do we know what's going to happen at the end of this trial? No. We sitting here talking about it, the outcome, whether he could walk or not. We don't fucking know. We ain't got no insight on the jury letting us know how they going to vote. You know what I'm saying? So that's the whole thing. You know. Now, I don't know what else going on. And then Beecher says, Sharrell's opinion. Diddy is running a courthouse. That was her issue. Who issue? Okay, I don't know. But either way, now we still waiting on court to come back. But at the end of the day, everybody gonna have their opinions, but nobody's gonna come on here and say my wife's lying. Because there's no need to lie. Why? We don't have a dog in the fight. The outcome's gonna be what the outcome is. We just stating our point. And we ain't on nobody's payroll. We ain't out here to promote a certain thing for a click and a view. We just giving our opinions. We like people to watch our show, do this and do that, but hey, that's just what it is. We ain't out here begging somebody or fabricating something just to get a click and a view. That's just not our nature and what we gonna do over here. Other people do it, that's their business. But there's rumors out there that people are lying, people are doing these things. That's a fact. Have I investigated to find out they lying? Not really, because you know, at this point, it is what it is. And it's not for me to share my opinion on other content creators at this point. Let me see. Perry, the person wasn't talking about the blogger drama. They were talking about Sharrell's statement that Diddy is running a courtroom. Okay. Yeah, well, I don't know. But even with that, if she says she feel like Diddy's running the courtroom, that could be her opinion. I feel like these witnesses are gold diggers. So, or what you saying? Maybe it could have been a misunderstanding. I don't know. It sounds like that what you saying. But I'll wait till my wife come back and ask her about that. Pure Joy says, if it's true, the content creators are passing notes to the prosecution. That's ridiculous and should not be allowed. That's crazy. The content creators passing notes to the prosecution. I ain't never heard that. That would be crazy, though. That would be crazy. All right. But anyway, let me check for an update because we ain't had shit in a minute. I think, I don't know if they went on break or did they clear the courtroom? I think my wife could have said earlier. But we need to get back to the cross and get back on track. Let's see. Updates. I'm checking right now. Is it CNN? Because I don't have the CNN thing. I'm checking the main. Mama Two said, Sharrell, you don't have to explain yourself ever. No, I mean, no, and she knows she don't got to explain herself, but like in social media, a lot of people say different things here or there, and sometimes it's easier just to correct something. If somebody say, "Hey, are you lying about this?" then it's easy to correct it at the time because it's no reason for us to come on here and lie to you. You know, we just take it as we see it. If it's news, it's news. If it ain't, it ain't. You know, V Parks, Diddy is running the courtroom. Is her opinion, which she like everyone else has the right to. Yeah, I mean, she got the right to say she feel like Diddy is doing this. That's what I'm saying. Because I feel like, and I ain't gonna let nobody change my opinion. I feel like these girls know what they signed up for. They did it for their own moral reasons. It's not because they was forced. It wasn't because they was groomed. You know, that's my thing. And my wife can have her own opinion. I wouldn't respect her if she didn't have her own opinion. So that's just where we at. And I cannot find a damn um update. Let's see what? Yeah, I don't really know what's going on. I'm trying to see. Hold on, Beatrice. Let me drop you the link. Beatrice, I dropped the link. Oh, hey, what's up, young lady? Talk to me.
Hey, hey, is Sharrell there?
I
Is
think
she-
she's gonna grab something to eat.
Okay.
And
What the person, I don't know, this is Sharrell's station, and she can say what she want, but what this person was pissed about, and it was one more, was that Sharrell kept saying that Diddy is running the courtroom. So he is running, it seems like he's running the courtroom. But that's what this person got very upset about that because Sherelle kept saying Diddy's run the courtroom. So that's what it was about. It wasn't about deny. It was about her just saying Paris that Diddy was running the courtroom. Diddy is not, I mean, if he is running the courtroom, so what? But they got really offended about it. But tell Sherelle that just neither here nor there. Don't get, I'm hoarse, I'm sorry.
oh, now
Don't
you
get upset and bent out of shape about that. I mean, this is her station, her opinion. She can say what she wants.
right, right.
And then it does seem like he's running the courtroom from the witness table. You
Right.
know, that's her opinion. She can say what she wants.
So, yeah, okay. And
So
basically,
that's what it was about. It wasn't about the article or the not. It was
oh,
just that little old thing right there. Just something not even that, that serious. So Tara, don't get upset about
no,
that.
it's too, like, and even when people having opinions, now, because I laugh and joke with the best of us, because I know I have my opinion, you got your opinion. Everybody can have their opinion. We just sitting there talking. But if my wife have an opinion, don't become over aggressive with my wife.
Right, right.
That's all I'm saying. Now we
Trust
can
me,
be respectful and
I,
we can
I was there with John them. I know how Sherelle can get. Trust me. I
Mhm.
was there. I know. So yeah.
Okay,
But
well, no, I appreciate that, but
yeah, I just wanted to let you know. I think everybody was on kind of the wrong page.
Okay.
But that's what it was about right there. But still, yeah, that's her opinion. And yes, Diddy should go to jail for everything that he did, everything, and they should have charged him for it.
Right. And these so-called victims should have did it. I get you. I'm with you with all that.
Yeah. Oh, but thank
basically,
you for letting me come up.
okay, no, I appreciate it. Hey, thanks, Beatrice.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, anyway. So yeah. But look, people, be gentle or be cautious of how you approach somebody. Like we can agree to disagree. But you know, for things to get up, out of whack because we had a different opinion. I might joke with some of y'all like that, but I don't really take it that serious. My life ain't on the line. I ain't a so-called victim. I'm just here following the case. So it just is what it is. And my wife will be back after she finished eating. So I'm gonna just check for some updates. But Renee, you said apparently they put inner city press out the courtroom. So if that's the case, I'm gonna need to try to find that CNN, but I'm not sure if I got that account on my computer. There's updates. Okay, well, give me a second, everybody. Give me a second. Give me a second. Hey, everybody, just give me a few minutes. I'm trying to upload this CNN thing. So just give me a few minutes. Hey, give me a few people. I'm still here. I'm just trying to this link. I don't know if it's a broken link or what the hell going on. Come on. Because we got to get back to that cross some kind of way. Some kind of way. Let's see. Refresh. Hold on, people. I'm still here. Still trying to figure it out. I think I'm under the wrong account. Just give me a few minutes. Diddy about to walk. Well, I don't know if he's gonna walk. We're gonna see if he about ready to walk or not. Mm. Who is it? V?
Hey,
Hello?
Perry.
Hey.
Hey, I just wanted to hop on here real quick because I'm watching court from on TV,
Uh-huh.
watching you guys on TV,
Mhm.
and I'm saying that lady that I mean, it's hard to set up there.
Hold on, V. Go ahead. I'm
Okay,
listening.
it's hard to set up there day after day after day and try to report a story word for word and try to get all the information correct and stuff. And then when you have these petty people in the chat getting triggered because you give your opinion, it's just downright stupid. Just downright stupid. You don't need to be. You don't even need to be in there, huh? Oh, wait a minute. I'm I'm echoing, I think. Can you hear me, Perry?
Yeah, V, I'm sorry. Hey, V,
Okay.
give me 1 minute.
I was saying, people just need to quit being petty.
Mhm.
When Sharrell or you have an opinion about what you think is going on in the court, it ain't like Diddy ain't paid people off. It ain't like Diddy ain't capable of intimidating witnesses. So, when you guys have an opinion about what you think is going on in the courtroom, it's okay. You can have an opinion. It's you giving it's your damn show, and you giving the information honestly and as close as you can get to
Uh,
what's going on in the courtroom. So
right,
for
right.
people to sit in the chat and be picking you guys apart and being petty about that stupid shit, it's just ignorant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, yeah, we'll let me see. You're waiting on the update. But yeah, no,
So
no. Yeah, no, it's all good though, because like 1 minute ago we had this update. It says Jane was okay with hotel night video recording. She says in a cross-examination. Jane Jane confirmed that she was okay with the hotel nights being filmed and that Sean Diddy Combs told her the videos was just for the two of them. You put on a good show for him in these videos because you knew he would watch them back. Defense attorney Virgo asked. Yes, Jane responded. Yeah, no, yeah, she liked the videos because she a freak her damn self, a high price freak. Yeah, no, no, yeah, no, it's all good though. Cause like 1 minute ago we had. Oh, why I'm getting the echo? Okay, the hotel night video recording. She said, let me open this up. Jane confirmed that she was. Why I got an echo? Being filmed, and that John Diddy Combs told her the videos was just for the two of them. Okay, I got to figure this out. I'm getting the echo. Is that you, B? Oh, let me mute you for a
it
second.
might be. Hold on. Do you still hear it?
Nah.
Okay, it was
Yeah,
me.
okay, good. Okay.
Because I was watching it on TV.
Yeah,
So,
okay. Oh, no, you straight. Oh, you straight. Okay. You
yeah,
straight. So now I got it. I found that link so I can do it. And then Sharrell come back after she eat.
yeah. Well, I just wanted to hop on here and say that because I'm enjoying watching it on my. I got it on my screen, on my TV screen,
Uh-huh.
so I'm enjoying watching it on the screen. And it's like I said, it's hard to sit here day after day and try to give a exact uh, picture of
Mhm.
what's going on in the courtroom when they don't allow anybody in the courtroom. So all
Right.
you're doing is going by drawings and what people are telling you that's in the courtroom. So, people need to just chill out in the chat. They just need to chill out. You know,
Yeah.
we, we
Yeah.
appreciate we appreciate everybody that comes every day and have been loyal to this channel. But them ones that's coming in here because they upset about other things and they want to take it out on people in this
Mhm.
chat, stay home.
Yeah. No, I'm with you, B. So I mean, things will be good in a little bit. Let me. I'll just hell. The main one, the inner city press, must have got kicked out. I do not see an
Yeah,
update anymore. And
yeah.
then like this CNN update don't come that fast.
And
So,
and didn't they kick a whole bunch of people out anyway out of the courtroom?
well, I think they cleared it for something. I think they could have cleared it, the courtroom for something. I don't know what they did, but they back because I just got that was like a couple of minutes ago. That update I
Oh,
read off CNN.
uh-huh.
So, and we'll just see how it go.
Okay.
We'll just
Well,
see. But
well, we'll just go from here. But I
yeah,
just had to say that because it just pissed me off so bad. And I did block that person. You ain't coming back. Nah.
okay.
Sharrell got mad, but I got mad too, so I blocked him. You ain't coming back in here. Go somewhere else and watch.
Yep. So the last update was 4 minutes ago. Well, yeah. Yeah, so I guess that's sort of where we at. But thanks, B, for coming up.
All right.
Appreciate you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right, bye.
Hold on, V. Hold on.
Oh, D. Oh, hold on.
Because you
Yeah.
know how I am. That was another blogger. And since they want to be so smart in my chat and start talking shit, I will be bringing it out on the channel. And he can already expose everything with receipts, details.
Oh, okay. All right.
Details.
Okay.
They think they can come in here anonymously and think that there's no way for me to figure out who you are.
Yeah, yeah. Ain't nobody got time for that shit. We ain't trying to play up here. We really are trying to report this case honestly as possible. And I've seen other videos about what the chaos is outside of the courtroom.
Ain't it a
It's a
mess?
it's a three-ring circus outside of the courtroom. So it's just as bad outside as it is inside. So, there's a lot going on with this case.
But anyway, there's a way that you can tell if somebody's under an alias and you can find out who it is. I've been telling people that for a long time, but this girl thought she was under an alias and now she gonna wish she never came to my chat. I don't like that. I don't go to anybody else's chat causing trouble, period.
Mm-hmm.
Period.
Yeah.
And so you work with us. First of all, B, what are you doing here?
I just got mad. I lost a little control.
Please go, Russ. Please, you got my mama up here. Child, please. I love you, mommy. I do.
I love you too.
Now
All
go
right,
lay
I'm
down.
out. I'm going
Okay.
back to
Bye.
my spot on the sofa.
All right. Love you.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
I mean,
So, Sharrell, so the last update was 6 minutes ago, right? Or 7 minutes
so
ago?
what are you saying? It's here. Let me read the last update. Yeah, that was it. It says Jane confirmed that she was okay with the hotel nights being filmed and that Sean Combs told her the videos were just for the two of them. She says, put on a good show for me in these videos because you knew he would watch them back. Garagos asked, and she said yes. What happened with Inner City Press?
I don't know. Renee said it seemed like they must have got kicked out. Well, I haven't got no update. I'm refreshing. I don't know what happened.
So I guess they sent everybody out. I guess they were taking care of this, whatever.
Mhm.
And two bloggers get into it in the hallway.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess. But I tried to stay out of it. But bitches want to come in my chat under an alias. You're gonna wish you never did that. You're gonna wish you never did. Y'all think I'm stupid? Come on. Don't mess with nobody that's not messing with you, because you might open up a can of worms you can't close. I don't know. Everybody think I'm stupid. I believe what I want to believe, just like you believe what you want to believe. But
Right.
you want to come up in the chat as a disgruntled person, and I let you do that before. You're not doing it no more. I'm about to expose your ass. You're not doing it no more. So I do apologize to the chat because I lost my cool. But that person gonna wish she never met me. I don't mess with people unless you poke the bear. You poke the bear. Be careful what you ask for, because you just might get it. I don't know what you were doing in my chat. Bitch, you think I'm stupid? You the dumb one. You didn't know I can trace that? You gonna wish you never came in my chat effing with me. I'm about to expose your ass. That's what you get. You play dirty. You think you playing dirty. Just making a fool out yourself. I'm about to expose you. Bring him Donat on. Y'all might say Donat this and that and this and that. Y'all don't even listen to what he says, because I get it. He causes a lot of trouble, but he ain't wrong about everything. He's not wrong about everything. So as soon as I get in touch with Donat, we moving forward, because I got that evidence. She came in my chat. Here we go. We got an update. It says Jane confirmed that there were a few occasions when Diddy ended a hotel night early when she vocalized that she wanted to stop. She testified that there were a few rare occasions when Combs agreed to dismiss an entertainer when she wasn't attracted to or comfortable with them, but only after she tried to have actual interactions with the men for a period. Defense Tenny Garagos tried to suggest that Combs readily agreed to dismiss the men when she wasn't comfortable, but Jane pushed back and that she had to endure interactions with the men. Let me tell you what's going on here, people. It's clear as day. Diddy still has an influence over her. What he's doing is what men, what shiesty men do when they put their hands on you. This is the cycle. Baby, I love you. Thank you. I'll pay your rent. I'll give you all the money you need. I'm better than 50 until after the court. When they don't need you anymore, your rent will not be paid. What are you doing? What are you doing? I know you had a horrible night last night. All the men calling you out your name. They're bringing up more people that you allege took money from. So if we know this, you don't think the court knows this? Every time I go to court, my attorneys assign someone to cover the internet. That's how powerful the internet is. They know about Drake. They know about Rick Ross. They know about Jason. And they're gonna at the end, when you get cut off, because by the end of your testimony, Diddy's gonna turn on you because he has to. They're gonna point you out to be. They're gonna call you out your name. They're gonna bring up all these men, and they're gonna call you the H word. You just got used. He doesn't love you. Any man that lets you be with another man, he does not love you. This is a mess. All of it. It's a mess.
Yeah.
He's controlling her.
Right. Well,
Act like she's madly in love. Girl, you had an open relationship. You just mentioned yourself the name Young Miami.
yeah, I mean, like he control her, but she let him do it because she needs something. So basically, it's like he don't have that total mind control over her because she did sneak off and fly, supposedly doing a breakup to sleep with somebody else.
Mhm.
So she got her own mindset. She stayed with Diddy because she want the money.
Yeah, let me double check. I don't know what happened in inner city. I just don't know what happened.
They said they had a hacker, so I'm still refreshing though over there.
Yeah. The
But
whole
no,
thing is a shit
it's
show.
it's crazy.
It's crazy. Both in the courtroom, outside the courtroom. It's a mess. It's a mess. And even though I wanted Diddy to go, there's a huge chance he won't. Yesterday, they played an interview with Capricorn. Capricorn.
Clark.
That listen, everybody around Diddy acts like Diddy. They're all addicts. They're all untrustworthy. All of them. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. I got it. I found out who it was. I got it. Thank you. Perry, do me a favor.
Yeah,
Can you get in touch with Donat?
yeah. I checked them.
Okay. This is crazy. This is about the craziest case I've ever seen. You can't punish one without punishing the other because they're a team. So y'all expect us. I want you to listen to these junkies and these liars and let me know if they think Diddy is a liar. We haven't had one person, credible person up there. Maybe Cassie's mother, but they gave the money back. I don't know if that'll play into anything. Kid Cudi was cool, but it's just a mess. The money controlled her. She listened to whoever got it. Exactly.
Right. She was out there. She basically submitted her body to the highest bidder,
Mm-hmm.
and she said, even in the testimony today, that she only dated wealthy men. So that's not being groomed. Let's keep it real. It's like being a high price trick.
And I want to know how come we could find out who Daphne been with. We know about all the rappers. How come we can't find out if there were celebrities at the freak off? Why has that just been dismissed totally?
Yeah. Well,
I
you know how to.
mean, we were supposed to see all these people that were involved in the freak off. Where Cuba Gooding Jr. at?
Hmm.
What happened? Why are we interviewing these people that don't matter, that have drug problems themselves? Where's KK? I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear anybody else testify, but KK and Frank Santella, Frankie, whatever they call him. I don't want to hear from nobody else. I really don't. It's a mess. It's a mess. It's a mess. It's a mess. We the people making the case crazy.
I mean, look, be honest with you, it shouldn't even be a case. Damn sure not a RICO case. Maybe other charges placed individually here or there. Like I said, this is like a divorce gone wrong for me.
But what do you think, Perry, about the bloggers turning on each other?
Well, I mean,
Because I didn't turn. Just in case anybody was, I didn't turn. I'm going to be bringing Denat on. I'm going to be exposing other bloggers. Period. Because you want to come in my chat under an alias. I wasn't messing with you. Wasn't thinking about you. You want to come in under an alias. I'm about to expose you. So I felt like I was pushed to do it. Being neutral, being nice don't help. Now I'm about to drag your ass, your lying ass. Go ahead, Perry.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, at this point, as far as the case is concerned, I don't really think the case is that strong. I get people say the RICO, they got all these things. I think they don't ran out of witnesses. I think it's almost being wrapped up. If they wrap this thing up in the next 2 days from the prosecution, and we don't have no hardcore evidence like a paper trail, give me something from his finances where things were, some kind of extortion here or there, just off these hearsay things, these witnesses, yes, they testimony is evidence, but evidence could be looked at as being bullshit too. Now, they told some truths, but they ain't telling the real motives why they sitting in that chair, why they wore those 7 and 6-inch heels. And y'all can say groomed or not, but let's just keep it blunt. They was 304 for their own purpose. For their own
Perry.
purpose.
Oh my God, Perry, stop. So much is happening today. Y'all done brought my mama up here. Y'all know she's resting. She's resting. Hopefully you are.
Thanks, Steve Davis, for becoming a
comfortable,
member.
Mom. My mother's my absolutely best friend. I love you so much. She gonna protect her daughter. Here she come. She's just been through a lot of procedures lately, and here she come. I love you, Mom. Thank you, V, for becoming a member. Because people confuse the white parties at the house to the freak-offs. There was no freak-offs at the parties. The freak-offs was at the motel, and it was only Diddy, his woman, and the escort. That's all the jury has to go by. And why all of a sudden we're having a problem with the jury who hasn't even been to deliberation? You got Diddy nodding at them. What the hell you nodding at? What the hell you nodding at? You got jurors that they want to get rid of because his behavior was inappropriate. I guess he was showing some facial expressions in support of Diddy. And to be honest, do I think they're going to kick that juror off? No. But does the prosecution have every right to ask and worry about that? Hell yeah. I'm over here. I'm the jury member. When somebody says something good about Diddy, I'm like, come on.
Or is it? Yeah,
You're the jury. What are you doing? It's insane. It's all insane.
That's the way you can make it out to be, right? But we're not there. So we're getting these transcripts coming across this, and talking to people. I haven't had one person that told me that was in the courtroom that the juror was doing outlandish shit. I haven't heard that yet. Maybe we will hear it, but I haven't heard it.
No,
and
we haven't.
To be quite honest with you, and if it's a black male, that could be the reason why the prosecution know they got a weak ass case. Let me pluck one of these black males off that know these girls is gold digging. Get rid of him to try to better their case. Now, I mean, that's just my
you
theory.
really look at me in my face. You really think the prosecution is behind this?
They the one wanted them stricken, yes. The defense didn't say strike him from it.
Oh, somebody said they were dismissed. Oh boy.
The judge didn't say strike him. You see what I'm saying? So the prosecution brung this up because they got a weak ass case. In my opinion, they got a weak ass case. So let me narrow my chances. We got some weak evidence. Now I got to convince 12 people. Which ones out of here that I don't think I moved the needle with? Well, take that black male 6 foot, get his ass out of here. That's my honest opinion. They booted him for that. Now they can come and say he made some facial features and did whatever. This is too much.
It's somebody said that the number 6 was dismissed. I asked the person in the courtroom. She said if he was dismissed, we weren't told about it. She said things are running off the rails here. Judges arguing over some sealed information. Some sealed information
Yeah, I
off
don't know.
the record. I don't know if she.
I'm not. Maybe they already pulled him from the courtroom off the seat and
Mhm.
replaced him, but he still could be in the back listening until they cover it.
How?
Go
I
over
mean,
it.
how come the
I'm
people
not.
in the court don't know what's going? How come we don't know what's going on? They have a packed room. You just gonna leave us sitting there?
Mm, well, yeah. That, I don't. I don't know. That I really don't know. Feature says Jamie Foxx told everybody at the BET Awards last night, "Take your ass straight home." LOL. Yeah, yeah. No, I actually watched part of that last night. That tribute to Jamie Foxx. It was pretty good.
So we're reduced to just doing CNN. They don't update as frequently as inner city press, but they're more detailed. They're way more detailed, and I like CNN. They made us pay like a $3 fee. Like, really?
Yes. So Renee says that Sharrell, I had drifted off to sleep, and Trina woke me up. Ooh, glad you were on my team. Yeah.
Listen,
No,
I love you, Renee. You've been riding with us during this whole thing, and you're the first person to tell us about the juror number 6. Um, do you think they're gonna remove juror number 6? Don't pay for it. Just put it in the chat. I'll wait for your comment. Wayne got breaking news. He says Jane suggested Diddy's freak offs reflected by Oh no. By curiosity, he was too ashamed to act on, using her to explore it indirectly. As she spoke, Diddy leaned forward, eyeing attorney Garagos. Listen, I hate that they're using somebody's sexuality against them.
Sharrell, I'm making some
I
more
don't
coffee.
care if Diddy is okay, thank you. I don't care if Diddy's bi. I feel like that shouldn't be an issue. Let's not start looking in people's bedrooms and judging them. Even though this has been some freaky shit, I'm allowed to do what I want in my bedroom. I'm really strong on that because my best friend is trans, and in the LGBTQ AI plus community they get it hard. It's a hard life. People don't understand how discriminated against they are. So because my friend is trans, I feel like I have to stand up for them and let people know what you do in your bedroom is your business. Sharrell Perry, I use Washington Post for updates, and the updates are just like CNN. It's free. Oh, thank you. I already paid it. I already paid the money, but now we talking about what going on in people's bedrooms. I didn't like it when you were talking about what went on with the straight people and the rubbing and all that. I don't like that. What goes on in your bedroom goes on in your bedroom. All I wanted to know is what celebrities were there because I'm messy. That's the only reason I wanted to know. But the details about who rolled on what side and what went in what hole is not my business. I know my friend is beautiful, my bestie, and trans, and I'm fighting that fight with you. I'm fighting that fight with you. Yeah, I know. We are so over Jane. It says no more of Jane's testimony. Next witness. We are done. Please don't expose Diddy for being bisexual. Do I think he's bisexual? Beyond a reasonable doubt. Is that my business? Does that change how I look at him? No, you were a jerk before I found out you were bi. Now you're just a bi jerk. You're a jerk. It's too late. This entire cast has been, has been about X. What celebrities had X with who and how? And a lot of people were accused of things with no proof. No proof and been a bad day. It's been a bad day. It's been a bad day. Mo writes, Jane, write a book and pay your rent, child. She will. A bi jerk. He's a bi jerk. Like, I mean, I think that back in the day, if he would have came out in the 90s, I get it. I understood why Brat didn't come out. Brat and Judy, I get it. But I feel like now, if you just say it and move on about your business, we got Little Nas, we got a lot of gay and bi stars. So if he is, you got outed inappropriately because nobody can out anybody. You talk about that when you want to. But if it is what it is. I don't know. That claim is echoed by Israel Flores, the hotel worker seen in the Cassie footage, which adds credibility to the account. Yeah, he's probably bi. I think he's bi, but I don't care. I want to make an issue of not talking about that because the LGBTQ AI plus community has to answer that on a daily basis when it's nobody's business. It's a mess. Well, I mean, let's get to extortion of the celebrities. Well, I want to know, seriously, how can we know about who Daphne slept with, who her baby daddy is, how much she got paid, how much Drake gave her, how much Rick Ross gave her, but we don't know anything about these celebrities.
Well, I mean, could it be that Diddy had these freak offs in these hotel nights, not at his mansion and all that stuff? He and Jane even said that he didn't want his employees, his workers to know about the freak offs. Of course, some will be privy to it or not, maybe his bodyguards like that. But
Oh.
but
We have an update. It says defense attorney Tenny Geragos revisited 2 occasions in which Jane had testified that she cried after a hotel night. On one occasion at the beginning of her relationship, Diddy Combs, Jane cried when Combs was going to leave her soon after a hotel night, she testified. When asked, Jane confirmed that when she asked Combs to stay with her to confront her, he rearranged his plans so he could. On another occasion, towards the middle of their relationship, Jane recalled she cried in the shower with Combs after a hotel night. Geragos asked Jane to confirm that Combs was high on ecstasy at the time. Jane confirmed Combs said he was too high to see her cry. She said, you're gonna ruin my high. I mean, I wish you would all. Let's move on to the next witness. This testimony is tainted, and I just don't want to hear any more from her.
yeah, I mean, but I don't think they can move on yet until they really crack the code where she had to come out and straight and say she wasn't coerced, or maybe even question her about the fight. I know people saying Diddy has a baby. I know he liked putting his hands on women, but for some reason, just in my gut, I think that fight they had in June was sort of fabricated. She even initially said she started throwing things, probably so he could get angry, so she could set up a lawsuit later. I don't know. That's just my
Harry,
gut instinct. Huh?
what are you talking about? They faked the argument.
No, no,
Harry.
no. Jane said, remember, she opened the balcony doors and then she started questioning him about the trip to Wyoming. Then she started throwing glass and candles, but the glass didn't hit him. Maybe some wax did. And then he's supposed to kick down the doors and slapped her, gave her a black eye in the shower. I'm just saying it could have happened. I haven't seen them or heard them present evidence of a black eye. Not saying it didn't happen like that, but I just think that she don't seen Cassie get paid off the ass whooping, trying to position herself because she's a gold digger. Diddy's a freak.
I
She's a
mean,
gold.
listen, Daphne's ruined. Let's look at the latest post on the neighborhood talk. This is Shaniqua. This is 50 Cent's first baby mama. She posted she said, I ain't never sell no cat, referring to Daphne. I'm from Queens, not the Philippines. Oh my. I feel bad for her. I feel bad. Y'all thought the ridicule last night was bad. She's just all over the place. Now she's talking about how loving her relationship was with Diddy, and on the outside, people are dragging her for filth.
Well, yeah. I mean, I get it. I mean, you feel sorry for what she got herself into, but she got herself into.
Yeah.
Should have known better. She wasn't a 15-year-old, 16-year-old. She was 35 years old. But she wasn't new to the game. I mean, she been slapping cooch on these other rappers. Get paid, not whatever. You see what I'm saying? So now she at this spot where she's still using. And I have no sympathy for that because you can act like she give a damn. If she seen you tomorrow and all her bills are still getting paid, she will walk past you and snub you up and act like you wasn't shit. She ain't gonna give you no sympathy. That's just a fact. And somebody don't hack this man account or he don't went on a long lunch. One or the other.
No, something's going on. I don't know what's going on because I guess some people got into it and they kicked some people out the courtroom. I don't know what's happening. She says it was for bloggers, but they blame a lot of bloggers for a lot of stuff. Someone said 50 has a response on his oh my gosh. Let me hold on. Child, I can't even take her serious anymore. I just can't. Because they're making her the butt of every joke. This shit might be funny sooner or later.
And you can't take her serious. I mean, she don't even respect herself.
Perry, don't say that. Where's the response? Let me go back to the neighborhood talk, see if they posted it. It says here, child, this is a mess. I can't believe that this is really happening. This is crazy. It says, yeah, most of her favorite athletes and rappers. Oh my God, I'm not reading that. Let me see where if 50 responded on his thing. Shanika, no, she's not wrong. Shanika, you dead ass wrong. You have been quiet and now you back in the media.
You don't know what she did. Jane did to her. She probably was bragging, sending notes. Look at my check. Look at this. I'm just saying.
Let me see if I can find where this response is at. Perry, you keep your eye on the thing. I like CNN updates, but they're not as frequent.
No, like every 30 damn minutes. And the last one was 36 minutes ago.
Okay, so this is some movie he's producing on Peacock. They said he's going on tour. He's on tour. 50 Cent starts off the Legacy tour in front of 50K in Germany on the first night. He's on tour while he's talking trash. It says, is repping me in court today. He's going to court. Any further questions, refer to my legal team. Is he going to take her to court?
At least he want her to think so.
Somebody said, Uncle Curtis, we're waiting on Diddy to do the documentary. Y'all messy. Y'all messy. How many Daphnes would a Diddy diddle if Diddy did it? I don't know what that means. I think he's gonna take her, you guys, to court Oh my goodness. What does this say?
So,
Oh,
Sherelle, you
that's a
read
new
the last one 28 minutes ago, right? Where it says, Jane says there were rare occasions where the hotel nights ended early.
I did.
Okay.
We can
Yeah.
reread it if you want. I was just thinking, you know damn well ain't nobody gonna buy no old cat like that. You can get that at a shelter.
Damn. Is that what he said?
That's what he said.
Damn.
It says Governor Jeff Landry signed a SB 3232 into law, now officially Act 44. This major legislative victory makes Louisiana one of the most competitive destinations in the country for film and production. He's trying to get a lot of businesses set up in.
Louisiana, that's smart. I mean, he probably offered just a lot of tax incentives for them to move their businesses there. Yeah, that's smart.
That's another movie. You never know. He could have took it down. 50 Cent did that originally with her first posting. Child, I looked. I didn't see it. He probably took it down. This is a mess. This whole thing is a mess. This whole thing
Look,
is a
yeah,
mess.
8 minutes ago, Sherelle.
Hmm. I didn't see that. I see 13 minutes ago. Oh, hold on. My thing could be lagging.
I had to hit refresh.
Here we go. I had to hit refresh too. It says defense attorney Tenny Garagos revisits two occasions in which Jane had testified that she cried after a hotel night. On one occasion at the beginning of the relationship with Diddy, Jane cried when Combs was going to leave her after a hotel night. She testified. When asked, Jane confirmed that when she asked Combs to stay with her to comfort her, she rearranged his plans so he could. On another occasion, toward the middle of the relationship, Jane recalled she cried in the shower with Combs after a hotel night. Garagos asked Jane to confirm that Combs was high on ecstasy at the time. Jane confirmed Combs was, and then in quotes, too high to see her cry. And she said, you're gonna ruin, and he said, you're gonna ruin my high. I don't know what's going on. I'm very frustrated. I can't wait for lunch. Is there gonna be a lunch? I need
Yeah,
to talk to the people on the outside of what's going on.
they should be breaking for lunch anytime now. It's lunchtime now, so they should be breaking.
Yeah.
They should be
These come
breaking.
after I read them. I absolutely miss Inner City Press.
Yeah,
Did
I
he go
know.
to lunch? What happened?
I don't know. They said he was hacked.
He was hacked. Why would they do that?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm lost without my Inner City Press. You're doing an okay job, but I want to know how it was said word for word. You know, I miss Inner City Press. You guys don't forget to subscribe to
You
his
got to
channel
update, Sherelle. You got to update.
on Inner City Press.
Now CNN.
Oh, I just read it. So some people are a little behind.
No. This is 1 minute.
Defense
This is 1 minute. Go ahead.
Defense attorney Tenny Garagos read messages between Jane and Christina Coram, who was Diddy's chief of staff, around the times Combs asked Jane to bring drugs to Miami for him. Jane previously testified that she spoke with KK on the phone, and Coram told her it was fine and instructed James to put the drugs in her checked luggage. The message read aloud did not include Coram saying that, but Jane maintained that she spoke on the phone with Coram about it. Garagos asked if Coram would fly with Combs' private plane when she traveled with him. Jane said she assumed so, but said she wasn't sure. Jane testified that she and Coram were not close and that she said that Coram didn't like her. Jane said that her dynamic with Coram was hard on her relationship with Combs because the employee was always with Combs. I believe that she had a very strong opinions about me, which influenced a great deal of how Sean also treated me. I'm going to go back because she said something that sparked my curiosity. It says defense attorney Tenny Garagos read messages between Jane and KK, who was Sean's chief of staff, around the times Combs asked her to bring the drugs to Miami for him. Jane previously testified that she spoke with Coram on the phone, and Coram told her it was fine to bring the drugs, is what she's saying, and instructed Jane to put the drugs in her luggage. This message read aloud did not include KK saying that. Because you are all over the place, Daphne/Jane, I'm going to toss out everything you've said. And now you're saying that she told you this without any proof. That's the problem with the whole case. Not any proof. So you just want me to believe that this happened because you said it happened. But your background is so shady, I cannot. I'm also going to need some proof. Just because somebody tells you to do it, is there a law that says you have to do it? KK told you to carry drugs across state lines. Number one, you admitted to being a drug user yourself. You know you can go to jail for that. But you claim you did it anyway because it came from KK. I'm so done with her.
You can't tell me a woman over 35. I don't give a damn whether you went to public school, Catholic school, didn't know that's not something you're supposed to do. You know, and as far as her, this is why I say like the prosecution is using these things and they probably coach these people to say certain things to put it out there. So they need to prove this drug trafficking.
Yeah.
And all that. So now they want to say you was instructed not by Diddy, by the enterprise on how to put this in there. If your boyfriend told you to do it, that's not an enterprise problem. That was you and your boyfriend, your partner's problem, because that's what you call them. Add KK in it to make it seem like the enterprise was instructing her to do these things.
She's all over the place. This is too much.
Without showing the proof. So now I see the cross is starting to bring some of these things up.
Wait till she gets to Drake. This is a month. This is Perrier water. It's green, and I have my green screen up, and that's why it seems clear. It's just Perrier water.
Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking.
Miss G Dove, I so much agree with you. She's saying there's got to be a sealed testimony for KK and D-Rock. They're being mentioned every 5 minutes. It was his employer that told him KK was HR. This testimony is so all over the place. I just wish she never would have took the stand. You know, I love a little juice that she was 50 Cent baby mama. I don't care anymore. Sounds like you're going to have another lawsuit after this. This is crazy.
Hear what Jamie said. She says, I feel she's using the Karen card.
She's acting like it.
Karen alert.
That's it. That's a fact. You know, oh, I didn't know. Yeah, I just didn't know because I'm so cute.
Wayne says, thank you, Wayne. You're the first person to tell me about Jury 6. I appreciate it. He says, he or she, I don't know what Wayne is. Jane admitted she knowingly transported drugs for Diddy and sought instructions from his staff, even if coerced. that makes her a material witness to a federal drug trafficking. This is all over the place. That's RICO, I guess. I mean, it's just like, I guess. I don't know. Crying, throwing up, fainting all over the story. Like, it's insane. It's insane. Oh my
Yeah, that's crazy, ain't it?
According to Lecrae, he indicated that a FO occurred in the mansion after a white party. Is that true? I haven't heard it, but I wouldn't be shocked. They're freaking off all over towns. He's doing hotel nights. It's just, that's why she was given immunity in exchange for her testimony. So did we finally get the RICO?
Maybe. Get an update, Sharrell.
Maybe we got the RICO. I don't know. Here we go. Update. The jury has been dismissed for lunch, and court is set to resume around 1:20. Okay, good. Let's go to law and crime. Hopefully somebody can make some sense out of this mess. I'm drained.
Well, I'm going outside to sweat, but I'll be watching from my phone.
Will you call him for me, please?
I already did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm waiting on a response. Okay.
This is a mess. This trial's the worst trial I've ever sat through, to be quite honest. Like, I was covering the Karen Reed trial before this came, and I made a conscious decision. Not to follow Karen Reed and to do this trial. This is a mess. All of it. It's just, oof. All right. They all should be in jail, to tell the truth. Okay, so I hope you guys can hear me. I'm on another screen trying to pull up Law and Crime, and it is lagging, severely lagging.
And you even have him on tape. It was played for the jury yesterday, the Instagram apology that he put out 2 days after CNN published the video. Could Diddy's defense use mental?
Can you hook up your sound?
Mm-hmm. You know, I don't think that's going to be a viable defense in this particular case. You know, at the end of the day, portion of the drug use is actually going to substantiate the charges that the government is bringing about against him. So it's already bad enough that, you know, these charges are being mentioned, or the evidence of the drug use and participation in these sexual acts with drug use as well is already a part of the government's narrative, and is also evidence that's being put forth against him. There's a saying that we all say is ignorance of the law is no excuse. So you can't necessarily just use or say because you use drugs is why it, you know, gives you a pass to do certain things. So I don't think that that's going to be the defense's best approach here, and I don't think that they're going to be able to do that.
Alexis, got a question from I'm MS Gaming. Question, Jesse and panel. Why is Diddy watching coverage on his own trial? Because how does he know how he looks in the sketch of him enough to respond and say he looks like a koala? Yeah, it was reported that he kind of went up to the sketch artist and said, stop drawing me, making me look like a koala. I don't know how much he's watching, what he's seeing, but is that unusual for a defendant to do this in a high-profile trial like this?
I would say no. I mean, I think that anybody that was on trial, if there was footage of the trial or pictures in this instance, commentary, they're going to be listening. I think it is a good gauge. It's almost like an exit poll that you can kind of, you know, gauge very loosely what maybe the jury is thinking. Now, the jury is not necessarily looking at these sketches, for instance, but what they're thinking about other stuff. But yeah, the sketches are always characters, and so that's just kind of what they are. But I guess I would feel the same way if I was him, that I wouldn't necessarily like that sketch.
Yeah. By the way, they officially have gone to lunch, which means we're waiting for Elizabeth Milner to come out. Our eyes and our ears. She's been reporting from that courtroom every day of trial. Very curious to hear what she says. Because I'll tell you, Dante, we got a question coming in. Maybe I'll save this for Elizabeth, but I'll throw it to you too. This is from Never Be. Rumors online said he was nodding again at the jury. Will he be removed? Remember, it was last week. The judge said, stop nodding at the jury. I noticed you doing that. Really, called out his attorney that said, keep him in check, that he would either give a limiting instruction that he wouldn't like. I imagine something along the lines of, hey, jury, you might have noticed the defendant nodding at you and communicating inappropriately. That's not evidence. Ignore it. That's not great. Or maybe kicking him out of the courtroom. You think he'd actually be kicked out of the courtroom?
I don't see him getting kicked out of the courtroom on a second violation unless it was very flagrant, depending upon how it was done. As we've often heard, it's not what you do, it's how you do it. And, I think all of us can appreciate if you're in the position where you feel like people are on the stand lying about you and you're in a bunch of trouble and there's favorable testimony, or your attorneys are doing a great job bringing out evidence that's favorable to you or undermines the prosecution case, it's going to be pretty hard to just sit there stoically and hear all this testimony come in. At the same time, the judge was very stern and clear about Diddy not engaging in that type of behavior in terms of influencing the jury. So I could see a very stern warning and essentially telling them second strike, third strike, you're out of here.
Safa, got a question from Sam. How many women are on the jury? Does anyone know? So I'll give the answer, and then I'll ask you if that matters, if it's actually a factor in this case. 8 men, 4 women. So you have a majority of male jurors. We're hearing a lot over the past 5 weeks. Does that makeup matter?
It absolutely matters. And, a lot of times people say cases are won and lost by the jury that you pick. And so there's a strategic way that as defense attorneys, we pick our jurors, traditionally in a case like this. And it doesn't sound, it's not going to sound the best to the public, but you have your ideal juror for a case like this. You may want a male juror, or predominantly male jury, men who probably don't have daughters, women who may have sons and things of that nature, because these things matter. Also with jurors, you want, for the defense side, we usually want people that are very technical in nature. So your engineers and things like that, because they like to see evidence with absolute certainty. Teachers are also, important on the jury, and those are individuals that usually the prosecution will like to have on the jury as well. But the gender makeup of the individuals does matter. It brings about certain experiences, and maybe women, we've had certain experiences that men have not had, and we may be able to empathize, even though the judge will tell the jury, do not allow empathy or sympathy to enter into your deliberations. But again, these people are human, so they are going to bring some of these experiences to that deliberation room with them. So it does matter.
Remember when we mentioned before whether or not Diddy is watching the coverage of him? Well, we put up a poll. So it came out earlier today that he and Jane would bathe together and watch his favorite show, which apparently was Dateline. So we put up a poll. Dateline is Diddy's favorite show. Do you think he's aware their latest episode was about him? 68% say yes, 31% say no. Alexis, let me ask you about this. Overall, examination from Jane. So when the prosecution puts her on the stand, they did it for a reason. It's everything they potentially wanted to get out of her testimony to prove sex trafficking, racketeering, transportation, to engage in prostitution. How effective of a witness do you think she was? Or do you think she presented more problems for the prosecution?
I think the prosecution needed to put her on the stand, like we discussed earlier, to show that pattern. I mean, presented more problems, not necessarily. I mean, the problem is that the defense is trying to get everybody to believe this is basically just domestic violence and nothing more. So, I mean, this is just another, individual that opens the door that they can claim or allege that it's just domestic violence. But it is interesting who the defense has chosen to do the cross of Jane. First of all, they chose the female attorney to do it, which is interesting. But as well as they didn't choose Brian Steele, and he kind of is the cross-examining wizard. So they might not think that it needs to be such a strong cross as the previous witness, Maya, that Brian Steele did the cross on.
Or Nicole Westmoreland, who did the cross-examination of Brianna Mogollon, which was arguably the best cross-examination of this entire case. I mean, really hitting on her credibility and with digital evidence, travel receipts, basically saying or trying to throw water on the idea she was dangled off a 17-story balcony by Sean Combs. Dante, I'll just throw this to you, though. There were aspects of her testimony. So look, there are parts of it you could say support sex trafficking, right? If she talks about being forced into these situations, that she was quite vocal in text messages, that she didn't want to continue to do this, that she felt like she was being used. They talk about financial control, him paying rent, giving her cash, one instance where she didn't want to be involved with this guy who was was sweating and smelled bad, and he watched over her as Sean Combs had sex with her. Really graphic accounts. But at the same time, she was apparently with him a few weeks up until his arrest. There was allegations that she was helping to set up these events. She talked about the love. She talked about cuddling with Sean Combs. It seems that the argument could be she was more upset that she didn't get alone time with him than having to perform these events. There was one message that came out yesterday where she said, "I know I'm consenting," in the videos. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but there were openings. And it does make me wonder your perspective. We're going to see where this cross-examination continues. Is this a clear-cut case, or does it make it more gray?
I think it totally throws a shade of gray on the entire case, because what you have here in terms of a theme that keeps reoccurring with all of these complaining witnesses, in terms of the main ones, is that they essentially accepted benefits, curried favor with him, and attempted to do so in terms of that favor by way of engaging, whether it's hotel nights or these freak offs. And then post freak off or post hotel night or post claimed violence, they're then communicating with him in a loving way and continuing to take more benefits. And if I'm the defense attorneys, I'm saying, look, are these people really doing this because they're coerced? They're talking about money, but you're getting 20 grand, 10 grand a month. And oh, by the way, you already had another situation, romantic relationship, where you had a child, you're getting child support and was living somewhere else. And, rumors are that that was another celebrity. So are these women who really were intoxicated and wanted this lifestyle, and in exchange engaged in sexual behavior with others? Not necessarily with Diddy himself, although there definitely was that, but with other people, and selected them and did all these different things and were aroused by it, apparently, because the workers who come in, none of them are saying that they felt like these women were doing this stuff against their will, despite Diddy being there. So if I'm a defense attorney, I'm saying, look, this looks like this is going to a mistrial. It's going to be hard for every one of those jurors, 12 of those jurors, to come to a unanimous verdict.
So Dante, Alexis, Safa, stand by. We're going to take a quick break because we're going to get Elizabeth Milner on, who's been in the courtroom all this morning. And so if anybody out there has any questions specifically for Elizabeth, how were the jurors reacting? How was Diddy reacting? What were some of the highlights that she picked up? What's the scene like? Shoot them over. I'll make sure to try to ask her those questions right after the break. So stay with us. We'll be right back right after this.
Sorry, you guys. Sorry. I said that here we had it again, clear as day. We had an African-American attorney who what I call is also in the Black Man Club, and they're going hard for Diddy. They're saying mistrial. They're saying we don't see Rico. That's why they're fighting for that one African-American juror, number 6. They don't understand women. They're calling her all kinds of names. This is frustrating. Sean says, this is a story about a bunch of women who wanted fame. Are you from the Black Man's Club? You look like you're from the Black Man's Club. Fame, fortune, and glamour. It did anything to achieve it if it meant to see, even if it meant to sell themselves. You gotta admit it, you guys. It sounds like she's an escort. I said that yesterday. It's sad. They don't like or care about women. They want women to get away with his crimes. They want him to get away with his crimes. They do. I don't think men understand. I was talking to Perry. I said, have you ever felt physically threatened by another man? They don't think about this stuff. I'm saying they all over the place. They're all over the place. I want Diddy to go to jail. I never hid that, but I can't hide the fact it's not looking good. And to me, whether you guys believe it or not, I'm entitled to my own opinion. Diddy running that damn courtroom. You can't be what are you nodding at? Are you saying good job, babe? What are you nodding at? What is the juror nodding at? This is insane. I've never heard this in a trial. Here, let's go back and see what they're saying. My goodness. Lots going on.
And we're back with our continued coverage of the criminal trial of Sean Diddy Combs. I'm not alone. I'm here with Elizabeth Milner, Long Crimes in Court reporter, who's been there for every moment of the action through all the testimony of Jane today being cross-examined by the defense. Elizabeth, so good to see you. To start it off, let me give you a great comment. We got a viewer question from Sam. I just want you to know I've been watching every day from Oxford, England, 5:30 p.m. my time. I'm glued to these updates, and Elizabeth is absolutely beautiful inside and out. Elizabeth, you get so much love on here from our viewers, so always good to see. I do have a lot of questions for you from viewers. Usually I'll ask you to tell us everything that happened, but I got to get to these viewer questions. I'm going to list 3 because they're basically the same question. This is from L. Spelunker. This is a question for Elizabeth. There's been a lot of rumors and speculation, jurors and people being removed, about what is going on in the courtroom today. What is actually going on? That's my question. Another question from Anne. Is it true about a juror being asked to leave? If so, did it cause a delay in the court? And then Show and Tell Knitting asks, what's the issue with juror number 6? So they're kind of related questions. What can you tell us?
Yeah, it does seem like it's kind of all pertaining to the same issue. So it kind of first started yesterday, and that's when the judge had ordered kind of the lead counsel on both sides, both the prosecution and the defense, to kind of have a conversation with him inside the judge's chamber. But what was interesting is that this particular conversation wasn't even in the transcript. It was under seal, and we learned a little bit more, not the full answer as to what they were talking about. The government is still going to be submitting a response. But from what I understand just about the conversation, there is a possible issue with juror number 6. Now, as far as what the issue may be, it's not very clear. But what I will say is even yesterday and even today, we've seen every single one of the jurors, including the alternates, being inside the jury box, still listening to the testimony. So it's unclear kind of what the hiccup is, but I feel like by at least tomorrow and tomorrow afternoon, because court is starting a little bit later tomorrow, that we should learn a little bit more and at least learn what the government's response is to this. But as far as we know right now, everything is kept under wraps, tight-lipped, and under seal, unfortunately.
So no one's being kicked out of the court today?
Nope. Not from what I saw. It might be a different situation in the media overflow room, but from what I saw in the main courtroom, I didn't see anyone get kicked out.
Okay, we got a question from Jane. No, not the Jane, just a Jane. What's the well, we hope not Jane. What's the atmosphere like in the court today?
Yeah, the atmosphere is pretty interesting. I thought, as far as the cross examination, I didn't know kind of what to expect as far as where the cross examination would go. Tinny Garagos is the one doing the questioning for Jane Doe while she's on the stand. But as far as just the atmosphere inside the courtroom, you would think it would be kind of tense. This is alleged victim number 2. She's testifying under cross examination. But from what how the testimony is going so far inside the courtroom, you would think, and I think this is kind of pretty interesting for our viewers, is that Tenny and Jane, while she's on the stand, it seems like the two are just like friends catching up. And the two are just, when Tenny would throw a question to her, oh, so you mean that this is happening? Oh, so did you really mean that you didn't want to do these hotel nights, but you did want to do this because you wanted to please your partner, your lover? It's very kind of toned down. It's not aggressive like we've seen in other cross examinations with Brian Steele and Mia, or even with Nicole Westmoreland and Bonna. But really with Tinny Garagos, and I think, I got to commend her on that, is that the cross-examination is not aggressive as far as this morning has gone. And so you would think that the atmosphere would be a little bit tense. And even as far as Diddy's demeanor inside the courtroom today, you would also think that it might be a little tense. He is a little animated at some points as far as just kind of looking either at Jane, looking at Tinny Garagos, jotting some notes down here and there, but he's not looking over at the jurors from what I could see. But you would think it'd be kind of, again, that tense environment. But so far, it hasn't been. It seems like Jane is still kind of holding up. She hasn't broke down in tears. She hasn't gotten emotional just yet, or not even just yet. She hasn't gotten emotional so far during the cross-examination. And so that's pretty much the atmosphere as far as today goes.
We got a super chat question from Carol Mogan. Thank you so much, Carol. Elizabeth, thank you for your most informative updates. I don't know how you keep up. How do you keep up, Elizabeth?
I don't know how I keep up, honestly.
Elizabeth's like, I don't know how I keep up. I'm having a mental breakdown. I'm having a mental breakdown. I'm fine. Everything's okay.
I mean, yeah, I'm okay. I'm celebrating my birthday with you guys as opposed to being at home doing something else.
Oh, happy birthday, Elizabeth. Happy birthday. So. Well, you're greatly, you're great. You're widely respected, so highly valued. Everybody loves what you're doing. Okay, so we have more questions for you coming in. And you answered a little bit more about the reaction of the jurors and Diddy. That was a question from Olivia E. How is the cross-examination as intense as previous ones? How does Jane seem to be reacting? You answered that. This is a question from Enlin DK. Love the reaction of my silly question, girls supporting girls. How did Tenny react when Jane told her not to call her child son? There was a little bit of a tense back and forth there about the father of her child and her child. What was going on there?
Yeah, it seemed that Jane really kind of took offense to Tinny Garagos, and Tinny kind of apologized for this, where she did kind of blurt out your son. And then Jane was kind of like, when you reference my child, can you specifically say my child? And so it seems like this is definitely a touching point when it comes to Jane being on the stand. And even just as far as just kind of the outside noise too, where she seems very kind of protective over the relationship, either with her son specific or her child specifically, or even her child's father, where she was kind of asked a certain question as far as why she moved from the East Coast over to LA. Was she over in the East Coast because she wanted to be near her child's father? And Jane was kind of like, okay, well, what does that have to do with this? And this being obviously the criminal case against Diddy. But it seems like, as far as mentioning just whether or not Jane's child is either a daughter or a son, when Tinny kind of spilled that it was the son or her son, that Jane kind of took a little bit of offense to it. And then Tinny apologized a couple of times. And so they kind of moved past it. And it seems like everything is still kind of going pretty well so far.
By the way, everybody in the chat is wishing you a happy birthday, just so you know. This is a question from Mikey John. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing your name. This is for Elizabeth. Greetings from Germany. Is there information on who's coming to the stand after Jane?
Yeah, that is a big question, because a lot of people are under the presumption or assumption that the prosecution may rest. I personally don't believe we've gotten there so far. I think maybe at least we might have one or two witnesses afterwards. But I think since Jane is taking most of the duration of this week, and at least she'll be on the stand up until Thursday, because she has to catch a flight Thursday evening, that we don't know just yet who they're going to be calling next to the stand. But I'm hoping that they'll at least kind of spill the tea a little bit this afternoon before we adjourn for the day. So we should find out very soon.
because the witness list is sealed and we really don't get an idea of who's testifying until the end of the day when there's some sort of clues. And we do wonder whether or not Christina Quorum will testify for the prosecution. We anticipate that she would. These are two questions that are very similar for you, Elizabeth. This is from RSS. What's the latest update on the mistrial due to Breonna's testimony? And this is also from Blessing Eek. Has the prosecution responded to the defense's request for a mistrial, and what was the judge's ruling? I remember this is all about, they make the claim that she provided false testimony, that she perjured herself about the balcony incident. I think they also made the same allegation about Mia, that she wasn't telling the truth on the stand. They said that this is, biased the jury, prejudiced Sean Combs. What do we know about the latest on that, if anything?
So the judge spoke about it this morning before the jury was brought in, before the witness Jane was brought in back to the witness stand. And the judge ruled that the motion was denied because he believes that there was no interference that happened. He was saying that the defense was able to undermine that this alleged incident, that being the balcony incident on the 17th story over at Cassie's condo, that they were able to undermine this alleged incident with the hotel receipt, and that being the receipt that showed that Sean Combs was over in New York during the time that this allegedly happened. And the judge said that this isn't fodder for a mistrial, and that the defense can use exhibits to undermine both Bonna's testimony, Cassie's testimony, and in some respects, even Mia's testimony too. But the defense said, okay, well, we didn't know what Bonna was going to say. And then the government, even in their response, wasn't talking specifically about the hotel receipt. And then the judge said, well, Nicole Westmoreland really had a Perry Mason moment during her cross-examination, and that's not grounds for a mistrial, because she did have a very effective cross, Nicole Westmoreland did, when Bonna was on the stand. And the defense said, well, Cassie said she saw it. There's nothing in the text that says she saw it, because they were talking about the exhibits where Cassie texted after the fact, just being like to Christina Quorum, oh, hey, I just heard that this crazy stuff had happened, and that being the alleged dangling of Bonna over at the top of her condo. And then the defense says that they kind of want to do a not who or a not who instruction, that Bonna's testimony was perjured. And the government said that Bonna's testimony wasn't perjured. She just could have been confused, that the metadata, because we saw the metadata that showed that the photo in question was taken on September 26th. And the government was like, okay, well, maybe this metadata could have been wrong in this instance, because they say sometimes that could happen. But the judge said, well, isn't the innocent explanation to all of this was that this was 9 years ago. Bonna was in her early 20s at this point, that around this time she was taking drugs, and that this photo could have been taken earlier. It could have been taken later, and that the defense already attacked the timing of this incident during their cross-examination. And the defense said, and Alexandra Shapiro is making these arguments on behalf of the defense, where she was saying that the government still isn't bringing up the hotel receipt, and that Bonna has motivation to lie because of her civil claims against Sean Combs. And the judge said, okay, well, you can submit your proposed instruction, and that being the Nahu or the Napu instruction. And the defense said, okay, absolutely. And so despite even the judge's ruling, the defense says that they're still going to submit their instruction, so that way the jury can know once it comes time for those moments that this may have allegedly been perjured testimony.
Yeah, it's not poo. It's basically when the Supreme Court held that a prosecutor has to correct the record, has to correct a materially false impression that comes from testimony. It could violate due process, whether it was intentional or not. Real quick, I know we have to let you go. I just want to ask you, is his family in court today, Sean Combs?
Yeah. Yep. So it's a decent family present, I should say. So his mother Janice is there, his sister Keisha is there, his sons Justin and Christian are there. The mother of his youngest child, Love, is there, and surprisingly, we are wearing the same dress today, just in different colors. We chatted about in the elevator. She was super nice. But as far as just support on Diddy's side, he does seem to be having a support system there. And also another big name is inside that courtroom, and that being Mark Garrigo. So maybe he's there today to really see his daughter Tinny in action while she's giving the cross-examination. And so we do see kind of a fuller house on the defensive side, absolutely, today.
All right, Elizabeth Milner, happy birthday. I know you have to head back into court. Thank you so much for the great reporting as always. And I will see you later on our daily sidebar recap of everything that happened in court today. Thanks, Elizabeth.
Oh, you got it. Thanks, Jesse.
All right, let me continue on with our panel. We had a great question that came in. Okay, so this is a question for all three of my guests, Adante, Alexis, and Safa. Safa, I'll start with you. When you list the charges against Sean Combs, do you think he will beat them? Safa, start with you.
It's going to depend. I'm still not in the purview that the prosecution has met their burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I think that the defense has raised some significant doubt and credibility issues with the witnesses. I think that the prosecution has made a somewhat better case on the sex trafficking aspect or charges. With respect to the RICO, I think that they are on their way. They've certainly established some predicate offenses that would be required to substantiate the RICO, but I think that they've still got some ways to go. And I personally think that as Jane Doe 2, or as Jane Doe is sitting here testifying today, I think that the defense is having some significant wins with respect to her credibility. So I don't think that this is a slam dunk case for the prosecution. I don't think that they've met their burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt as of yet. So we'll see.
Adante, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that, the defense has definitely made some points today. The prosecution, in my opinion, by putting this witness on the stand, Jane Doe, that is, I think it's hurt their case, the credibility of their case. And if the defense gets that instruction in where the judge is going to tell them, hey, the prosecutors have a duty and they may have placed a perjured testimony into the record, I think that significantly hampers the prosecution's credibility, which then is a benefit to the defense. As I said before, I think at this point, we're headed towards a mistrial on many of those charges, but the strongest perhaps being the sex trafficking, just because all that requires is money, movement of a person, and the intent to have sex, which...
Well, that's the prostitution charge, not the sex trafficking one. The prostitution charge, that's the easiest one. You look at Jane's testimony alone, I think that was enough. I mean, I don't think the jury's going back and saying these sexual episodes didn't happen. The defense isn't even arguing against that. It's, look, and I guess the question is, Alexis, how do they defeat that charge? You could say sex trafficking, is it actually non-consensual? Is it really force, fraud, coercion being used? Is there really a criminal enterprise for racketeering? But transportation to engage in prostitution, Jane's saying that she helped pay for these men to travel, paid them. There's cash being given. Cassie said the same thing about a worker being used in multiple different locations. She was having these freak offs or these hotel nights, according to Jane, in multiple locations. I don't know how they fight against that one, Alexis.
I don't think they're going to win that one, but I disagree with my panel members. I do think that the prosecution has hit the elements of the charges, including the racketeering and also for the sex trafficking and the drug trafficking. Now, whether the jury is going to go and convict him is, in my opinion, the real question. I think we have a celebrity here, and just overall, jurors don't like to convict celebrities in general. So the prosecution has to overcome that. Then on top of that, we have this, confusion that happens with racketeering charges. Jurors generally don't really understand that, and that takes a lot of education. And then we have thrown into the mix this confusion that the defense is doing really well trying to convince the jury that this is just domestic violence.
Saf, we've got a question from Hampton Boyce. Is the jury allowed to cross-examine in court any of these witnesses? They should. They don't have the ability to, but don't in certain jurisdictions they are allowed to ask questions of the witnesses?
Well, in New York, you are not allowed to do that, and they're not allowed to in this particular case. The only parties that are allowed to question the jurors are the attorneys. You may see on a rare occasion where a judge may ask the attorneys are the only ones that are allowed to ask witnesses questions. You may see on rare occasion where the judge may, for clarification of the record, ask the specific witness a question, but jurors are not allowed to ask questions. I'm not familiar with the jurisdictions that do allow that, but in the state of New York, that's not allowed. In federal court, that's not allowed.
Adante, this is a fair question. This is from Erica Charlotte. Why isn't the jury made up of equal men and women?
Well, jury selection and how jurors actually find themselves on the jury is a process where jurors are vetted. And so the voir dire process is how in which the attorneys question jurors, vet those jurors for any biases, any prejudices, and their thoughts on different issues within the case. And from there, the attorneys spar in terms of excluding witnesses and trying to keep those witnesses they like in the panel so they make it to the jury. So it's not a situation where there's a mandate or a rule that it split evenly by gender, by race, or by any category. It's really who's left out of the process of elimination.
Alexis, question from Rel. Did Cassie and Brianna Bungolan commit perjury? Are they going to jail?
Did they commit? I don't think they're going to go to jail for the alleged perjury. There's a difference between committing perjury and maybe not having specifics. If you were referring to the balcony, maybe the timeline or something of that as to when that incident happened. So there's definitely a difference from blatant perjury and just a misunderstanding of a timeline or a specific fact or recollection of an incident.
Yeah, I don't see that happening. Okay, Safa, this is from SL600. Have they met the burden beyond reasonable doubt? Burden beyond reasonable doubt. You want to dissect that one?
With respect to each element of each charge, the government has to prove each and every element of each and every offense beyond a reasonable doubt. And I think to the question that you threw all of us as a panel before, in my opinion, I think that the prosecution is on their way to doing that. I personally think that, there's been some significant exploitations by the defense that cast at least significant credibility issues with some of the witnesses. And that'll be a decision that the jury will have to decide, how much weight or credit are they going to give to this particular witness's testimony as they deliberate. I don't think, in my personal opinion, that they've met their burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and that might be the defense attorney in me. I do think that they're on their way. And it'll definitely be interesting to see, what the jury decides ultimately at the end of the case.
Alexis, we have a follow-up question to the perjury question. This is from Sam K. How do they prove perjury, assuming they move forward and actually want to charge them with perjury, which again, very, 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 very unlikely.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jesse. It's highly, highly unlikely that they're going to charge them with perjury. How you would choose, you have to prove that they had an intent to lie and it was a lie, that they lied about something. So that, it generally usually isn't necessarily so difficult to prove it when they do charge it. But once again, it's a fine line. Is it just there's a recollection issue? Is it, they just don't have a specific fact? That doesn't rise to the level of
Yeah, I don't see that there. Okay, let me continue the conversation. We got some great questions coming in. Okay, so we have a poll up. Do you think Diddy should be removed from the courtroom for trying to influence jurors? 70% say yes, 29% say no. I'll tell you one of the things that I wonder the jury's going to consider, and I actually believe this jury deliberation process is going to take quite a bit of time. They have a lot of witnesses to determine whether or not they're being credible. There's a lot of alleged victims in this case, a lot of digital evidence, a lot of photographs, but also the audio tapes, these audio voice notes that apparently Combs had sent to Jane. We have one right here. I don't think we had an opportunity to play it yesterday. Let's play it real quick.
Girl, I done sent you flowers already. Ain't nobody talking about that shit in the past? That's what I'm talking about. You don't know how to just move on. How can somebody have a relationship with you, even as a friend, and you don't know how to move on? You go to it just goes crazy. Just stop. I'm saying, let's move on. And my tone is like this. I'm just waking up.
Adante, there was also voice notes that were played today were apparently, more loving between the two. I think there was one in particular where she said, everything just feels good and I'm so happy. How do you think these voice notes play into the case? Is it a form of manipulation, alleged manipulation as an element of sex trafficking?
I think these voice notes are very telling as relates to what people were thinking at the time the notes were given. And so what you see, at least in my opinion, is you see the highs and lows of their relationship. People who were in this tryst and, at times they were riding high and other times it was very low and dark. And so I think a jury has to listen to those things and then put them in the context of all the rest of the evidence they're hearing. Overall, you have a person who claims bad things happened, but she was still involved with him and he was still supporting her.
Alexis, we got a super chat question from Nene and refers to you, so I will allow you to take it. And it's a compliment. So thank you so much, Nene. The women suffered trauma. Can they bring an expert witness to explain why they forgot timelines? I agree with Alexis. Keep her on the show.
Well, thank you, Nene. I appreciate it. So they could do that. They could bring in an expert to explain how somebody responds to trauma. Definitely. I mean, one of the things is, first of all, even if you aren't responding or been in a traumatic situation, just simply being in court and testifying is a very stressful and maybe some would say traumatic experience in itself. And so people are nervous. And in this case, it just kind of raises the ante because you have all the media and the situation surrounding it. So it's nerve wracking just to be in there. It's understandable that with time passing, the specifics are not going to be recalled as clearly.
I mean, they had Dr. Dawn Hughes testify about this forensic psychologist who talked about the complicated relationship between an abuser and a victim and trauma bonding and love bombing and financial control and why potentially a victim would stay in touch with an abuser. There's a lot of complicated factors. It does become a question if they're going to recall her to the stand or need to recall her to the stand, which actually it goes to an interesting question here. I'll throw it to you, Safa. This is from Enlin DK. What more can the government do more to meet the burden of proof?
Going to continue to put on their witnesses that would substantiate each element of each offense. I think what's going to be crucial and critical for the prosecution is the testimony of KK. And I think that, they're probably going to call her as a witness to testify. I would imagine that they would, and I think they'd be crazy not to, because she seems to be such an intricate part of this alleged enterprise in Mr. Combs' life. And was also responsible for, maybe setting up hotel rooms, or she had certain duties that were a part of this, what would be organization with respect to the RICO charge. And I think that, she would be a huge key witness for the government in order to, meet that burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And we know that she's had one-on-one contact and communication with some of the victims in this case, or the alleged victims, the Janes and Miss Ventura and things like that. So she is a crucial witness. I think that her testimony, depending on what she testifies, if it's credible, I'm sure would certainly put the prosecution in a position of put the prosecution in a position that would allow the jury to find Mr. Combs guilty beyond a reasonable doubt.
And I have excellent producers who keep me in line. So they just told me, and Adante, this is not great for the prosecution. The judge denied the prosecutor's motion to recall the expert witness, Dr. Dawn Hughes. So it better be that the jury remembers everything she had to testify to. Why do you think, and I don't think we have any further information about it, but why do you think the judge would deny it? And is this a problem for the prosecution? It feels like it is.
It's certainly a problem. It's a huge problem for the prosecution. If I'm on the defense side of the table and I'm hearing the prosecution say, hey, we want to bring back our expert witness, this witness who we strategically kind of sandwiched Ventura's testimony in front of, and then use this expert witness in order to explain away or to explain her conduct and her thinking. And I'm saying, as a prosecutor, I need to bring her back because I'm afraid or I'm concerned that the jury may have lost their way or forgot about what she testified to, in explaining away why Jane Doe and others may have faulty memories, why they still are sending loving texts and saying that I'm still in love with them. So I think that's a big blow for
the victim relationship, generally speaking, not getting into specifics in this case. What does their witness say? Their expert witness?
Their witness more than likely is going to be the other side of the coin. They're going to have their own methodology and studies and reports that they're going to point to say, hey, people who are victimized do not behave in this way. In fact, these are different things that they've either testified to or behaviors they've exhibited which shows maybe they were also manipulative and exploitive of Mr. Combs and his wealth and his access to influence and power. And so you're going to see the defense witness, expert witness, give the opposite opinions of the prosecution. But keep in mind, this also gives the prosecution an opportunity to score points, or at least attempt to score points, by way of reinforcing what their expert witness said through their cross-examination of Diddy's expert.
Alexis, this is a question that has been on. I haven't seen it in a little bit, so I apologize. I didn't get to it sooner, but this is a great question from Eye to Eye Podcast. Hi, Jesse. Does the prosecution have any intention on having a forensic accountant to tie all of this together? There doesn't seem to be much evidence, just he said, she said testimony. I mean, it's an important question if you're talking about a racketeering criminal enterprise where he allegedly used cash and his businesses and his staff to facilitate crimes and cover them up. They did have CFO, the head of his finances, testify, but do you think they need a forensic accountant?
I'm not aware that they're planning on calling a forensic accountant. I don't necessarily, and normally in a racketeering case, whether it be criminal or civil, you're going to have a forensic accountant. So this is an excellent question. But there's a lot of evidence about cash. That things are being paid in cash. So I'm not sure if they necessarily need it, but it definitely wouldn't hurt if they did end up calling the forensic. But they may get to it through KK, the assistant, as to that moving of money.
Saf, I got a super chat question from Nene. Nene, thanks once again and being so generous with your questions. Can the jury be sequestered? I don't trust Diddy to not attempt to tamper with the jury.
The jury definitely can be sequestered throughout their deliberation. Up until this point, it seems that the judge has allowed them to go home every day. He, of course, will give his admonition at the end of the day that just says, don't talk to don't talk to anybody about this case. Don't formulate any opinions of this case until I've instructed you to do so. What could happen is after the jury is charged with the jury instructions and there's closing arguments and all of those sorts of things, the judge will give them certain instructions with regard to their deliberation. Could he choose to sequester them? Yes, he could. I don't think that there's really a reason to as of now, because just as if Mr. Combs could possibly interfere with their deliberations before, it could already be going on now. Not saying that is going on, but the possibility or potential is still there. So the judge could sequester them, but I don't think he's going to. At least there's no reason for them to at this point.
We've got another super chat question from Soul Seasoning Sisters. Dante, I'll throw this to you. So Soul Seasoning Sisters, thank you so much. Is there something the public is missing in this case? Is HIPAA blocking us from knowing more to this case?
Well, the witnesses are taking the stand. The government certainly had subpoena power. The defense has done a lot of discovery and investigation, I'm sure, about these witnesses. So there may be things, certainly, that we might think is relevant as a public that are not going to be presented at trial. You know, the defense and the prosecution sparred over pretrial motions in terms of excluding information and evidence and witnesses even. So there's certainly more information that was uncovered during the investigation, but it's going to be a very limited slice of information that'll be presented to the jury, because the jury is focused, I should say, the attorneys are focused on either proving up the specific charges or defending against specific charges, not his entire lifestyle, not every witness's every move they've made in their life.
I got a compliment. I love a good compliment. Who doesn't like a good compliment? This is from Ever. Mr. Jesse Weber, last Wednesday on June 4th, you said, I'm going to give my opinion even though nobody asked for it. I did say that. Actually, we need your opinion. It's so important, and waiting for your analyzation on Sidebar. Thank you so much. Well, I'll tell you what, today, as I mentioned, not only am I going to break down from my legal point of view everything that Elizabeth does a full recap of the day's events, and I kind of try to put it into context of how it's important to the overall case. But I do have a Sidebar coming out where we go over, me and Ben Shue, Johnny Depp's lawyer, about all of the different times they cross-examined the key witnesses in this case. Were certain points made? Didn't they win the day? Talk about it there. So thank you so much for the compliment. Okay, we got a poll that we put up. Do you believe Brianna Bungolan committed perjury on the stand as the defense alleges? You ready for this? 48% say no. 28% say not enough information, and 23% say yes. That is so interesting, Alexis, because I think from an objective legal point of view, you could say her testimony was the most problematic. It doesn't mean it's not true. It doesn't mean it's not true. She might not remember certain details about what happened, but I think we can all agree the defense did a good job at questioning her and really putting her on notice. Yet, when you listen to the poll from our viewers and you wonder, is that a snapshot of the jury? They don't believe that this is a case of her maybe intentionally lying on the stand. What does that tell you?
Well, what it tells me is that even if it doesn't go to perjury, they're not believing her testimony. We've got, I think it was 60% of people that are not believing, or they don't think it was credible. And that is really important, because if we're throwing out her testimony, that's very problematic to the prosecution. We don't need it to rise to the level of perjury for it to be an issue for the prosecution in this case.
Question for you, Safa. This is from Moody Cats. What if the videotapes prove anything criminal? Would that be enough evidence to convict him? So I guess when we talk videotapes, let's talk about it. 2016 tape, and let's also expand that to any tapes of freak-offs or hotel nights, any of these sexual episodes. The video is enough to convict him, and of what?
I think that video evidence is certainly the most powerful, or one of the most powerful forms of evidence. But I think that you still need to corroborate that with witness testimony to explain away the scenario behind the videotape. So with respect,
we should not be this far into a case where we're wondering if the evidence is powerful enough.
Look like they got
and there's a lot going on here. So listen, the Black Man Club, y'all definitely got a club. Y'all look out for each other. It is what it is. Don't lie about it. But I get what you're saying. Just like the YSL case, we cannot let RICO be misused for any Black rapper out there. Because today it might be the Black rappers. Tomorrow it might be your ass.
Yeah.
We have to stick to the law. And I think this is what the Black men, I'm going to put it back up in a minute, are mad at. You tried it on RICO. You tried it by R. Kelly. We didn't say anything because R. Kelly was a bad guy. But you're starting to use this RICO charge way too often. It has to be proven. I'm not in love with Diddy at all. But I was just listening to some other Black men. And listen, if you are Caucasian, you don't understand that fear of being falsely imprisoned. You don't live with that. If you are a man, you don't understand how petrified we are of men that put their hands on women. So this case is a lot. Y'all don't understand that fear. Y'all looking at this, and we're looking at it. If he hit her and the friend and probably countless others, he'll do it again. This is a horrible case. I wish I never would have covered it. I can't stand it. Also, too, for these other bloggers, if somebody's cutting up in your chat, don't block them. Screenshot it and get that account closed down. We have people that intentionally, if you say something that they don't like, they want to disrupt the chat. If you think it's a bot, you really can get those closed down. If you come to my chat, you gonna act right. I'm not playing with none of y'all. Say it in your shit, not mine. This is just an awful case. I wish I never would have took it on. It just bringing out the worst in people. It's divisive, very divisive. And he's most likely going to get off. I said it. I said it. He's going to get off.
Well, I mean, and I sort of feel like
Black men, I get it, Black men, I get it. Go ahead.
So I feel like at this point, hey, there's no problem with justice being given to Diddy. But I think they're fabricating these charges to make something stick.
It sounds
I do,
so you have
I
to
do not
you have
believe
to
these
layer that with something else for the women that we get so pissed off when you say that. Ease our conscience. Say, I'm sorry he did this, but there's other problems involved also.
Yeah, well,
Because
I
I feel
am
like you
sorry.
are dismissing the women.
Okay, but I'm not trying to. I'm just saying for the real victim, it's real victims and women, and it's some not so much. Now, I'm sorry for the real victims that happened. Some people fabricate stories for attention, money, and everything else. Now, that's just the fact. Now, I'm sorry if you was victimized. You know, my heart do go out for that, for real victims. Some people just lie. And as a black man, too many black men go down off of a lie. And we know that's a fact. I mean, didn't Emmett Till get lynched off of allegations? Oh, I'm just saying, no, I'm just saying, like, I understand the women, but as a woman, I know it's okay. As a man, I know it's men out there that's no good. As a woman, y'all should know too, is women out there that's up to no good. I'm not talking about the good women. I'm only simply saying it from that standpoint, you know. But I think the judge is back on the bench, Sharrell. I just seen something, and court gonna be over at 3 today, I think.
3.
On CNN, yeah.
Oh, he
The
took
other
my
thing I've
phone.
been
Period.
refreshing on CNN because I've been refreshing on the one that guy in the inner city never came back.
Okay. It says, let's start with the 30. It says Jane's testimony is in critical to the ex-trafficking allegations. Legal analyst says Jane, one of Diddy's accusers testifying under a pseudonym, is undergoing cross-examination this morning. Her earlier testimony during direct questioning has been critical to the governor's case. According to the CNN analyst, Joey Jackson, she is critical with regard to ex-trafficking allegations because we are talking about whether or not this was consensual. Jackson told CNN, with respect to the actual things that she is saying during testimony, I think she furthers that narrative. Jackson said Jane's testimony about telling Diddy she no longer wanted to participate in the hotel nights or be what she described as the side chick in her own relationship, as well as telling Combs she felt like she was reading my own actual trauma in Cassie's lawsuit, speaks to the border ex-trafficking charge. This goes to the border issues, not only of providing the charges, but to the issue of pattern, the issue of DV, the issue of psychological abuse, the issue from the prosecution's perspective that this is his MO, and that's what's critical. Defense Jackson says the defense will likely focus on the voluntary participation angle, giving Jane and Combs years-long relationship as cross-examination continues. These are the narratives: coercion and voluntary participation. Then they go on to say, Judge Submarinian is back on the bench after lunch break. The trial is expected to adjourn today at 3 p.m. Defense attorney Tenny Garrigo said she's on track to finish her cross-examination of Jane on Thursday, with plenty of time for prosecutor Maureen Comey to question Jane on redirect and get Jane off the stand by the end of Thursday. The judge previously said court would run from 1 p.m. until 5 tomorrow. So tomorrow we're coming in at 1 p.m. Eastern, which is what time? 11?
10
10?
for us. Mm-hmm.
This case is so not, it was presented very messy. When you go to trial, it's supposed to be as clean as you can get it. You guys don't have any evidence. You're saying it's circumstantial evidence. So you're trying to make it fit in this box. These witnesses are hostile witnesses. They're not trustworthy. They're not trustworthy. The defense shouldn't be able to poke holes in their story. She's all over the place. He made me, he forced me. This is my partner and I love him. He's making me do it. Hey, babe, how about another hotel night? It's all over the place.
Right.
And I know this is supposed to be the Southern District of New York. And I don't care what other blogs say. This is a weak case. I can't make it be what I want it to be so my followers won't turn on me. I'm more like, it is what it is. Worst case I ever covered, ever. Wish I never chose this. Wish I would have stayed on the Karen Reed case. This is a weak case. We shouldn't be wondering, here we are, week 3. Are they going to bring on KK? Is the evidence going to get stronger? Oh, we got to wait. It's getting stronger. No. If you have strong evidence, put it out there. Because the longer you wait, the more you're going to lose people.
Right. And look, the prosecution,
I wish I never covered this case.
The prosecution allegedly supposed to be wrapping this thing up by the end of this week. If we doing this cross until Thursday, because tomorrow is only like 4 hours, court would be in 4 hours. So Wednesday is gone. Thursday, the defense will be done with the cross and give the prosecution enough time to finish, do a redirect with Jane. So that leaves us Friday. If they're gonna finish Friday, how many more witnesses do you think we can have? I feel like, and we don't know, like we speculating, D-Rock, KK, we throwing that stuff out. Me personally, I don't feel like they got no more strong witnesses. I think the case is weak. I think they just bringing these people on to hype up the jury about how much a monster Diddy is, which he is. Not denying that. But these charges are overcharged for me. These witnesses, and they ain't coming across that credible. You can want to believe in them and all this. I think they got their own motives. I feel that they don't got together and rehearse some of the things they're going to testify for. And they just want to find him guilty off his character. Well, and his behavior. You see what I'm saying? Which I get. But when are we going to have some kind of proof? We allege that, he blew up somebody's car. But it's no proof. You can speculate. But we talking about without a reasonable doubt. It's easier if it's in black and white. If you got a photo. People, and y'all can get mad, I still do not believe the girl got a black eye like she said she did in June. I just don't believe it. I could be wrong. I'm being honest. I just don't believe it. I think it's something to further a civil suit after this case is over with. That's just my opinion.
What about this, Perry?
Mm-hmm.
If there's sealed information that we don't know about, that is the smoking gun, would they do that? Keep it from the public? Why is it sealed?
I don't think they could. I mean, I don't know. Like, I ain't that fancy with the court stuff. But to me, they need to show us something. If you're going to send this man to prison, that shit shouldn't be sealed. Why are you sealing it? Is somebody lying? No, I don't know.
So other blogs are saying that we're lying. This case is going great. They see a life sentence. What do you say to those people who have a right to feel that way?
Well,
what do you say to those?
I would say this. They're believing it because they got their own motives. Or some of them just simply believe it is this monster and we want him to go regardless. Some people are saying it because they got to keep up the things they have said in the past. How they convicted Diddy a long time ago.
Mhm.
So they got to stay steady because people have said, I got evidence, this and that. I got an insider. I know this. But at the end of the day, if he walked, what they look like for their credibility? Did you really have these insiders or was you just simply lying? So I'm just saying. That's about
Drew
it.
says, what do you have? No, what you have to understand is all the prosecution witnesses are under seal, which usually means they've all been given a deal. That's why you haven't heard anything about who's coming up next yet. But here's
Oh,
my
yeah.
thing about that. If, as a commentator, my job is to tell you guys what I feel about what's going on, I don't know anything about a sealed information.
Okay, so I'm not sure about the seal neither, but truth still sound like they would have to hit the stand.
Mhm.
Maybe the identification is under seal or whatnot, but they still would have to hit the stand, right? I mean, that's how people got these fake names on the stand right now. But I'm saying if they was gonna wrap
I'm
it up
gonna
by the
come out. I'm gonna come out and go back in.
okay, I'm saying if they gonna basically wrap it up by the end of this week, I think they running out of time. And for real, people, I'm gonna say this: if they plan on wrapping it up and maybe bringing on another witness or two on Friday, and perhaps Thursday evening, right? Now, what good was the 3 raids on the mansions? It was such a big deal. They had the SWAT team flying in, pulling up on boats, pulling in with the battle ram. I mean, all these different things. But we ain't really got nothing from the raids. Ain't nobody said nothing about the baby oil being laced. People ain't really even talked about the drinks being laced. Remember all these stories we've been hearing? With some wild parties. I was there. I seen this. I heard about this. I just heard some relationships of Diddy gone wrong. However you want to say it, Cassie was in a relationship. Uh, Jane was in a relationship, voluntary, gold digger relationship, whatever. They was in relationships, like relationships gone bad. It just seemed like a toxic relationship to me. Was all these things like, is it trafficking involved? Yes, it was some freaks involved. But the only freak wasn't just Diddy. It was other people. So you want Perry to send a man to prison for life when him and a group of people committed all these crimes, but we just want him. Cassie invited the prostitution, so let's get her for trafficking if that's where you
Oh
want to
my
go with
God.
Diddy. Let's get Jane with it, and let's get Jane for prostitution and Cassie. I'm just saying, because basically, if that's what you want us to believe they did, that's it. Why should Diddy be the only one? I'm just saying, like Sharrell said earlier, I'm tired. Well, for me, I'm tired of black men just getting hammered on and people finding a way to take a black man down. Now, if you're gonna get him for something he did, charge him for those things properly. But I mean, with all the things Diddy did, you shouldn't have to create a damn thing. That's all. I mean, you should be able to go and get them for him. But no, you want to come with the big fancy Rico, just stick it to somebody and let these other people go. If you said you taking down a whole enterprise and get them all with Rico, fuck it. Go and get them. Go and get them. But why are you constantly just pointing him out? Because he got money, and then if he get the Rico, y'all can take his shit. No, I'm just saying, like, for me,
Complicated case. I wish I never would have took this case on. Very complicated. It's presented to us very messy. Something that would not be expected of the Southern District of New York. You guys are supposed to be on your P's and Q's. When the defense can come in and chop up the prosecution's witness, then it's not presented very well. It's just crazy.
I tell you this: if
Oh,
they
hold
had
on, I
enough,
gotta get my phone.
if they had enough evidence Diddy probably would have took a plea. But see, that's the thing with that 98%. Most of them, damn near all of them, are plea deals where people plead out because they know they're guilty and they're charging them for things they actually did and they got evidence. But you got these witnesses, and that's the hardest part about a witness. Either you can be telling the truth, people going to question your background, question your testimony. But when you ain't got no hard, concrete proof, it's a little vague to get somebody without a reasonable doubt. Now, these ain't no goody two shoes that's on the stand. If you had to take immunity, there's a problem. I mean, you still can hear your testimony, but what I'm saying is, it was like a group of criminals together. And mostly, and we talked about all the freak offs and all that, all the celebrities, all this at the mansion. It sounded like most of these was motel rooms with Diddy, an escort or entertainer, and either Jane or Cassie.
Something happened, Perry, because Inner City Press erased all their previous tweets. What is going on?
But they said they was hacked, so I wonder if somebody hacked them. Well, no, they didn't.
Somebody hacked a live tweet about a
I have
case.
no idea. I don't know.
Not that they won't hack it, but I'm just wondering who would do that and start deleting information.
Oh, baby, now that I couldn't tell you.
You guys, if anybody hears anything about Inner City Press, please
You
let
got
me
an update.
Here we go. It says Jane's testimony under cross-examination has continued after the lunch break. The defense, Tenny Garagos, read aloud some of Jane's text messages from around Halloween 2021. Jane texts Combs that she wanted to see him, and Combs responded that he had a rough day and wanted her to lead tonight. Jane responded they should freshen up, have a drink, and see where the night takes them. Combs said he didn't feel like being around people, according to the text messages read in court. On the stand, Jane confirmed they had a hotel night after those messages. The next day, Jane texts the adult performer Sly asking for explicit videos according to the messages read in the court. Jane testified that she was with Combs at that time and he was asking her to reach out to Sly for those videos. A few days after that, Jane texted Sly about coming to visit and said, "I'll organize." Jane testified that she was with Combs at that time and they were trying to figure out if and when they would see Sly. So we know the hotel nights went on all the way up until the arrest, which is sick. Something's very wrong with Diddy.
And the people who participated. No, I'm just saying. No, he didn't do this by himself.
Oh
He just didn't sit in the corner and masturbate by himself. He had her with those 7-inch heels on, riding Sly. While her child was at the daycare. By the way.
It's a lot going on down there. It's a big headache. I'm really glad I didn't go. It's a big headache. It's a lot going on.
Yep. So at least we got a short day tomorrow too, though. That's good. We got 4 hours tomorrow.
Okay, so I guess there was also live tweeting from another site, and
Mhm.
that was taken down. She's saying, Sharrell, something's going on. All the shared courtroom information has been cut off.
Mm.
What? Did
I,
somebody say something that they weren't supposed to say?
I no, I don't know. It's weird.
The defense is trying to show the witness and accusers that we're being anonymous is not an option. I don't know. They shared information in court that outed her. Outed her about what?
About who she is, probably. Like that basically identifying her.
We know who she is. What are they talking about? We
Right.
know who she is for 3 days now.
Yeah, well,
So somebody's telling me that some information got tweeted out about who she really was, and they're closing down those sites. I don't think at all inner city press said anything like that.
and also
So
I
I don't
heard
know what they're talking about.
I also heard that when she answered questions and do stuff like that in the courtroom, she's basically identifying herself.
Oh, well,
No, I mean, I'm saying that's what I heard. Yeah.
unless they made a reference to 50 Cent and they didn't want that out there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. But you know what though? I mean, really, I think that shit might be overrated. I mean, you out here rolling with celebrities, public figures, and you going out to somebody, but now you want to keep your identity hid while you try to send a man to
Oh,
prison.
Perry. Okay, we got it. We got it. It's crazy. I don't know what's happening. And they're not telling the people inside the courtroom. Bottom line is, Sharrell, inner city press is no longer tweeting live. We can follow the transcripts later. No live tweeting. What's Blue Sky? Blue Sky either. What is that?
Blue Sky is that
And Reddit.
social site. Yeah, it's like the social site, sort of like a brand new Facebook or one of those new things trying to come on. But True says this to me, Perry. I understand where you're coming from, but you're picking the wrong person to be the poster child for our cause. I don't know what's so difficult about that for you to understand. No, I mean, look, this is the part you need to understand. For me, yes, Diddy's a monster. But if they can get away with just creating charges and send you down the river, is Diddy today, maybe you tomorrow, Truth, or maybe myself. I mean, fairness is justice. Now, a lot of people keep the wheel down the road from getting justice on their own. The law enforcement didn't do shit. The so-called victims didn't do shit. That's not on Perry. But I'm just saying, maybe people ask me a lot, well, what if you had a daughter or this and that? What if it was one of your family members, say your husband, your wife, whatever, right? Have been doing bad shit for years, time gone. Now they come and try to make up for it and come up with these creative charges to charge a person. I mean, look, for me, I ain't got no problem being found guilty of some shit I know I did. But for some made up charges, I wouldn't feel comfortable with that happening to me or a family member. Or really, in this case, I ain't even happy it happened for him. It's plenty of things they can get him on. It was weapon charges. They don't raid 3 mansions. You don't said he don't spike some drinks. Did all this. Where are the charges for that? Those 3 big raids of his mansions. Is it just me? I get it. He's a bad guy. But at the same time, that's his character and his behavior. some of these witnesses to me are bad character people, and they have bad behavior too. Why aren't they being punished for it? Because
Okay,
isn't prostitution illegal?
I guess I don't mean to interrupt. I'm talking to somebody else while you're doing this. They're
Mhm.
also saying that Inner City Press was doing a backup live feed on something called Substack. Well, they took that down too. They
Oh,
don't want any more live.
you got to update, Sharrell. Look, well, it's 1 minute ago, so maybe it's an update.
Yeah, let me refresh. This is very frustrating. Um, 2 minutes ago, it says the cross-examination of Jane, one of Sean Diddy Combs' accusers, who is using a pseudonym and dated Combs from 2021 to 2024, has continued after the lunch break. Defense attorney Tenny Garagos read aloud some of Jane's messages from Halloween 2021. Jane texts Combs that she wanted to see him, and Combs responded that he had a rough day and wanted her to lead tonight. Jane responded they should freshen up, have a drink, and see where the night takes them. Combs said he didn't feel like being around people. I kind of read this already.
Right, but the crazy part is
It
in the
said
update
new. I
3 minutes
know.
ago, right? So hell, I
So
mean,
they only have mainstream media giving live updates. Their updates are not as good as Inner City Press. Are they trying to censor what gets out now? See, that's how you know you don't have a strong case. Why do you have to censor what happened in the courtroom? Why? This is terrible. This is terrible. Just like she said, they took it down, all live tweeting, except for what they call mainstream media. Now we're going to have to read it the next day on some damn transcripts. Because their plan is falling apart. It has to be.
yeah, I mean, when they panic
What's
so
so
much,
secret that you don't want the public to know?
they
Y'all
don't.
playing games.
They trying to kick the brother off the jury.
What is going on? Why don't we have access to a live feed? I mean, I respect CNN and you're doing a great job, but I like it compared to Inner City Press. And he also had a Substack, whatever that is, account, and he had a Reddit account. And now those backups are not receiving live feeds, and they send you to CNN. It's really good when you hear attorney, witness, attorney, witness, when it goes in order of what was said and when it was said. I'm getting real frustrated. Partial prosecution limited the reaction because it allows you to form your own opinions. CNN is against Diddy. Something's going on. What am I to make of this? What am I to make of this? Too much information getting out. By who? Who is giving out the information? What was giving out that wasn't supposed to be given out? The public kind of came to consensus of who Jane was just by the things that she said. And that was days ago. That was on day one.
That's before you start to be, cross-examine. Look, I don't know. I mean, see, this is the kind of thing I don't want to happen. If you're seeking for justice, let's not have these things where he was backdoored or this and that. If you got a case, put on the case and show us that you actually prove what you charged them for.
Listen, this girl saying, Sharrell, there are some people still talking about it live on Blue Sky, but you have to sign up. What is Blue Sky?
Damn.
What
We get
is
to,
this?
look, we get to find out tonight.
Let me ask her, what is Blue Sky?
Hold on, did I sign up for Blue Sky? Is it like a Facebook?
I don't know what Blue Sky is.
Hmm.
She said Blue Sky was created when people thought that they couldn't go to TikTok.
Oh, well, I don't know about
Let
Blue
me see.
Sky. I'm not sure about that one. I'm not sure if I signed up for that. I signed up for something. Substack. I don't know. I signed up for something. But I ain't great with new shit. So.
I asked her, what about TikTok? She said, I don't know anybody tweeting it live on TikTok. No live broadcasts except CNN and Washington Post.
This looked like it might be another update on CNN. I was just making sure it wasn't the same one.
CNN says defense attorney Tenny Garagos showed the jurors 6 more text messages that we don't know about. These are from November 2021 between Diddy and Jane planning to see each other. In the messages, Combs told Jane to be explicit, prompting her to send explicit messages of X acts with Sean and a entertainer. Okay, maybe now we're getting into why they want the live cut. Because now they're getting graphic in the things that she did voluntarily. It says Garagos and Jane read some of the messages aloud in the courtroom. Jane testified that she spoke in graphic, actual language, knowing that's what Combs wanted. Their case is falling apart. And they're trying to keep that from the public. Because if there's a live feed, you can't downplay anything. There's evidence showing that she was okay with these actual explicit acts. And how bad did it go that you guys got to stop live feeds from leaving the courtroom? It says Garagos and Jane read some of the messages aloud in the courtroom. Jane testified that she spoke in graphic, actual language, knowing that's what Combs wanted. After exchanging a series of fantasy messages, this they got it shut down. Probably made her look really bad. About entertainers, Combs asked what Jane wanted to do. She wrote that she wanted to spend time with her favorite person, showing she wasn't forced again. She keeps calling him her favorite person. Her partner says she loved him. Combs then asked Jane if she wanted to stop by with an entertainer. Jane testified she said yes to actual encounter with the entertainer at her home because it was the only way to see Combs. That was the only way I was given, and I wanted to see my lover. You know, this is so full of shit.
Mm-hmm.
The testimony's full of shit. Them trying to hide what was said from the public is full of shit.
There we go.
No, I'm just saying.
You started to understand how I've been feeling.
No, not on your level. Wait, hold on. I'm talking about us getting updated information. I'm not talking about what Perry talking about. I'm talking about just trying to censor what we, the public, can hear before it gets struck from the record and we have no evidence that this was said and this was done. Because once they strike it, that's just what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Pissed. I just found out what Blue Sky was, but I guess it's not over there anymore either. So, listen, this case has gone to shit. The prosecutor is doing a horrible job. You're the reason that Diddy's gonna get off. Southern District of New York. You're the reason.
Teo says, Perry, didn't we tell these fools we smell the BS from miles away? We tried to. We tried to. And not, I don't need to repeat that again. I don't said it 1,000 times. Not saying that he haven't committed no crime. They just tried to overcharge him and didn't have the proof. So they come with the bullshit coaching these witnesses
Really?
for their testimony. Yeah, that's right. That sounds good.
I can't stand them trying to micromanage what we know and what we don't know. It's trial. Why can't we keep doing what we were doing? Y'all shutting down people's feeds. Nobody gave out her identity. The public figured that out in 2 minutes. It's not going to stop the backlash that she's going to get or what she's already getting. She shouldn't have took the stand if she didn't want her dirt thrown out there. I get real mad when people try to censor me. You guys that follow me, you know I do.
But she probably needed to go on there so she can get something on the record for the civil suit that's going to follow. And
okay, this person, no one's feed is shut down. Then where can we get a live feed? I'm going to wait. Nobody say anything else. Where do we get the live feed? Let's wait. Where do we get the live feed? You got these dummies in here that's trying to change the public's opinion. That's what you're trying to do. Sharrell's a liar. There's really a live feed. Okay, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong, and I would gladly go over there and read the live feed. Oh, please, Gene Deal. Let's just look. You're playing games. You gotta go. He ain't got no live feed either. Just stop. Oh my God, these people so afraid that they're gonna look like liars. Why are y'all so damn paranoid? You whack ass bloggers that lie all the time. Why are y'all so scared? Because you could have, if you were around when this stuff was going on with Diddy, don't you have some responsibility in this? Why didn't you report it? Y'all sure didn't have a hard time making money off of it.
Are they talking about just a live feed, just the reporting at the courthouse? Because somebody says that one guy that be sitting in front, have the picture of the courthouse, that live feed. We talking about testimony. I mean, tweets from the courthouse. So I'm making sure we talk about the same live feed.
Yes. And they didn't tell the court.
Yeah, I'm thinking that, you know what? Maybe they're assuming it's the live feed from front of the court. We talking about the live tweets from the courthouse. That's it, from the courthouse. And damn, we ain't getting nothing. Because CNN do something maybe once in a while, but it's not fast enough.
So during lunch, the prosecution asked no cameras, no live feed, no audio, no feeds, no public live streams. F you, prosecutor. F you. I was team prosecutor, but y'all case is failing miserably, and you're trying to hide it. That includes Twitter, X, Reddit, TikTok, Substack, Patreon. What? Ugh. Well, I'm gonna still do my job. I got the watered down CNN version, and we'll just make do with that. I'm gonna stay. Anybody else is welcome. Here, someone said, wait, oh, what is this? What's this? Let's see. Jewel Mancy on X. Hold on, I'm heading over there right now. Pissed. Hope this works. Everybody keep their fingers crossed. Let's see. No, not even her. She probably was tweeting live, but she's not now. Let me put it on the thing. So you guys see right here where it says 5 hours ago. She was tweeting Jane still in the witness box 5 hours ago. That's the same thing. This says 4 seconds ago. Garagos, Jane, I'm now going to read aloud a message to you sent to Mr. Combs reading, I want to sit on your face. Do you recall sending that? She said, yes, I do. Garagos, can you explain the content of that message? Now I'm reading you guys. Thank you in the chat. Head over to, what does this say? Jewel Mancy, while we can, before this gets taken down. That's just one. Let's see. It was part of an actual exchange. That kind of talk was expected. Garagos, in these messages, you also use the word water drops emojis several times. What did emoji suggest? She said it was meant to suggest actual arousal or desire. It was part of the way we communicated. And let me tell you, these are probably very graphic and probably do not make her look good. So upset. Okay, 2 minutes ago. Jane, now I'm going to read aloud a message you sent to Mr. Combs. Reading, I want to sit on your face. I'm just repeating this. Do you recall sending that? She said, yes, I do. Can you explain the contents of the message? It was part of an actual exchange. That kind of talk was expected. Garagos, in these messages, you also use the water drop emojis. What did that emoji suggest? She said it was meant to suggest actual arousal or desire. It was part of the way we communicated. And then after that, it's 16 minutes later. I might as well read that. It says, Garagos, there were exchanges between you and Mr. Combs and an adult film performer named Cabral. Do you recall those? She said, yes. The messages included actual explicit content, correct? She said they did. I can, and then after that, it's an hour, 2 hours. Perry, oh, he's gone. I don't want to over refresh the page, but I'll do it every like maybe 20 seconds. Thank you guys. Thank you, Bo Real. Thank you, because I was having a fit. I want to know what's going on. 3 minutes ago, 18 minutes ago, 1 hour ago. What do you guys think about them? Sharrell, there is still 12 jurors seated in the courtroom. Well, then that's all you have to worry about. No reason to get all hysterical as long as the 12 jurors hear the evidence. That's what matter. I know, but I want to know too. I want to know. This has been a terrible day. Just terrible. Just terrible. So I'm going to tell my friend, I wonder if I should, where I'm getting this. I'm going to send this to my friend. And we're going to stay updated. Hold on one second. Let's see, you guys. She said reshare this. I did reshare it. The Diddy docket. Go to the Diddy docket. Hold on one second. So let me make sure there aren't any updates over here. So we've got 5 hours ago, 5 hours ago, 5 minutes. We read that. 5 minutes, 20 minutes, 1 hour, 1 hour, 2 hours. So
Yes, so we roughly got 38 more minutes. So hopefully we can get some more of this testimony in.
babe, did you see this name right here? The Jewel
Yeah.
Man. Go to
Yeah.
that. Go to
No,
that site, and
I'm
she's telling
there.
you, huh?
I'm there. I'm trying to keep refreshing for you.
All
But
right, let me go to another.
yeah, no. I mean, because I was here, I didn't know my thing was on mute. I thought I was just talking to you.
She's telling me go to the Diddy docket, but when I go, it's down. Let's try.
Okay, 5, 7 minutes.
Oh, I'm so frustrated.
Yeah, it'll be good, and then you get to rest a little bit in the morning before you have to come on. So that's good.
Why would they do that? Why would they do that?
Shit, I don't know.
She's sending me all these links. When I click on them, I don't see anything.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Well, I'm refreshing here. There's no updated here yet, but I'm gonna keep checking. And you can keep checking too, but I'm on that one site refreshing. You got one like 7 seconds ago.
For who?
The site that you're on. Yeah.
So basically, what they're doing is showing the jury her contradictions. Garrigo says, Jane, in several of these messages, you described in detail what you would do to the entertainers Mr. Combs hired for these so-called freak-offs. Do you recall those texts? She said, yes, I do. Garrigos, were those your actual desires at the time? She says, no. Those things that would have occurred to me on my own. Garrigos, then why send them? She said, because that's what he wanted to hear. I was giving him options, trying to please him. It wasn't about what I wanted. It was about keeping his interest.
Okay,
Do
so
y'all
it's
see this?
not about what you wanted. So why is it about what you want now? Well, you gave him the mindset that it wasn't about what you wanted, so you forfeit that. But then it became about what you wanted when you, the things that you didn't want to do. So I mean, it's contradicting. Look, it is what it is. She was there for the money grab for me, and now just sitting here wasting my time.
Do you think they will resume tweeting tomorrow?
Nope. Well, I'm not sure. If not, we'll go back here.
Okay.
Hell, look like she do a better job than him anyway. Shit. Mm-mm-mm.
Let me check CNN really quick. No, CNN doesn't post as often, but they're more detailed. But I like this. This attorney says this. She said that. I like that.
Right. It paints more of a picture for you. Who's saying what?
And now, was Inner City Press hacked or shut
Well,
down? There's a big
it had.
difference.
Because I still could go to it, so the site is still there, unless somebody hijacked. I don't know, but it seemed like they would have did something else with it. I don't know. But we got to look at 34 more minutes. So let's see what we
And
can
this
get.
happened to be really crucial testimony because she's supposed to be the witness that ties in ex trafficking, right?
Right.
Forced against their will, coerced. But now there's evidence showing you were having a good time with it. Some of it was your idea.
Mm-hmm.
You're being kinky and nasty. Kinky, I don't want to say nasty. Kinky and
She was given options what he can have and see.
Jerry,
And
not today. Not
oh,
today. Like, I want to hear this testimony because they're saying this is the key witness that ties it all in.
you got
I
one
wanna-
10 seconds ago.
Where here?
Yeah. It's about the only site we got now.
Yeah. Garrigo says, Jane, let's talk about one of the more graphic messages you sent to Mr. Combs. You initiated the exchange, correct? She paused, visibly uneasy. Before I answer, I just want to say this wasn't who I naturally am. Okay, so it must be something bad. We've got Inner City Press shut down and other places, Reddit and Substack, whatever that is, and Blue Sky. And now when we come over here to this new woman who we really appreciate, and I'm going to follow, let me hit follow. Thank you. And I will give you a thank you. I'm sure I can either get it from you later. I'm going to send her some money because I don't want to use people's stuff without giving them money. And here we are. These are really explicit text messages from you, Miss Jane, not the other way around. I just want to know, how far did you go? I'm already not believing your testimony. I just want to see what you had to say and what you initiated. And how is this supposed to tie it all in? This ties it all in. This shows ex trafficking. They took away my right to choose. The more information you have on a case, the better. So you keep your eyes over there. Let me go to CNN, which has not updated. And let me keep talking to this girl for a minute.
Sharrell, it's one more on the main site.
Which
that-
site? Over here, this new girl?
Yeah, that came in right after. Hold on for a second. Hold on, Sharrell. Be back.
I wonder if he's talking about this. It says, Garagos, you testified earlier that you had a phone conversation with Miss Coram during which she told you it was fine to bring drugs, even instructed you to put them in your checked luggage. She said, yes. But the messages read here today, they don't mention her saying any of that, do they? She says, no, they don't. But we spoke on the phone. She said it was verbally. Garagos, when Miss Coram traveled with Mr. Combs, do you know if she flew on his private jet? Something went wrong with reloading. Try again. Okay. So Perry said we missed one.
Well, it was 2 at the 2-minute mark. I was saying just read that second one.
All right, here it is.
Okay.
Jane says, I felt like I had to speak that way. I needed to keep him happy. I am in 2021, really madly in love and wanting to please and appease him. Garagos. So this message, it wasn't about your own desire. She said, no, I was being agreeable. That's what he liked. So I adapted. There's a lot going on here. She's basically saying, in so many words, I was being told what to do, and I did it because I loved him, and they wanted me to do all these things, including drug trafficking.
Mm-hmm.
And I just did it because I loved him. Plus, I have immunity, and I don't get charged for the crimes I committed. And damn the possibility if I did this on my own for money. It's so much to be considered here. Here, we got a 12 seconds update. Garagos, Jane, you offered to buy black matrix underwear from Mr. Combs, correct? She said yes, to please him. I knew it was something he'd like. Garagos, so you knew what kind of language, that kind of gesture turned him on?
Yeah.
Now, I don't want to be green again, but what in the hell is black matrix underwear? What is that?
I mean, it sounded like some black leather drawers with some spikes on it. I don't know. I have no idea. But Tamiko Simon said, Diddy, she pimped out male victims allegedly. Who pimped who out?
I have an update really quickly from CNN. It says the jury heard voice messages that Diddy and Jane exchanged on November 22nd, 2021, when they were discussing seeing each other. Combs said she would set something up and said the last vision we had involved two of the entertainers they frequently use, Dawn and Sly. Jane sent back a voice message saying that she thought he wanted to have the situation as a grand finale. Oh my gosh. Once he finished his album, she testified that she was trying to make excuses to get out of this thing that he encouraged for me to set up. No, girl, you helped set it up. Jane testified that after these audio messages, she saw on social media that Combs was spending time with another woman. that led into a text conversation prosecutors brought up on direct testimony previously. In parentheses, it says, I thought on a quick two-day trip, you just wanted to see me, but wanted a Dawn and Sly moment within that time. Hotel vibes, Jane sent in one of the later text messages. The jury saw text messages that had been shown on direct examination, messages in which Jane expresses frustration that, pardon me, that's my phone, expressed frustration that Combs is pressuring her for a hotel night, but is with another woman who's posting their quality time on her social media. In one text, Jane references that Combs brought the other woman a Chanel bag. In what became a tense exchange with defense attorney Tenny Garagos, Jane said she didn't garner much from the relationship. It bothered her that other women got nice gifts and excursions from Combs, who she said didn't give her that same treatment, even when she gave in to the ex with strangers. Let me go back to something here. We
Hey,
know
Sharrell,
that, huh?
you got an update on this one on the screen.
Okay.
And these have numbers on them too, so it's pretty good. Like I think it's
Where do you see
92.
the numbers?
You see 92 right here. Stop. You
Oh,
see 92 and then 93.
yeah.
So that's pretty good. So we can go like that.
So
So
this one says,
92 is first. Read 92. Slide up a little bit.
okay. Jane
Okay.
said, I said yes because I wanted to see him. Meeting with an escort was my only option. I wanted to see my lover, Garagos. In some of the later messages, you brought up the idea of attending ex parties, correct? She said yes. Garagos, why did you initiate that? Jane, Sean had been telling me about them. He said we should go to one. Oh my goodness. Garagos, so this was your idea or his? She says, it was his. I was just giving him options, saying what I thought he wanted to hear.
And
Uh,
all this is in her head, by the way. How she felt,
uh,
how she thought.
Garagos says, Jane, you offered to buy black matrix underwear for Mr. Combs, correct? She said yes, to please him. I knew it was something he liked. Garagos, so you knew what kind of language, that kind of gesture turned him on. Okay, so let me tell you what I think is going on here. Thank you, Jewel Mancy, for your live feeds. I really appreciate it. We know that Diddy had a problem with CNN. They tried to say that CNN cut their tape, the one that they showed to the world, to make it suggest that the tape was something that it wasn't. I'm talking about the Cassie video. Also, they were threatening to sue CNN. CNN is clearly team prosecution, right? I'm thinking, we know TMZ is being sued by Diddy right now. I feel like they want to censor the information that's coming out. They want to censor it because they need Diddy to win this lawsuit because they are in either a tense relationship with the defense or being sued by the defense. Now, I can't overlook that. All of a sudden, live feeds get shut down. No. And you guys are like, no, it's not what you think. It's, no, it is what I'm thinking. This case is so effed up.
Yeah.
They're trying to bury him. What else can I come up with? I'm being non-biased here. I told you Diddy needs to go to jail. But now we need our information censored? Come on, y'all. This is crazy. A lot of people have a lot of interest in Diddy being guilty, or they're gonna look foolish. They're gonna look like I was telling these lies for money. I exposed his sexuality and laughed in an interview about it. I lied on him. I was around during that time. I did nothing about it.
Yeah.
A lot of people have an invested interest of Diddy being found guilty. And I don't care what nobody says. This is my channel. I speak my damn mind, and that's how I feel. Why are the live feed from Inner City Press cut off? From his Substack, his Reddit, all of it. What number is it, Perry? Is it 94?
94,
Garrigo says, did you and Mr. Combs discuss hiring escorts like Dawn and Cabral? She said, yes, we often brought them up. Garrigos, in fact, you reminded him that he wanted to save Cabral for a grand finale. You called it a showstopper, big boom, game over situation, didn't you? Come on, y'all.
Yep. You know what the finale is. Damn. Well,
these text messages are damning. They're damaging to her. You keep preaching that you were forced. First of all, they made it very clear that you were the one that connected everything to come together. Now you're up here so excited. We're going to have a grand finale. Bing, bam, boom. We're going to hotel night all night long.
Yeah. You know how people feel on payday? They feel great on payday.
Girl, thank you. I appreciate that. Just keep paying attention to the testimony. I really appreciate it. If anybody texts you, give them this girl's name, Jewel Mancy.
We got a new one, 95 this time.
Ooh, and she's doing it so great. It's all in order. Let me refresh my page. Here we go. Nicely ordered. I'm going to give this girl some money. Jane said, yes, I was trying to delay it, just making excuses to get out of something he was pushing me to do. Gary goes, let's talk about the voice messages from November 22nd, 2021. Combs told you the last vision we had included Dawn and Sly, the entertainers used frequently. And this is so weird. Diddy's in trouble at this point. The Cassie stuff has dropped. The video has dropped.
Sharrell, you got 96. Maybe you don't have to refresh. Well, I'm not sure if you get to refresh or not, but it's 96 now.
Yeah, I don't like to refresh. 94, 95, mine's
96.
Yeah, I gotta refresh. Something's not popping up on my page. '96 and 97. Here we go. Jane says, that's what he said. Gary goes, you replied suggesting he wait until after the album dropped. Why? She said, like I said, I didn't want to go through with it. I thought if I played along and pushed it down the line, he'd drop it. Gary goes, but later you saw on social media that he was with another woman. She said, yes. He told me he wanted to see me, but there she was posting with him. Gary goes, and your text messages, you express frustration. Let's just be real.
98 is up. Well, see, 98 is a new one.
You see 98? Okay. So, Sonia, I don't know what Matrix underwear are. I don't wear them. Okay, here we go. Garagos, you said he pressured you for hotel vibes with Don and Sly, but spent that time with someone else. Someone he brought a Chanel bag for. Question mark. She said, exactly. I gave in to things I didn't want with strangers and still didn't get the same care or treatment. No, I'm team Cassie 140%. Jane Doe, aka Daphne Joy,
We had
is
99.
full of shit. She's full of shit. You're no victim. Sounds bad, but okay, here we go. Garrigo says, Jane, comma, Mr. Combs gifted you a Van Cleef necklace and a Bugatti Venta bag. I don't know what these must be expensive bags. Didn't he? She said, yes, he did. Attorney, how much was the Bogetta bags usually cost? That lets you know I don't know nothing about expensive stuff.
Is it
Bogetta
bodega? Is it bodega? Bag.
is BOTT.
I think it's bodega. Maybe I'm making this shit up, but anyway, let's roll
It's
with
BOTTEGA bags. Jane pauses, then sharply. How much does my body cost? Judge, Miss Jane, please answer the question as asked. Girl, you heard him. Now let's get back to the people that buy expensive bags. I know Chanel.
100 is out. The next one's out.
100's out.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. 100. Garagos, again, how much does a Bogetta bag run? She said around 1,500 to 5,000, depending on the bag. Garagos, and do you know how much a Chanel bag costs? She said no. And then it says quietly, I'd like a break. Judge, we'll take a brief recess. Wow.
Okay. Do you know how much
Wow.
my body's worth? Apparently more than
But
most
why did
people
she
can
say
afford.
why did she say that?
Like, he bought me a little pair of earrings or whatever the hell he brought her. But that ain't shit. You know how much all this finance is worth? Come on. And then people feel sorry for her. That's the point. I mean, could you imagine her doing that? Child, look at me. I'm a 10.
Listen to this. This is funny. Somebody said 50. Come get your baby mama. Your baby mother. Oh my gosh. It's been the worst day ever. We said it was coming. I thought I was prepared. People calling her a Karen in the chat. The pathological liar. I mean,
Right.
it's just not going good. It's just not going good.
But I actually like this site a little bit better. I mean, well, I feel like she's giving us more rampant, faster, giving us more testimony.
And
than
Perry, you
others.
have to give this girl money when we're done. You have to
Yeah,
give her
you're-
money. We have to find out who she is. Shout her out.
Yeah, no problem. For sure, we'll do that.
Crazy. The worst text messages being released, and all of a sudden, inner city press is nowhere to be found.
I'll be right back. Going to the bathroom.
Okay. Everybody was getting their information for inner city press. Yeah, he's still down. So that's a wrap. I just told my friend who's a radio disc jockey to tell everybody about this site. We've got to get the word out. We have to pay her. Oh my gosh, it's a lot, you guys. See what you guys are saying. She's upset because she wasn't getting a Birkin bag. Child, Jane is the little boy who cried wolf. I hope this is not a price of one of the bags. She's out of her mind. The most I would pay for a bag, not thousands of dollars. Mine is 1,000 under. I'm not going to pay that. It's so interesting to see how you vloggers have different opinions about how trial is going from day to day. It's everybody's opinion. At the end of the day, nobody's certain. Nobody's certain. This is her way of a woman scorned by Diddy. Get back at him. At the end of the day, her son will suffer. Yes, terribly, 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 terribly. You guys put in the chat how other blogs are reporting this, because I don't know how you turn this around.
Well, I mean, she won't see her son suffer because she's too busy trying to get that bag. Look, she is so arrogant. And people that sit there and say, oh, yeah, he used her. No. The man don't invest money in her business, which she still got. She still got the business and all this. And then if he give her a 24-hour break, she flying to some other hotel, it's my belief, to make extra money. And she ain't got time to worry about what the kid is thinking about.
I
She
think
thinks
the
about hooking
Go ahead.
up. I mean, hell, she probably at every NBA game, NFL game, got her little pom-poms and shit. Look at me, I'm fine and sexy. And you a 304.
I think the most I ever paid for a bag was $1,500, and that wasn't I paid for. It was Perry and my sons. I do not pay a lot of money for my bags. That's crazy. Especially now, you must feel foolish that China says they're all the same bags. Americans are so dumb. What number?
Huh? Oh no, we waiting on 101 to come out. But
Oh, I thought you said an update.
oh yeah, well, I'm gonna see. We got an update. There's no number on it though.
Okay, I'm gonna refresh my page.
Oh, and she just talking. I think.
She's just talking.
Yeah, it's right below the 100. Because remember they're on a brief break, but she know what she's doing. She know the judge.
Okay, so we're on this is just the commentator now. It's not something from the courtroom. She says that was quite an exchange between Garagos and Jane. Garagos insinuated that Jane was consensually having sex with other men and gladly accepting designer bags. Oh my. Please tell me how other people are reporting this. How do you report that is not a huge blow to the prosecution? You're effing other people and getting...
It shows the greed, and she's a collector of bags. You know, she got every name. Bodega, Gucci, Fashawn, and Don. Every time she do the double, does she really turn it on? Okay.
I'm saying this could be damning evidence that you do sleep with other rappers. They give you money. You make your own money. How do you look at that any other way?
And then, I mean, for real, let's keep it real. Let's keep it real for these rappers and stuff. She probably getting a lot of bags because $5,000 to a lot of these rappers is worth a one night stand with a freak. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's why I think she definitely get around. Let's keep it real. And then you talking about custody, but I'm not gonna go there.
Listen, I was listening to DJ Academics last night, and he was warning all his rich rapper friends. He was like, if you bring them out, am I lying? I'm not lying. If you bring them out, you can't buy them anything, y'all. Now that's called trafficking. So if you bring them out, you tell her it's either or.
He's saying you have to be real specific. If they go, yeah, I'm gonna come out and see you. Are you gonna take care of me? He said you got to specify taken care of.
Yeah, he said that.
Because if you imply and then you try to go sexual, then they're gonna get you with this craziness. So, like, these are trained professionals, people we digging with. These ain't just any ordinary gold diggers. Now, they didn't go to college to get their PhD in it. They got it from the street. Now, that's what they're doing. I mean, look at them all at the games, can't wait. You know,
I'm not on that level Perry's on. I'm just saying,
throwing all that experience at them.
is this damning evidence? They don't want us to see it, the public, but the jury's seeing it. Is it damning, you guys? All you Cassie people, come through. Is this enough to change a juror? I personally think, and I have no evidence of this, none, it's just my opinion, that Diddy is running that courtroom. I think he has somehow influenced the jury. I think that he's definitely leading, what's her name? Daphne on. He's passing notes to his attorney. That's like running the show to me.
It don't take, okay, now he leading Cassie, Jane on. I mean, hell, just show her a photo of a bag and you got her. Look, Sharrell, nobody's leading all this stuff. And Cassie, yeah, situation was a little different. And I the DV stuff and all
different.
that. But she was there for her main reason too. She wanted to outdo the other baby mamas. Now, I ain't forgot all that. But this one here is a real trooper. Because she don't give a damn. If you ain't got cash, give me the bag. And I got the heels and I'm ready to go. I mean, that's how she is. And she don't even act like no mother. Let's keep it real. She do not act like no mother. And
Very.
And she act like it wasn't consensual.
Anybody in the chat, how are other people reading this? How are other blogs explaining this? They're saying that this is the smoking GUN. Is this what it takes to get them behind bars? Everybody is throwing around the the cooch out of both pants legs. Why be jealous of each other? I'm confused.
Yeah.
Who's jealous?
No, the thoughts. You know what I'm saying? They fighting each other. And
I know, like, why? Let me reword that. Who would be jealous of these women? All of them.
Well, didn't we just say Cassie was jealous of Gina, Carisha? Who is she jealous of? She was jealous of. Was she jealous of? Oh no, she's jealous of Young Miami.
Okay, I have an update from CNN. They says court is back in session after a short break. Jane testifies that the home she lives in is now about 5,300 square feet, which is a significant bigger than the 1,400 square foot apartment she used to live in. Jane said that she's profit a little bit off of a business that Sean Diddy Combs invested in. He gave her $20,000 into it. She confirmed that Combs never asked her for a portion of the proceeds. The defense attorney, Tenny Garagos, pointed to Jane's businesses and asked about her previous testimony that she wasn't able to do anything during the years she was in a relationship with Combs. She said, had I not drove headstrong on this relationship, I probably would have been a bit more successful in that time frame, but that's neither here nor there. Okay, so let me see. So other blogs are saying Diddy is guilty. This is the smoking gun. He made her do these things.
Well,
and she ties it all together.
Well, if they
That
say
is if you believe her.
right.
If she's lying, she's not tying anything together. That's the difference. This channel right here, we're saying we question her honesty.
Well, Sharrell, on the other one, you got to update. It's gonna go from 101 to 103.
And I'm extremely suspicious about other live people giving live fees being shut off from the courtroom. Okay, 101.
Yeah, I just thought I seen it. Well, they came back and said they was back from court, but give me a second.
Okay, here we go. I'm just gonna go from 102. Garrett
Okay.
goes, and one of your businesses that was started with 20K investment from Cones, correct? She said, yes, that's correct. He says, he never asked for a share of the profits. She said, no, he didn't. 103, she said, Garrigo says, yet earlier you said you weren't able to do anything professionally during your relationship with Mr. Cones. Is that your position? She said, yes. Had I not dove headstrong into the relationship, I probably would have been a bit more successful in that time frame. Now listen, to all of you guys that think this is the smoking gun, I'm going to read this to you again. She said she had no other way to make any money. That's why Diddy was helping her out. But she just admitted to opening a business that profited. And he didn't ask for any of that proceeds. How can you say this is the smoking gun? I need someone to know. This is just conversation. This is conversation. That's the smoking gun when she's contradicting herself like she did yesterday. And let me screenshot this because I don't want anybody twisting my words. She said she profited from this business. Let me screenshot this right now. See, I need stuff like that when people come back with the craziness.
And then she tried to clean it up. She said, yeah, I mean, Diddy gave her the 20,000 down. She made a profit. Diddy didn't ask for nothing back. She still got this business. And they saying, well, I thought that he didn't allow you to do any business. Yeah, but if I went and land up on hotel night, I could have been more successful. And you also would have had to pay that $10,000 rent. That's the part that you leaving out. So I don't know. It's just too much for me.
It really is. And I had to screenshot this because I don't want nobody twisting my words or adding to my words or her words. This is what she just said. She said she had to take money from Diddy because he took up so much of her time with hotel nights. So crazy that she didn't have time to make money.
And you know, she didn't say her child was. You know, she didn't say her child was taking up her time that she wasn't watching. It's a damn shame.
We want to point out the differences. We don't want to bash the mom.
104 is there.
We got 104.
We're talking about people's character. Yeah.
I'm loving this girl. Okay. Garagos. So the relationship held you back? ? She said, in many ways, yes. Had I not drove headstrong on this relationship, I probably would have been a bit more successful in the time frame. But that's neither here nor there.
So why you mentioned here or there?
Oh, look at this. Child.
Not a one thing. I'm keeping it real, though. I'm just saying. You don't hear nothing. But she want us to believe that the hotel nights is what kept her from being successful. To me, it seemed like the hotel night is what kept you afloat. Just my opinion. She ain't say one day. She ain't mention one day in that shop that she got that business. But she out there looking for a Bagada bag or whatever that shit is.
So AW says this is trafficking by fraud. Don't know what that means. I have to look that up. Hold on. Perry, keep your eye for me.
Yeah. I mean, fraud on who part? Diddy ain't trying to hide. He a freak. I mean, not with her. He was very transparent with that. Put those 7-inch heels on.
I just typed it into Google. You know how they bring up that little thing? It says trafficking by fraud isn't a common standalone legal charge, but it likely refers to a situation where fraud means are used to monitor, follow, or surveil someone. Here's a breakdown of what it means in a legal or criminal context: surveillance through deception, stalking involving deceit, fraudulent data collected. Fraudulent data collected could have been him lying to her. Yes, because fraudulent data collection using fake business apps, phishing, or scams to secretly track someone's location, behavior, personal information.
Yeah, I don't know about all that, but either way, maybe she could be charged with it too.
Well, maybe this is the smoking gun. I don't see it. But I need to talk to an attorney. And we spoke to an attorney yesterday. He didn't want to come on because it's not a good look to call out the prosecution. Really a mess. This is a mess.
Well,
I just feel like her.
to me,
Are we
like,
on
I mean,
104?
oh yeah, 104 we done already. We waiting on 105. For me, in a jury, I'm just keeping it real. We can go to all this kind of fraud and all this. Some people just gonna see it for what it is. He used these girls because he knew they was money hungry. Give them a little money and they'll give you all the freakness they got in their body. Whether it's 12 hours or 18 hours, buy them a bag if they ain't satisfied. Give them a bag, they'll be happy. Shit like that. I mean, that's how it went down with all these women to me. And nobody want to just see, well, yeah, it's people in the chat that do see it my way. But a lot of y'all want to keep giving them excuses. She had other things to do, run that business, take care of her child. But I ain't gonna knock nobody how they make their money. Just acting like, don't act like you was forced to get up and go to work. You could have stayed in bed, child. I mean, your own bed.
Someone's reminding me, Sharrell, you only need 2 of the RICO charges. They don't need to prove that it's a criminal entity.
Yeah, but like with those things, there's clauses underneath those charges too. That you
Wait,
need
hold
to-
on. She says she was lied to. That's the forcing her into the trafficking.
What, did he lie about paying her bills? Did he lie about what they was gonna do? She lying now when she's saying that she all did it for Diddy. She did it for herself to get paid.
They're saying that Diddy used deceptive tactics along with force and threats to compel individual into illicit sexual activity. I get what she's saying, but what if she's lying? So that would be RICO if she was telling the truth. But what if she made that up? How do you prove that she's lying? Will you show inconsistent behavior?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not where Perry is yet, but I am questioning her testimony. You can't assume she's telling the truth, especially with the history that she has.
Thanks for just considering.
So everybody's acting like her word is bond, like she's incapable of lying. Now, I'm not going down that road with y'all because there is a person's life on the line. You want to be accurate. We don't want them misusing the RICO law. And if we say that Diddy's guilty, what if you become a victim of somebody lying on you? And just because your lie sounds really good, you go to jail for the rest of your life. So I'm all over the place with this.
See, Cassie lied too now, remember? She seen
Harry,
her.
no, I'm not ready for that.
Okay.
Don't.
I mean, I'm just saying, people, we can't believe everything we hear. We'll be a fool to believe anything Diddy says. Remember, Diddy act like the incident happened in the hallway until the video came out. All of them are liars. All of them are addicts. All of them are freaks. You know.
I'm simply talking out loud and questioning things, and there's most definitely nothing wrong with that. I'm not team nobody where I got to say whatever the rest of the other blogs are saying. If I feel that her testimony is very shaky, I'm going to say that. And I'm just not ready to say she's telling the truth.
I just feel like right now, with all the stuff that we don't went over with this court thing, they haven't proved it to me yet. And they got a couple more days. If they finish up by this week, it ain't looking like they can prove something. The only thing I see out this girl is she'll do anything for $1 or a bag. That's what I believe out of it.
I respect that statement. Thank you. I don't know what statement it was. No. That's crazy.
And see,
that's crazy.
He said that that the court was going to end at 3 today, but now they over. So I don't know what's going on.
They got a lot going on.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they took care of juror 6. There's nothing wrong with me questioning, pushing back. I'm not a spoon-fed, roll with the crowd type of chick. I'm not. If you don't like me pushing back, if you don't like me asking questions, you know what you can do. I mean, this has to make sense to me in my heart, in my soul. I don't trust her. I think she's an escort. Think she's an escort. Think she's a liar. She'll do a lot of things for money.
She's a con artist.
No.
That's what she is.
I don't know. Mm-mm.
I'm just trying to put some respect on her name. Give her the proper title that she needs.
I mean, it's a wonder. It's a miracle that nobody has died because of their drug use. It's every day. It's everybody. It's all over the place. People are going to be reporting like crazy today. I don't know. I'm responsible for my channel, and that's it. I'm in no way trying to defend Diddy. But when did he put up that denial video? Someone had just sued him for some ridiculous thing. I don't think he was talking about the hallway. I don't know what she's talking about. I don't know. The very messages she had and that was read out loud to me did not sound to me like those that are forced or coerced.
Right.
If anything, they sound like someone made a desperation for the bag.
To me,
my opinion.
Obi, you're right. It sounds like more of desperation, excitement. Because you know when these things went off, when you had that grand finale, your bank account got filled.
Yeah.
That's it.
I wish I didn't feel this way. I wish I didn't have these questions. It would be easier. Yeah, they proved it. Diddy's going down. We never have to worry about him again. The bum gets everything that he wants, that he deserves. If I said that, I will be moving the goalposts
And
where
JT,
anybody can come and lie on you, and we just say that it's true.
and
I don't care what nobody thinks. I'm allowed to my opinion too.
JT said these people are attempting to completely change the rules of our
Okay.
judicial system. Yeah, and that's the thing. Now, is it perfect? No, but you're gonna give them an out to where they can get anybody if they really set they aim out for you to go and get you, and they create all these charges, and then say, "Oh well, did he rob the bank? Well, we're gonna get him under RICO. We only get to prove 2 out of 10 of these things, and nothing to do with the DV. The DV is the most harsh things that he don't dare to hear. The other stuff was freaky, but it was a give and take from the John and the prostitutes. Now, prostitution did happen on both sides. So, and it's still not fair to me that you're going to arrest one and not the other with the prostitution.
It's a whole messy situation. This is not cut and dry. And to respond to what you were saying, what I wouldn't do was watch somebody be treated wrong and go do an interview about it, get paid $5,000 for it, and out somebody's sexuality. That's what I wouldn't do. That's what I wouldn't do. Please do a poll. How many people in the chat have ever been played before in their life? Now, we can do you better. Do you believe, Jane? Perry, you want me to do that for you?
I got it. I do it.
I mean, I have to question. I'm acting like a juror. I'm questioning evidence. I'm not just saying that this is a open and shut case because that's the popular thing to do. I'm not willing to lie on somebody for money. Y'all are wild. Y'all are wild. I don't give a damn if all the other blogs saying this is a shoe-in. Why can't you see that? I don't give a damn what they say. Until I see it, that's just what it is. If anything, for me, these text messages are damaging to her. She's expressing excitement. Go out with a boom, bang, boom, or whatever she said.
Sharrell, update 105.
These people are crazy. This is not a shoe-in case. And anybody tells you that is lying. Here we go. She says, court has been adjourned for the day. Jane will still be on tomorrow. Judge Subramanian says court will resume tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern.
Yep.
Listen, y'all. I don't give a damn if I'm the only person sitting in this damn chat. My feelings are my feelings. This is my channel. You can twist my words, whatever you want to. Call me a person that loves people that put their hands on people. Her testimony is shaky. This is supposed to be the testimony that brings it all together. She showed that she wanted this. Set it up. Let's go out with a boom, bam, boom. She's getting money all over the place. She has escort behavior. This has nothing to do with the rumors. This is just what I'm getting from the text messages. I don't care who says what. What I don't want is somebody to be falsely accused. Does that mean I love Diddy and that I support him putting his hands on women? I'm going to let you think that if that's what you think.
Right. I mean, because like Beth, I agree, he's a monster. And before, I would always try to, throw emphasis on, I'm not saying DV is okay. I've said it enough. I'm just saying these charges don't fit for me. If it don't fit, you must acquit. That's all I'm saying. So do what you want to say. do, because people ain't gonna twist my things, but I'm not gonna keep wasting my breath telling you how I feel about DV when I told you my mother dealt with that. Okay, I got sisters and all that stuff, so y'all can just hold that in your bag and just deal with the consequences. Judge Wood said, I told you the government is literally trying to trick the regular people that don't follow crime and law and change the spirit of the RICO charge.
Yeah.
Yes, and people don't understand it. It's up there now with the millionaires. Soon it's gonna be on your block and on your ass or mine. And then you want to cry about it. Well, this is different because a lot of people got drugs trafficking around them and probably the other shit too. I'm just keeping it real. I'm just saying. So,
all right, we
you
will
know.
see y'all tomorrow. I'm gonna go on later tonight and talk about the gossip because I should be doing that as a blogger. I thought I would stay away from it, but now it's time to talk about it. So I'll come back on in a couple hours. Let's get this all wrapped up, and then we'll come back in a couple hours and talk about why it's in somebody's best interest to say that this is a shoe-in case. Girl.
So if you're on the West Coast, we'll see you in the morning. If not, tomorrow. If you're on the East Coast, we'll see you in the afternoon.
All right, bye guys.
Said I'm out.